Document, tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Nicholson, seconded by Ms. Finley, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Nicholson, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Ms. Finley, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. I'm now prepared to propose for the ratification of the House a candidate for the position of Deputy Chairman of Committees of the whole House. Conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 8, I propose the name of Mr. Royal Galipeau as for the position of Deputy Chair of Committees of the Whole. The motion is deemed made and read.
Agreed. Carried. Je suis maintenant...
I'm now prepared to move the adoption of a candidate for the position of Assistant Deputy Chair of Committees of the Whole.
I propose Mr. Andrew Scheer for the position of Assistant Deputy Chair of Committees of the Whole. The motion is deemed moved and seconded. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Agreed. D'accord. Adopté. Merci.
Agreed. Carried. Thank you.
Motion.
Motions.
L'honorable...
The honourable member.
Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table this petition signed by my constituents. I'm told that 31,000 people have signed the petition calling upon Parliament to halt the deportation of Labour Singh due to his fragile health and to allow him to stay in Canada on humanitarian and compassionate grounds. Mr. Singh is paralyzed by aneurysm and has support of many politicians of all political stripes and levels, 13 independent doctors and over 50 organizations, including employees' unions, human rights groups, and Christian, Hindu, Muslim, and Sikh organizations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The honourable member for... this is all.
Newton
North Delta, indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to present this petition on behalf of thousands of my constituents. Mr. Labour Singh is a disabled refugee claimant from Punjab region of India and is facing deportation from Canada by this weekend. He has received tremendous support and compassion from my community in order to receive the medical care he now requires. Given his fragile condition, these constituents ask that the Government of Canada grant Mr. Singh permanent residence in Canada on humanitarian and compassionate grounds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presentation of petitions.
Is on the order paper. There being none at the moment, we'll dispense with that one. Orders of the day, order du jour. The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order with regard to two private members' bills, Bills C-357 and C-362. Without commenting on their merits, I submit that these two bills require royal recommendations. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to explain why Bill C-357, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, Employment Insurance Account and Premium Rate Setting, requires a royal recommendation. As the Chair ruled on May 9, 2005, and I quote, "Bills which involve new or additional spending for a distinct purpose must be recommended by the Crown. The royal recommendation is also required where a bill alters the appropriation of public revenue under the circumstances, in the manner and for the purposes set out in the bill." What this means, Mr. Speaker, is that a royal recommendation is required not only in the case where more money is being appropriated, but also in the case where the authorization to spend for a specific purpose is being significantly altered. End of quote. I would note that Bill C-357 is nearly identical to Bill C-280 in the 38th Parliament, which the Speaker ruled required a royal recommendation. On June 13, 2005, the Speaker stated, and again I quote, "Bill C-280 infringes on the financial initiative of the Crown for 3 reasons. First, Clause 2 affects an appropriation of public funds by its transfer of these funds from the Consolidated Revenue Fund to an independent employment insurance account established outside the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Second, Clause 2 significantly alters the duties of the EI Commission to enable new or different spending of public funds by the Commission for a new purpose, namely the investment of public funds. Third, Clause 5 increases the number of commissioners from 4 to 17. End of quote. All 3 of these, Mr. Speaker, all 3 of these conditions apply to Bill 357. Clause 2 would create an employment insurance account that is outside the Consolidated Revenue Fund. The bill would transfer money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund to the employment insurance account, and that money would no longer be available for any appropriations Parliament may make. This would be an appropriation of funds, and therefore requires a royal recommendation. However worthy some aspects of this bill may be, and some aspects of it are, this does not alter the need for the royal recommendation. Clause 2 would also change the duties of the Employment Insurance Commission, including new requirements for the Commission to deposit assets with a financial institution and to invest assets to achieve a maximum rate of return. These are new and distinct purposes which have not been authorized and are additional reasons why Clause 2 requires a royal recommendation. Clause 5 of Bill C-357 would increase the number of commissioners on the Employment Insurance Commission from its current 4 to 17. On February 8, 2005, the Speaker ruled that the appointment of 13 new commissioners to the Employment Insurance Commission in Bill C-280 required a royal recommendation. This is consistent with other rulings where the Speaker found that adding remunerated members to commissions requires a royal recommendation. Given these precedents, I submit that Clause 5 requires a royal recommendation. To sum up, then, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-357 would require an appropriation, it would alter the purpose of funds covered by the Act, and it would require new spending for an expanded commission. Therefore, it must be accompanied by a royal recommendation. Now, Mr. Speaker, the second bill I want to draw to your attention is Bill C-362, an Act to amend the Old Age Security Act. This bill would increase old age security and guaranteed income supplement benefits by lowering the threshold for eligibility from the current 10 years to 3. This change would result in significant new expenditures. Under the Old Age Security Act, applicants must have at least 10 years of residence in Canada after age 18 in order to qualify for benefits. I would further note that partial benefits are paid to applicants who have less than 10 years of residence if the applicant has credits from a country with which Canada has a pension agreement. Residence has been an eligibility criteria since this program's inception in 1952. Reducing the residence requirement from 10 years to 3 years would have significant costs. Since eligibility for old age security pensions also qualifies for low-income recipients to receive the guaranteed income supplement, the Department of Human Resources and Skills Development estimates that the total cost of reducing the qualifying period would be over $700 million annually. Mr. Speaker, precedents clearly establish that bills which create new expenditures for benefits by modifying eligibility criteria or changing the terms of a program require a royal recommendation. On December 8, 2004, the Speaker ruled in the case of Bill 278, which extended employment insurance benefits, that, and I quote, "Inasmuch as Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867 and Standing Order 79 prohibit the adoption of any bill appropriating public revenues without a royal recommendation, the same must apply to bills authorizing increased spending of public revenues. Bills mandating new or additional public spending must be seen as the equivalent of bills affecting an appropriation." End of quote. On November 6, 2006, the Speaker ruled that Bill C-269, which extended employment insurance benefits, that, and again I quote, Mr. Speaker, funds may only be appropriated by Parliament for purposes covered by a royal recommendation. New purposes must be accompanied by a new royal recommendation, end of quote. On November 9, 2006, the Speaker ruled in the case of Bill C-284, the bill enlarged the scope of the student grants program beyond that originally authorized by Parliament, and that, I quote again, any extension of the terms of an existing program must be accompanied by a new royal recommendation, end of quote. On November 10, 2006, the Speaker ruled in the case of Bill C-278, dealing with employment insurance benefits, that, and once again I quote, by amending the Employment Insurance Act to extend sickness benefits from 15 weeks to 50 weeks, the bill would require the expenditure of additional funds in a manner and for a purpose not currently authorized, end of quote. And on March 21, 2007, the Speaker ruled in the case of Bill C-265, dealing with employment insurance benefits, that it was abundantly clear that, and again I quote, Mr. Speaker, those provisions of the bill which relate to increasing employment insurance benefits and easing the qualifications required to obtain them would require a royal recommendation, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, I would also note that when Parliament adopted amendments to benefit criteria in the Old Age Security Act in Bill C-36 earlier this year, this legislation was accompanied by a royal recommendation. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Bill C-362 would increase expenditures for old age security and guaranteed income supplements in ways not already authorized and therefore should be accompanied by a royal recommendation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
On the same point of order, the Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to the comments made by my colleague, and I can tell you at the outset that we do not agree with his analysis of the situation, that is, the necessity of having royal assent and the employment insurance fund. And therefore, if I may, Mr. Speaker, I would like to intervene once again to make representations on this file. Thank you.
The Honourable the House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I would just make two observations in response to the issues the government has just raised with respect to these two bills. First of all, I think your precedents are very clear that the raising of the issue by the government with respect to royal recommendations does not, of course, prevent the normal debate from proceeding. The issue would have to be resolved before a final vote is taken, but obviously members are free to debate these items up until the time that you make your ruling. Secondly, before that ruling is given, I'm sure that you will want to provide the sponsors of the bills with an opportunity to address themselves to you.
Well, yes, that was exactly what I was going to say in respect of this issue. I'm sure that all honourable members appreciate the thoroughness with which the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has reviewed these bills and come up with arguments that he feels are important in respect of their procedural acceptability. Such diligence is something that the Chair, of course, always appreciates. So I'll look forward to hearing comments now from presumably the proposers of the bills, the persons who put them forward, and possibly others on this issue. And then I'll come back to the House with a decision in due course. But I'd urge them to move quickly with their submissions on the procedural aspect so that a decision could be rendered before the bills come before the House for a vote at the third reading stage. As the House leaders correctly pointed out, les projets de loi sont acceptés.
Bills are acceptable until the third reading, and it's at this point that the House cannot vote if royal recommendation is required. Now that's the end of that issue. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Address in reply to the speech from the throne, resuming debate on Mr. Ducep's some amendment, and Mr. Dion's amendment.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a real pleasure to rise today and engage in the debate on the speech from the throne. Today I rise wearing a number of hats. I certainly am here today as the Minister for Human Resources and Social Development Canada. I'm here as a Member of Parliament from Medicine Hat, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's appropriate when we talk about issues of crime and law and order that I also mention that I'm here as a husband and as a father, Mr. Speaker, because this is an issue that I think we all feel very acutely and personally. It is a pleasure, though, to talk today a bit about what was in the speech from the throne today. First of all, Mr. Speaker, wearing my hat as a Minister of Human Resources and Social Development. The Prime Minister yesterday and in the speech from the throne the other day, read by the Governor-General, talked about the need for this country to finally and forever get serious about the issue of tackling crime and making our communities safer. And I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that in order to do that, an all-of-government approach is required. And I think the Prime Minister has signaled his intention to do exactly that. It wasn't very long ago in Winnipeg that the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health talked about an anti-drug strategy, a national anti-drug strategy that was designed to steer young people away from drugs, Mr. Speaker, but also to ensure that those people who are addicted get the help they need. I feel that in my portfolio, Mr. Speaker, we do a number of things, and I'm proud of this, that are designed especially to help young people so that they do not get drawn into a life of crime, which is an easy temptation, Mr. Speaker, in neighborhoods that have broken down where families are not stable. And to that end, Mr. Speaker, we provide a lot of programming aimed at helping youth, in fact targeting youth in many cases, whom are the ones that are most likely to get drawn into that kind of situation. We do that through the youth employment strategy, Mr. Speaker, but we also have launched a number of new initiatives that are very important initiatives, and I want to touch on them briefly, Mr. Speaker. We have done things like announce in the budget new labour market agreements that allow us to work with the provinces so that we reach out to all those individuals who aren't eligible for employment insurance, people who have been on social assistance, Mr. Speaker, people for whom, whatever reason, have not been able to get into the workforce and need a helping hand from the government. And this is a very significant initiative, $3 billion over the next 6 years, Mr. Speaker. And we believe this is an important way to reach out, for instance, to people who left school early, have struggled to find work, and to give them the helping hand they need to get into employment and avoid that life, Mr. Speaker. We've also announced an apprenticeship incentive grant, which we think will help 100,000 people a year get into the trades, Mr. Speaker. We've doubled the size of the Aboriginal Skills Employment Program, which benefits Aboriginals around the country, but certainly in the north. And I point out, Mr. Speaker, that we have very high levels, unfortunately, of crime on reserve in many parts of the country, and certainly north of 60. We have very, very high levels of violent crime, 9 times the national average, for instance, in places like Nunavut, Mr. Speaker. So we believe these initiatives are extraordinarily important in terms of preventing crime and reaching out to people who are vulnerable and ultimately to giving them some hope, Mr. Speaker. So as a Minister of Human Resources, these are some of the new initiatives that we've undertaken. I want to highlight one other initiative that I think is important, and I see a member of the opposition across the way whom I discussed this with the other day. That is the homelessness partnering strategy, Mr. Speaker, which is an initiative that we put in place a number of months ago. It's designed to work at a community level, where we have communities really lead the charge in identifying how we can best help people who find themselves homeless, knowing, Mr. Speaker, that the best way to start to give them the help they need is to put a roof over their head first. And even before that, Mr. Speaker, to prevent homelessness. And we think that can be best done at the community level. And this new initiative brings together the federal, provincial, and municipal governments, and certainly the not-for-profit organizations who on the ground are the real experts, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud of that initiative. I'm looking forward to working with local groups to achieve some of the ends that I've just discussed, Mr. Speaker. But I want to now, if I can, change hats, Mr. Speaker, and talk as a Member of Parliament from the riding of Medicine Hat about an issue that is vitally important to Canadians. You know, Mr. Speaker, I come from a rural riding. I would say it's a riding not unlike that of those of many members in this House. It's a riding where chiefly peopled by a lot of middle-class Canadians who enjoy relative prosperity, Mr. Speaker, but of course there's a range of incomes in that riding. And nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that these people seem to have a pretty good situation in general, many people, when I tour around the ridings and go to town hall meetings, as I did this fall, raise the issue of crime. And they are concerned deeply about crime. You know, I always argue, Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's a more fair people in the world than Canadians. They are fair to a fault. They believe in fairness. And by extension, Mr. Speaker, I believe that they also feel very strongly that there must be justice in this country. And I think very often they believe that we do not have a very just justice system in Canada today. And I want to talk about that for a moment. As I mentioned a minute ago, we have a pretty good, I think, part of the world that we live in. But when you talk to people, whether it's young people who very often themselves are the victims of youth crime, or whether it's older people who very often are afraid of sometimes the chaos that they find on the streets of their communities in the form of property crime, Mr. Speaker, or sometimes very aggressive panhandling, or whether it's people who are worried about the rapid rise in drug use and ultimately the crime that springs from that, Mr. Speaker, people are concerned. And when we see stories like the story we saw recently of a young constable who was murdered in Hay River, or, Mr. Speaker, when we see some of the terrible gun violence that we see on the streets of Toronto, Jane and Finch, people are extraordinarily concerned about this, and they wonder why we don't do more to provide police officers with the tools they need and Crown prosecutors with the tools they need in order to bring this problem under control. And, Mr. Speaker, I would be extraordinarily remiss if I didn't point out that as an opposition member of Parliament, I certainly spoke on these issues a number of times over the years, but there are others in this place who've done far more than I have to draw attention to this. And I think about a couple of members of Parliament on our side who have announced that they will soon be leaving this place, Mr. Speaker. They've announced their retirement. I think of my friend from Calgary Northeast who chairs the Justice Committee, and I think of my friend, the Member of Parliament from Wildrose, who both spoken eloquently in this place for years about the need to provide precisely those tools to Crown prosecutors and to the RCMP and local police forces so they can do their job. Mr. Speaker, this government has made this a priority since the time we came to power, and we have brought forward a number of measures to attempt to address some of the issues that are raised by my constituents. And I think we've in fact introduced something like 13 different pieces of legislation dealing with the issues of criminal justice in this place. The sad fact, though, Mr. Speaker, is unfortunately, almost at every turn, these initiatives have been thwarted by the opposition. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to say, and I'm simply required by honesty to point out that it's not the people that you might suspect it to be that is thwarting a lot of these initiatives. Sometimes we run into problems with the Bloc and the NDP in trying to get these things through, but I can tell you overwhelmingly it's the Liberals who are standing in the way of delivering measures, Mr. Speaker, that will make Canadians safer. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, they do this in one of the most sneaky and underhanded ways possible. On the one hand, Mr. Speaker, they stand up and in a place like this and they talk about the need to address these problems, And then when the cameras are off, Mr. Speaker, they go into committee and they gut individual pieces of legislation and try and send them hollow back to this place, Mr. Speaker. And if they do pass, they go to the Senate, where the Liberals sit on them in the Senate, to the point where, of course, ultimately those bills do not go forward. And as a result, Mr. Speaker, we're in a new Parliament, and now we're asking for the authority of this place to go ahead and pursue some of this legislation aggressively, so we can do exactly what we told Canadians we would do, which is bring in legislation and provide tools to the police and to Crown prosecutors so that we can make our streets safe again. And, Mr. Speaker, there isn't a member of Parliament in this place who isn't touched by this every day. You know, I get very frustrated on this issue, Mr. Speaker, because I don't think there's any more important role that we have than to ensure the protection of the citizens of our country. The throne speech speaks about this country's commitment to peace, order, and good government. And I can tell you, I'm never more proud as a member of Parliament than when we do something to protect the most vulnerable in this country. And that's exactly what we will be doing if we start to address some of the issues that were laid out in the speech from the throne. And, Mr. Speaker, I think I'd best just do that by talking a little bit about some of the pieces of legislation that we brought forward in the past that were stymied by the opposition, in particular by the Liberals, and then talk about the need to bring them forward again in a new bill, the Tackling Violent Crime Initiative that the Prime Minister spoke of yesterday. One of the most important pieces of legislation that we offered in the last Parliament, Mr. Speaker, was C-10. C-10 would provide a mandatory minimum sentence, a mandatory minimum penalty for firearms offences. In other words, Mr. Speaker, what that means is that there would be a minimum amount of time that someone would have to serve if they were found guilty of committing a crime with a firearm. That would mean that judges would no longer have the latitude of allowing someone to walk away without serving any time at all, Mr. Speaker. And I think that is common sense to the great majority of Canadians. Sadly, that was never observed in many, many cases, Mr. Speaker, and the result is that people ultimately completely lose confidence in the justice system in this country. And they start to throw up their hands and say, what's the point? And people quit even reporting crimes after a while, Mr. Speaker. And this bill that we brought in, C-10, was designed to address some of those concerns. Mr. Speaker, that bill was stalled in committee for 252 days, and the bill died after a total of 414 calendar days before Parliament. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we brought that bill forward. The public was with us. The opposition spoke in favor of these types of initiatives during the election campaign. But when the rubber meets the road, Mr. Speaker, when they had a chance to do something to protect Canadians, they stood in front of us, Mr. Speaker, and blocked our way. And they should be ashamed of that, Mr. Speaker, because I can tell you there's not a member across the way who doesn't have people come into their office every week and complain about the crime they read about, hear about, or experience, Mr. Speaker. And they want something done. And it never happens because the opposition stands in the way. They stood in the way of it, Mr. Speaker, when they were the government for 13 years. Now's the time to start to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, another bill we brought forward was the reverse onus on bail for firearms offenses, C-35. It was stalled in committee for 64 days, and the bill died after a total of 211 days before Parliament. What does this mean? What does this bill do? This bill ensures that if you are accused of a gun crime, you have to show why you should not be kept in jail while awaiting trial, Mr. Speaker. And that would apply to people who are accused of using a firearm to commit certain offenses, including attempted murder, discharging a firearm with a criminal intent, sexual assault with a weapon, aggravated sexual assault, kidnapping, hostage-taking, robbery, and extortion, Mr. Speaker. We're simply asking that these people demonstrate when they are accused of those crimes, that they should be allowed to get bail. So the onus would be reversed. They would have to demonstrate that, Mr. Speaker. And if you think about what is at stake, I really don't think that is too much to ask, because what is at stake, Mr. Speaker, is the safety of ordinary men and women and children in this country who want nothing more than to go about their lives and pursue whatever it is that pleases them, Mr. Speaker. But again, we were stymied in our attempt to bring forward this common-sense legislation that was supported by the Premier of Ontario, by the Mayor of Toronto, Mr. Speaker, jurisdictions where they all too often see the results of laws that do not adequately address the problems of crime. Unfortunately, again, stymied by the other side. Another bill that, Mr. Speaker, we are anxious to bring forward is C-27, which deals with the issues of dangerous offenders. This is a bill that was stalled in committee for 105 days. The bill died after a total of 248 days before Parliament. And this is a bill that creates a presumption of dangerousness so that when an individual has been convicted 3 or more times of violent sexual crimes, it would be up to that person again to prove that they should not be regarded as a dangerous offender. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. Honestly, I can't understand why the opposition would stand in the way of what is very common sense legislation in my mind, because if we are committed to that ideal of peace, order, and good government, we have to back it up with legislation and resources, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would argue that the opposition has failed us on that count, irrespective of what they say during election campaigns when it's very popular to appear to be law and order parties, Mr. Speaker. Another one that we have brought forward, Mr. Speaker, is the age of dealing with the age of consent, the age of protection. It was tabled in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, on June 22nd, 2006. It has been endorsed by the Kids Internet Safety Alliance and the Canadian Crime Victims Foundation. It was stalled in committee for 175 days and died after a total of 365 days before Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it seeks to raise the age of consent from 14 to 16, Mr. Speaker, which to me is so obvious. It's such an obvious way, Mr. Speaker, to protect, again, the most vulnerable people in our society, children. But again, Mr. Speaker, we find all kinds of odd and strange justifications for not pursuing this, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, where is the conviction that we have an obligation as legislators to protect vulnerable people in this society? Mr. Speaker, this is a common sense, I would argue, a common sense initiative that, again, has been thwarted by the opposition. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about C-32, drug-impaired driving. It was introduced into the House on November 21, 2006, referred to the Justice Committee in February 2007. Despite being endorsed by Mothers Against Drunk Driving, C-32 died after 149 days in committee, and the bill died after a total of 213 days before Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And this simply would give police the tools they need to better detect and investigate drug and alcohol-impaired driving, and penalties for impaired driving would be increased. Persons suspected of being impaired by a drug would be required to submit to a roadside sobriety test, and if they failed, to provide a blood or urine sample to confirm whether or not they had consumed a drug. Mr. Speaker, I again just remind members how often we see in the newspapers and on TV and have people come into our office to talk about the terrible effects of the scourge of drug and alcohol-impaired driving, Mr. Speaker. But again, when the opposition had an opportunity to help us deal with this, Mr. Speaker, and make Canadians safer, they failed us at every turn, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I stand today, and I'm very proud to speak in favor of the initiatives outlined in the speech from the throne, and speak in favor of the Justice Minister, the Public Safety Minister, and the Prime Minister for their unwavering stance in favor of giving police, Crown prosecutors more tools, Mr. Speaker, because I really do believe it is our duty and our obligation as legislators to make sure that we do everything we can in our power to protect the most vulnerable people in our society.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is normal, following the speech from the throne, for various ministers to come forward, especially in this case, which is the first minister following the Prime Minister, to come forward and announce and talk about measures that their own department is taking. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is a Minister of Human Resources, whose department, of course, had cuts to literacy funding, for example, last year, we are facing in this country a grave problem in terms of the skills shortage. We heard not a word, Mr. Speaker, about those very, very fundamental and important challenges, about those cuts that his government made to his department to literacy, right? He shows no interest whatsoever in these subjects. Is the problem that he really wants to be the Justice Minister, Mr. Speaker? Certainly crime is a concern for all of us, and we're interested in passing good legislation that makes sense, smart legislation to combat crime, Mr. Speaker. But if he wants to be Minister of Justice, why doesn't he resign as Minister of Human Resources? And let me ask him, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask him also, from where does his party adopt this practice of telling the big whopper? Because we have heard that party say over and over, 1,000 times, they talk about 13 years. The 13th anniversary of the 93 election was when they'd been in government for 9 months. For nearly a year, Mr. Speaker, they'd been in government. It was 12 years and 2 months. He knows that full well. So what I want to know is what benefit do they see? What advantage does he think they gain from telling this enormous untruth over and over and over, and most of all, in their cynicism, from what period in time, from what part of the history of the world do they adopt this practice of telling this untruth over and over and over?
Honourable the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if that is the extent of the criticism that the Liberals have to offer, I would suggest they will spend many, many more years in opposition. Mr. Speaker, 12 years and 2 months probably seemed like a lot more than even 13 years to Canadians. And I suggest that they're very glad that those 12 years and 2 months are over, Mr. Speaker. We've moved on to a new era where we're actually doing a few things, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm duty-bound to address a couple of the issues that the member raises. He talks about whether or not I'm allowed to speak on issues dealing with criminal justice. I remind the member that I did say at the outset that an all-of-government approach is needed to deal with these issues, and I talked a little bit about some of the important initiatives that we have set in motion, including, Mr. Speaker, important initiatives to ensure that we provide stability to families and give them jobs, Mr. Speaker, initiatives like the new labour market agreements, which have a very large literacy component. I would remind my friend, and I would point out to my friend that we are talking about $3 billion, Mr. Speaker, over the next 6 years that will go towards ensuring people who have struggled to get into the workforce will get literacy and basic skills training, Mr. Speaker, which is a lot more than any suggested cuts that my friend referred to, Mr. Speaker. And I point out to him that under the previous government, the literacy programming that they put in place, according to the Canadian Council of Learning, had no measurable effect on outcomes over the period between 1994 and 2004, Mr. Speaker. So I guess the question is, Mr. Speaker, if you're spending money and getting no measurable effect, what good is it, Mr. Speaker? Why not take that money and put it into things that make a difference in people's lives?
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A good speech can often be recognized not only because of what is said, but also by what's left out and disregarded. When you talk about the crime rate going up, you're also talking about another situation, and that is poverty. And in that sense, I would put my question to the minister who just spoke. He's responsible for a number of different files, but I'll talk about only two of them. Employment insurance is one, and there was a proposal to extend in a number of regions of Quebec 5 additional weeks of EI benefits, and that would help people who are going through very difficult times, because I know them very well. I'm from the Gaspésie Magdalen Islands region, and there are a lot of people who wind up in very tough jobs with very low wages. For example, there are people in tourism that work in motels, and they have split shifts, 15 or 20 hours a week, minimum wage, and 55% of that wage, as you can see, automatically, these people who may be heads of a household, they're in poverty. And that all plays into the situation that the minister was just describing. Another factor is young people. The summer job placement program. This government made a huge mistake. They recognized it and tried to fix it up a little bit, but the damage was already done. And the message was heard loud and clear by young people, and that is that this government doesn't care one whit about the unemployed who are in a difficult situation bordering on poverty, nor do they care about young people who'd like to be able to come back to their home region and get a job that would give them the opportunity to come back to their home region and perhaps do something, contribute to society. So I think the minister has already had a chance to say this in his presentation. I know this might displease some people, what I'm saying now, but I want people to wake up to this situation that's going on all across Canada. And maybe then they might have some empathy for their situation. So I'd like to get a response from the minister. Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Said during my speech, as a member of Parliament, and I suspect this is shared around the House, I feel proudest as a member when we do something to help the most vulnerable people in society. I don't think we should discount the impact a strong economy has on producing jobs that do give people more options, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we are now enjoying the lowest levels of unemployment in our history. That said, I know, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sensitive to the fact that in certain regions that has not occurred. And that means that we must do something to help people in those areas. I'm proud of the fact that my predecessor put in place the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers, which was supported by members of the Bloc Québécois, precisely to ensure that people in regions that have been hard hit by layoffs have options. And, Mr. Speaker, today we've announced no less than 9 different initiatives in Quebec to help give people the training they need, because better-paying jobs do require upgrading of skills so that they can step into better jobs. Mr. Speaker, we provide $2 billion a year through employment insurance delivered by the provinces to ensure that there's more training for people at the provincial level. We put in place the new labour market agreements, Mr. Speaker, I referred to earlier, $3 billion over 6 years. The apprenticeship incentive grant, Mr. Speaker. There's so many different initiatives we've undertaken. That said, Mr. Speaker, sometimes people can't use them, which is why we've also enriched EI benefits, Mr. Speaker. We've also reduced premiums, Mr. Speaker, and we are open to other suggestions, and we are, Mr. Speaker, going to do everything we can to make sure that people in all parts of this country, with all its challenges, have options to get back into the job market where possible, and where not, Mr. Speaker, we'll do what we can to make sure that we can provide them with income support.
The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie, a very brief question.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to say to the Minister this morning that I heard him in his initial comments reach out and say that he wanted to, as Minister, lead a study or an effort of a nonpartisan nature to deal with the issue of the disparity gap and poverty in this country. It was good to see him actually admit that there are some vulnerable and at-risk folks and families out there across Canada. And so I'm here this morning, given that the Liberals have put poverty out there as their #1 priority, to ask him if he in his role wouldn't lead the charge to, as we brought forward in the House just a few months ago, the need for a comprehensive anti-poverty strategy. I'm going to be bringing it before the Standing Committee on Human Resources and Social Development. Will he support that? Will he get his members behind that so that we can bring all Canadians together around this question?
A brief response from the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, when I met the member in my office a while ago, we talked about this issue. I told him he should bring this before the committee. I suggested they should finish the employability study in committee because that is absolutely tied to this whole issue. But, Mr. Speaker, we're waiting for him to do that. I said, by all means, bring it forward. I would encourage our members on the committee to deal with it. The only thing I asked of him, Mr. Speaker, is that he take into account private sector measures like roaring economy and labour training that can be used to deal with the issue of poverty, which we're all concerned about, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to rise today to talk about this newest neo-Republican manifesto that we have, or what members across the way call it, the speech from the throne. It's interesting, I'd say, Mr. Speaker, when I look at the front cover, that it has a picture of a young boy waving a Canadian flag that is blurred and fading. And it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that's an apt analogy. It's an apt analogy for the vague and blurred vision they set out in the scant 16 pages that follow. I was also intrigued, Mr. Speaker, as no doubt many Canadians were, when I saw that the conclusion of this document was titled The North Star. Now, we all know that the Prime Minister is viewed as one of the minions of President Bush, but I didn't realize until yesterday that their goal was to have us become the North Star state, which is now apparent. But I guess the Conservative caucus, Mr. Speaker, they must figure that if they're going to adopt the Republican platform holus bolus, they may as well go all the way. Mr. Speaker, I'll try to ignore the heckling from the harping seals across the way, although I recognize, I do hope, rather, that they've received permission from the Prime Minister's office, because otherwise they'll be hauled on the carpet, obviously, for acting in this way. Mr. Speaker, regular Canadians from across this country are concerned with the wrong-headed direction this government is taking us, this regime is taking us in. By walking away from Kyoto and embarrassing us internationally in the process, by having no strategy whatsoever on child poverty and no real interest, there's a void, Mr. Speaker, in their document when it comes to any hint of a plan to help our struggling manufacturing sector meet the challenges it faces, like, for instance, parity on the dollar. And I can tell you it isn't just manufacturing. It's agriculture, and it's certainly the fisheries. Fishermen, when they're selling into the U.S. market, for example, do much better, clearly, when our dollar is lower than when it's over $1 American. It creates problems, and I can tell you it has a big impact all over the country, but there's no process, there's no effort whatsoever from this government to address these things. Now, I did hear that my former law classmate, Elizabeth May, the leader of the Green Party, thought this was a green throne speech, in the sense that it embraces the concept of recycling. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I've forgotten to mention that I'm splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Kitchener-Waterloo. He'll be pleased to hear that I'm mentioning the fact that I'm splitting my time with him. But I have to agree with Elizabeth May, because this new agenda is nothing more than a thinly veiled, thinly disguised effort to recycle what are clearly a bunch of old ideas and failed policies this government's trotted out before. And how Bush League is that? I know that people in Nova Scotia are disappointed, Mr. Speaker. People like Carmelita Curry, a constituent of mine, who took the time last month to handwrite a 4-page letter. Now, Carmelita cannot understand why a government sitting on top of a $13 billion surplus is still mean-spirited enough to cut programs that help people living in poverty. that it's still mean-spirited enough to cut programs for people trying to learn to read who need help with that. That it's still mean-spirited enough to cut funding for community environmental volunteers. That it's still mean-spirited enough to cut support for our students who continue to face a heavy financial burden, Mr. Speaker. And she wonders why the Conservatives won't use the massive surpluses they inherited and at one time used to be so critical of to actually cut health care wait times like they promised. We've seen no real action on that, Mr. Speaker. She wonders why the neoconservatives felt the need to grow the surpluses even bigger by increasing the lowest income tax rate to 15.5% after our government had lowered it to 15%, thus harming the least able in our societies to face these issues. And why would a Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, betray Nova Scotia by not keeping his promise to honour the Atlantic Accord? Every Nova Scotian I've spoken to was surprised that there's not a single word in the speech from the throne about the so-called side deal that was cooked up in some back room and is still to see the light of day. The one thing that's certain, Mr. Speaker, is that Nova Scotians know they cannot trust this Prime Minister. They know he betrayed them by killing the Atlantic Accord, a deal that was signed, Mr. Speaker, by the former Martin government and the former Ham government provincially. And what did we get in its place? In its place, a handful of magic beans and an assurance that our province will get less funding over at least the next decade. No signed text, no supporting documents, no memorandum of understanding, no accountability, no transparency. Some deal, Mr. Speaker, some government, some Prime Minister. This Prime Minister may be able to intimidate his cowering caucus into conspicuous silence. But the Nova Scotia media hasn't been fooled, Mr. Speaker, and will not be kept from telling the truth on this. Halifax Herald columnist Jim Meek correctly noted that, and I quote, "It took the new Harper government a year and a bit to tear Ham's Accord to shreds." And Mr. Meek goes on to point out that quote, "The new pact may not be worth the paper it's not written on. The new pact may not be worth the paper it's not written on," unquote. And he explains, of course, that even federal finance officials told him they had no background documents to release on the file. Shameful, Mr. Speaker. And in the Halifax Daily News, columnist David Rodenizer asked, how can this be considered an agreement, and I quote, when there isn't so much as a memorandum of understanding outlining what both sides have agreed to? Any other time governments reach an agreement of this sort involving money or responsibilities, Mr. Speaker, these agreements get written down and all sides sign on the dotted line, as we know, unquote. Mr. Rodenizer concludes that the Conservatives' empty promises and their petty, mean, vindictive treatment of member from Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley do nothing but deepen cynicism in Nova Scotia towards the Prime Minister and his gang of lapdogs. And of course, the Defence Minister's snarling reply to the same member in yesterday's question period was disgraceful. It's a bit rich, Mr. Speaker, for him to claim that the honourable member, my colleague from Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley, was not working in the interests of Nova Scotians. Imagine how shameful. The minister even derided the honourable member's strong stand as a personal crusade. Mr. Speaker, that dog won't hunt. And I can tell you today, Mr. Speaker, that that cynicism will deepen when Nova Scotians and Canadians see that this government's neoconservative manifesto, or the throne speech, is devoid, really, of any of the values, any of the beliefs that make Canada really the greatest country on the planet. Those people could be forgiven, Mr. Speaker, those Nova Scotians and Canadians, for looking at the youngster on the cover of this document and thinking that this Prime Minister, too, is waving, that he's waving farewell to Nova Scotia. And like the flag that the youngster is holding, the Prime Minister's vision for our country is indeed blurred and fading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with some interest to my colleague from Nova Scotia, the honourable member opposite, and I listened with some interest to his version of and his view of the world and his view of the Accord. And Mr. Speaker, I guess my question to the honourable member is quite simple. I know that he was part and parcel to the agreement in 2005 when the Accord was ratified, and I thank him for his work on that. It was finally ratified by the then Martin Liberal government. And the honourable member would also know, so I wonder why he continues, along with the member from Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley, continues to mislead the Nova Scotia public on what's available on the Accord and what's not available on the Accord, because the member would know that the 2005 Accord, as it was signed, every I dotted, every T crossed on the 2005 Equalization Agreement, as promised by the Prime Minister, is one of the options available to Nova Scotia. And he would also know, and he should tell the truth, he would also know that what he has espoused and what the honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley has espoused, which is the Accord as it was signed in 2005, 100% of the offshore available in the offset agreement, move forward on the new O'Brien or 10-province formula, equalization formula, would actually be worth less money to the province of Nova Scotia, and actually, Mr. Speaker, be worth $497 million less. So there is some confusion around this, but to add to that confusion really is patently disrespectful and misleading as a parliamentarian, Mr. Speaker.
I agree.
Member for Halifax West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague knows full well that I'm not misleading the House at all on this matter, and in fact there is no written agreement now on this so-called side deal. It's really hard to tell what it is when there's nothing to look at. There's no signed document to examine. They make all kinds of claims about it, but it's one thing also that's clear even from their own claims, is that there's less money for Nova Scotia over the next decade at least. So I don't know what he's talking about, Mr. Speaker, and I guess it reminds me, I have to ask him, when I look at comments in the past, for instance, the Canadian Press story on April the 2nd of this year, which referred to the Minister of Defence, his colleague from Central Nova, who insisted the Accord was not in jeopardy, he said. And quote, "The Accord's still there, still intact, except the addition is that there's a new equalization formula." Now, Mr. Speaker, was he misleading, it was the Defence Minister now, was he misleading the House then, or is he misleading the House now? And that's the question. Was he misleading Nova Scotians then or now? You can't have it both ways. This member wants to claim that the Accord was intact in the budget last year. Well, that's not the evidence, Mr. Speaker, but in fact you can't have it both ways. You can't say that and say now they've fixed the problem, when they said there was no problem at the time. The member for Central Nova, in fact, on March 22nd said in this House about the budget, "This fulfills and builds up the government's commitment to respect the offshore accords." Again, if that was the case, then why did he have to develop a side deal? Was he misleading the House then, or is he misleading the House now?
I think the honourable member for Halifax West will want to be careful. I noticed the questioner was careful to avoid suggesting that any member misled the House. We know that doesn't happen. There's, of course, the public might be misled, but that's another issue. The honourable member for Winnipeg North on a brief question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just curious, listening to the member for Halifax West's comments where he says it's the government can't have it both ways. It strikes me today that this is rather like the pot calling the kettle black, and I'm wondering how the member actually can account for his own party's position of criticizing this government on many issues and expressing opposition to the speech from the throne, yet clearly indicating that he and other colleagues are prepared to support this government. When will this member and others in the Liberal Party make up their minds and decide which side of the fence they're on? And are they going to stand up and be counted, or are they going to continue to support the government of the day?
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad my honourable colleague asked this question because it raises the same question about the NDP. How can the NDP have it both ways? How is it that they could, for example, abstain from the vote on softwood lumber in order to avoid an election? I mean, was that not an important issue for Canada from their point of view? Perhaps they don't think it was particularly an important concern in spite of the fact that it concerns and affects so many communities across this country. You know, I know of lumber mills in my province, and I know there's certainly many, many all over the country that have been affected, and a lot of employees affected by that, but they ignore it. But let's face it, Mr. Speaker, I think the Canadians sent us here to do a job. They sent us here to make Parliament work for as long as it can, to do our best, to be as reasonable as we can, to try to work together. Now, I think it is true that the government is trying to act as if they have a majority, Mr. Speaker, and they have to start recognizing that they have to consult with other parties and try to cooperate and try to develop consensus and bring forward bills that reflect consensus and that can achieve consensus in this House, Mr. Speaker. But to say, you know, that we should throw all that away and that she wants to have an election, well, that's very nice, but it strikes me that I don't know why she wants that when I saw the latest poll that her party's actually down, Mr. Speaker. So maybe they made their decision. Well, of course, we have the fact that their party announced their decision before they even read the speech from the throne. So I guess it's no surprise, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on the speech from the throne. I'm going to try to start out in a positive note, and I want to end on a positive note. Let me start by congratulating my colleague from the Yukon for his hard work on bringing some light to what has happened on human rights abuses in Burma, and congratulate all members of this House for making Aung San Suu Kyi the third honorary Canadian citizen. And I think that was something that we can all be proud of. Of course, the second honorary Canadian citizenship was afforded to Nelson Mandela, who did so much to fight against apartheid, dedicated his life to fighting against apartheid, and who, when he came out of lengthy period of imprisonment, he ended up starting the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and making sure that South Africa could maintain civil society. And I congratulate him on that. The first person who was an honorary citizen was Raoul Wallenberg. And he was a Swedish diplomat in Budapest in 1944. And his role in fighting to save Jews in the Holocaust from the Nazis and the Arrow Cross was something that is to be admired by everyone. And for us in Canada to make him the first honorary Canadian citizen, I think speaks well of our country. Unfortunately, Mr. Wallenberg died in a Soviet gulag. And I mentioned Budapest, and that's the city of my birth. I was born in '46, and my family came to this country 50 years ago. And my father, who was a Jew, lived through the Holocaust, and he lived through the brutal dictatorship of Joseph Stalin as well. So along the way, my family has a very deep appreciation for human rights and civil liberties. And one of the things that I really have a deep appreciation for, that I have fought for in my parliamentary career, opposed my government when we were in government, and it related to human rights. And the one document I take my guidance from is our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And you know, I've been here 50 years.
25 years without the Charter, 25 years with the Charter. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am deeply disappointed that the throne speech and the actions of the government have not made any mention of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is supposed to unite all of us under the law. And that's what the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is about. Mr. Speaker, that to me is very disappointing. There's no mention of it in the speech. Now, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about citizenship. We're talking about citizenship. I hold in my hand a document which is the United Nations report on the homeless, the stateless. The United States report on the stateless, it's quoted here. And I'm very disappointed to see Canada featured in this report. And we are featured in this report because we got citizenship laws in this country that make people stateless. Now, the speech from the throne talks about citizenship, the honorary citizenship. But, Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that when you have a Canadian veteran who fought for this country in the Second World War, that the birthright of his child should be recognized. And that's not the case. We have a Canadian veteran son who's taking this case through the courts, Mr. Joe Taylor. His father fought for the liberty of this country, and the government is taking him to court and said they'll take him all the way to the Supreme Court because he won a decision ordering the government to restore his citizenship. Mr. Speaker, we have a written up in The Economist, the international magazine, and it says "Lost in Kafka Land," and it shows a little old lady, a 70-year-old woman, being kicked out of this country, denied citizenship because of archaic laws. Mr. Speaker, I cannot underline strongly enough the importance for our reputation abroad that we bring the Citizenship Act of this country in compliance with the Charter of Rights and Freedom. And this is the 25th anniversary, and it's time. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was over in Australia, and he said to the Australian Parliament and to the press, "I have Senate envy. You elect your senators." Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister should have had citizenship envy, because Australia, that suffered from many of the same problems that we do regarding citizenship in this country, Mr. Speaker, suffered from the same problems. They enacted their Citizenship Act on July the 1st on our Canada Day. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's time for us to catch up. We do not belong. We do not belong in the stateless list in the refugee magazine of the United Nations. Mr. Speaker, the other issue I have is, well, can be positive all the time, but I'm going to say, Kyoto from great, from hero to zero. That's right there. The Colonial Accord, Mr. Speaker, that is inexcusable. The level of child poverty in this country is inexcusable. I, Mr. Speaker, want to make a touch on some issues like the democratic deficit that I fought to help eliminate, make better in the previous government. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is back in spades. When we used to have members from the Reform Party standing up, we are here to speak for our constituents. And you sold me on it. I stand up and I speak for my constituents. Now you stand up and you speak for the government. Now, that's not the role of the Member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And I say that that really has to change. Promises made to bring in a new Citizenship Act by that government have been abandoned. Promises made by that government never to take away citizenship behind closed doors has been abandoned. Mr. Speaker, broken promises. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on another issue. The Prime Minister says, I want a mandate from this Parliament. I want a mandate to do my programs. I want to govern as if I had a majority. Well, I got news for the Prime Minister. A mandate for a majority comes from the citizens of this country through an election. It does not come from being passed or given over to by politicians. And Mr. Speaker, we want to talk about broken promises there, because the Prime Minister, present Prime Minister, when opposition leader, came up with some good suggestions as to how to democratize Parliament. Elect the committee chairs. The first thing he did when he came into office, he appointed the committee chairs. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to touch on this thing about the neoconservative crime-fighting agenda. Mr. Speaker, that government over there, you know, if they would have read, the crime rates are coming down. They're coming down. 10%. The chiefs of police said to reduce crime in this country, we're not going to do it with more prison guards. We're not going to do it with more police. We're going to do it through social development. Mr. Speaker, this government is trying to make Canada as safe as the United States of America, because they're the best laboratory to show you that your neoconservative approach does not work. Now, Mr. Speaker, I told you I was going to end on a positive note, and I want to point to my community in Waterloo region. City of Waterloo, celebrating the 150th anniversary. University of Waterloo, celebrating their 50th anniversary. Right. Canada's Technology Triangle, celebrating their 20th anniversary. Communitech, celebrating their 10th anniversary. Mr. Speaker, we have in our community something that the government could take a great lesson from. Our prosperity in the new economy is based on investing in education. It's based on investing in research and development. And, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to represent the riding that brought to this country the BlackBerry, a company that 14 years ago had 13 employees. Now they have over 5,000 employees, and they are growing. And I'm going to close with the spirit. And we're a spirit of Waterloo. At Waterloo, we do things differently. Innovation has always been encouraged and rewarded, not just in research center across campus, but in the classroom and the studio, on stage, and the playing field, and in the workplace. We are not a traditional university. Why? Don't ask why. We ask why not. Why not have no child poverty? Why not have a planet that has Kyoto? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say to the member who just spoke that he alluded to the fact that I, because I'm on the side of the House, don't speak for my constituents. I would suggest to him, if he goes to Wild Rose and wants to make that statement, he better wear a hard hat, because that simply isn't true. But getting to crime and the topic that we started off with today, and specifically when the member talks so much about the rights and that come under the Charter and the protection of people and all that, I'd like to ask him if he could explain to me why. In 1993, when I came here, my colleague from Calgary Northeast and I began right away on a project of doing things to create legislation to protect children from child pornography, sexual assaults, all the terrible things that were happening to kids. We wanted to raise the age of consent back in those years. And we fought with this government time and time and time again. I sat on the Justice Committee, and I've seen the Liberals and the Bloc. I'll have to give credit to the NDP. They pretty well were fighting on the right side. But for the protection of children, this constantly was a thing that was brought before this House and was never accomplished. For 14 years, child pornography was never addressed by that government. And today, 14 years later, legislation regarding the age of consent and those kinds of laws that would protect our kids are finally finished, this House, and arrive at the Senate and sit there for months, simply because it's a Liberal majority. Why, I would ask this member, are the Liberals so objective to getting some things accomplished to protect our kids in this country, like stamping out child pornography and raising that age of consent?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I I will remind the member, he was one of the ones who taught me as to how to stand up and speak for my constituents, and I haven't seen much of that lately coming from that member. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of what he just raised, he and I sat on some committees relating to child porn, and I will say that it was the government, the previous government, that put in legislation on child tax tourism, and that is to charge Canadian citizens abroad if they engage in that activity. And the proof is in the pudding. The charges have been laid, the warrants are out, and as soon as that person is caught, he's going to be extradited back to Canada to face justice. But let me tell him about the crime prevention, because this is something I know a little bit about. Prior to becoming a member of Parliament, I was involved in crime prevention. And I do know that if you spend $1 on prevention, you save $7 on incarceration. I know it costs more money to put one person in jail for a year than it takes to put somebody through university with room and board paid for 4 years. I know that one of the causes that we have for crime and we have to take campaigns up against is to fight bullying in the schools. And that is one of the most important crime prevention tools that we can have. And I say to the member opposite that your Prime Minister is the poster child for a bully, and that is something that we should be addressing.
Questions and comments? The honourable honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened intently to the honourable member's comments in this House. And what disturbed me is his reference. He referred to our anti-crime agenda, our efforts to make our communities and streets safer, as being neoconservative. And yet, had he listened to his own leader's comments, the response to the throne speech, his own leader referred to and claimed that he was supporting 5 of our 6 initiatives in our anti-crime legislation. So is the honourable member accepting that, in fact, his own leader supports the so-called neoconservative agenda of our government, and yet he himself opposes it? He should bring some clarity to the question, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
I really love to engage in that debate. Let me say to the member from Abbotsford, I've been to his community, and there's a great injustice going on to many Mennonites that live in his community, and that's being denied citizenship unduly because their great-grandparents had religious weddings and not a civil wedding, so we consider their kids to be born out of wedlock, and I hope the member from Abbotsford with that constituency will do something to fight it. In terms of the issue on the crime, in our community, we are tough on crime in our community. I helped set up the Community Safety Crime Prevention Council. That was one of the things I worked on, and we have the best one going in the country outside of Quebec, where we got the chief of police, where we got the crown attorneys, where we got the social agencies, where we got the school officials, where we got the city officials working together to prevent crime. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that this whole war on drugs that you want to ape from the United States of America is very harmful. What you're going to end up doing is you're going to criminalize hundreds of thousands of young Canadians for no more than smoking marijuana.
Sorry, order. The time has expired. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former frontline police officer and police chief, I know the challenges that are faced every day by the men and women in uniform who patrol our streets. I am proud to be part of a government that appreciates the vital role law enforcement plays and is prepared to provide the resources and legislative tools needed to make our communities safe. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to pay tribute to Constable Christopher John Warden, who died tragically on October the 6th in the line of duty near Hay River in the Northwest Territories. On behalf of the people of Oxford County, where his wife Jody family lives, I would like to share our deepest sympathies and pay tribute to the courage and dedication he showed in protecting Canadians. There is no greater responsibility for a government than to defend the right of its citizens to safety and security. By tackling crime and strengthening the security of Canadians, this government is fulfilling its obligations and moving our country towards greater stability and prosperity. To achieve our overall goal of making Canada safer, we are committed to working on the legislative and program fronts, to provide resources to law enforcement, and to providing targeted support to victims and communities. Despite the opposition efforts to stall the majority of our crime legislation, the government has been moving forward with investments that are making our streets safer. The speech from the throne is a continuation of what the government has so far accomplished for Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to bring attention to a comment from my honourable member across the floor here today when he said that crime rates are falling. In fact, he's only partially true. The homicide rates in Canada fell, but other serious violent crime has risen in the last few years. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, perhaps 1 in 6 homicides were gang-related, and that's a relatively newer phenomenon. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to first discuss what we've so far achieved for Canadians. The government has a number of important achievements under its belt, and our renewed focus on tackling crime and protecting communities will build on our successes. To make our communities safer, we are committed to putting more police officers on the streets. The speech from the throne reaffirmed our commitment to provide resources to recruit 2,500 additional police officers on the streets. We are committed to ensuring that all Canadians live in safety and healthy communities. Canadians want effective solutions to the crime that plague their communities. We have also delivered on a campaign promise to begin to add 1,000 new RCMP personnel to focus on federal law enforcement priorities such as border security, guns, corruption, drugs, and organized crime. To train these new officers, we have allocated $37 million over 2 years for the RCMP to expand its National Training Academy, depot, and to accommodate new officers and build capacity to train more officers in the future. Furthermore, as part of our fight against organized crime, we committed $9 million to the RCMP integrated counterfeit enforcement teams, which play an integral role in safeguarding our economy. These highly trained teams, Mr. Speaker, have been strategically located in Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver, where the highest percentage of counterfeit notes are passed and seized. They work closely with the Bank of Canada and local and international law enforcement agencies to uncover and take action against counterfeit operations. The teams are already producing results, having scored several seizures of hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of counterfeit banknotes. Also, as part of our fight against organized crime, the Government of Canada, in partnership with the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, launched a new website called organizedcrime.ca. It will go a long ways towards building public awareness of how organized crime affects our lives. Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2007, we continued the important work of protecting Canadians with additional investments for law and order, as well as security. Most notably, we committed almost $64 million over 2 years to implement a new national anti-drug strategy. Nearly one-third, $21.6 million of this new funding will be dedicated to supporting increased law enforcement activities. We will specifically target illicit drug producers and traffickers, as well as the organized crime elements behind them, including gangs. Earlier this month, the Prime Minister unveiled the new anti-drug strategy. The speech from the throne clearly commits the government to implementing the strategy that will give law enforcement agencies powers to take on those who produce and push drugs on our streets. In addition to tougher laws, Mr. Speaker, the government will provide targeted intervention to prevent drug-related crime in communities and support victims. The new strategy will inform youth and their parents of the dangers of drug use and attempt to dissuade them from using drugs, offer help and treatment to those who use or are addicted to drugs, and punish those who prey on young people and others by producing and selling drugs. If you sell or produce drugs, you'll pay with jail time, Mr. Speaker. In keeping with our support for the police, we are working closely with the provinces, territories, and law enforcement partners to ensure that officers have the tools they need to significantly reduce illegal drug production and distribution operations. This should help cut off the supply of illicit drugs produced in lucrative marijuana grow-ops, as well as synthetic drug operations such as methamphetamine laboratories. Thank you. Ask any parent or grandparent including me, Mr. Speaker, and they will tell you that no resource is more precious than our children. Law enforcement agencies around the world are working more closely than ever in the area of preventing the sexual exploitation of children. They need protection from a vast array of predators and threats, whether they're walking along the streets of our communities or running down the blind alleys of the Internet. That's why Budget 2007 allocated an additional $6 million per year to enhance current activities aimed at protecting children from sexual exploitation and trafficking. Some of this funding will be allocated to the completion of the Canadian Image Data Bank, which will help investigators identify victims and offenders depicted in child sex abuse images. The Canadian database, which will be linked to the international one operated by Interpol, will ensure Canadian investigators are effective and efficient in these important investigations. A one-time contribution of $70,000 was also recently granted to cybertip.ca, Canada's national tip line for Internet-facilitated child sexual exploitation. Cybertip.ca works closely with law enforcement and is experiencing additional workload pressures resulting from the heightened awareness of Canadians, which is increasing the number of tips received from the public. But all of these speakers are not enough, Mr. Speaker. That is why the measure to protect families and communities against crime, including the threat of sexual predators, like those introduced in this morning's Tackling Violent Crime Bill, are so important. These reforms will further strengthen Canada's child protection laws, which are among the most comprehensive in the world. This investment will help our law enforcement agencies to, among other things, field test new tools and technologies to be used in the work of protecting children. Mr. Speaker, our first budget in 2006 committed $1.4 billion over 2 years to secure Canada's borders and better protect Canadians in their homes and communities. This government has taken action to facilitate the smooth flow of legitimate trade and travel while securing our borders. We recognize that this is vital to our national economy and will help protect the safety of our local communities. To that end, we're hiring 400 new permanent border officers to end dangerous work-alone situations. In addition, we are training and equipping a total of 4,800 border officers with sidearms. In fact, the first of these armed officers are now on the front lines. Mr. Speaker, we intend to move forward as quickly as possible on this important initiative. Mr. Speaker, there is no greater responsibility for a government than to protect the rights of citizens to safety and security. In the last session of Parliament, this government introduced a suite of legislation to fill this solemn duty, but some of the most important provisions did not pass. Despite the resistance by the opposition to pass laws that will make our streets safer, we made significant financial investments in law enforcement and safe communities. To complement these measures, the government will go farther with a safer communities strategy to deal with the critical intersection of drugs, youth, and property crime. We will bring forward new initiatives to fight the abuse of older adults, as well as the emerging threat of identity theft. With this package, Mr. Speaker, this government has all the bases covered. On the one hand, it will impose tough new penalties on the offenders, and on the other hand, it will provide targeted support to communities and victims. Mr. Speaker, these are measures whose time has come, and I encourage the honourable members of the House to acknowledge Canadians' right to safety by supporting the government's speech from the throne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt 1 to 2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listen very carefully to the honourable member's comments, Mr. Speaker, and I honour him with his contribution to Canada as a former police officer. Nobody has a hammerlock, Mr. Speaker, on public protection and the interests that we all have in reducing crime in our communities and across the country. Where we differ, perhaps, is in how we want to accomplish that goal. My colleague from Mount Royal, in fact, if we want to talk about facts, actually was part and parcel of introducing the child sex offender registry, some of the toughest anti-porn laws in the entire world against children, and an individual who's contributed mightily to public security. We want to work with the government to enhance that. So I asked Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague, a couple of questions. Why on earth would his government end the early learning Head Start program that this government put forward, a program asked for by the police, a program that ensures that children have their basic needs met, and in so doing, reduces youth crime 60%? My second question is talking about drugs. Yes, it is a scourge in our country, and we want to decrease drug use. Then why on earth would his government attempt to and challenge and try to eliminate the Insight Supervised Injection Program in Vancouver and the Naomi Project also in Vancouver, projects that have worked spectacularly well at reducing drug use among some of the toughest, most intractable drug users in Canada, bringing these people into treatment, reducing crime, reducing harm, reducing public disturbances, saving the taxpayer money, reducing demands on our healthcare system. A win-win situation for all concerned. So my question to the member, will he support the Insight Supervised Injection Program for 3 more years, and will they have a broader expansion of that program and the Naomi narcotic replacement program for drug addicts in Vancouver, and allow that to be spread across Canada for those people who have drug problems and should be treated as a medical problem, not a judicial problem?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to hear that my colleague opposite supports our crime prevention and our crime bills that we're going to bring forward here. This government, Mr. Speaker, in the last session provided a great deal of resources for families, and that's where we believe that the emphasis should be is on strong families, building strong families, and at the same time, we've provided a great number of tax dollars to crime prevention initiatives across the country, in each and every province. And I think, Mr. Speaker, if my honourable colleague looks at the whole package, he'll see that we've done a great deal on crime prevention and strengthening families.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I noted the members' statements about the general decline in homicides against the increase in other crimes. And despite the fact that he made mention of that, there was absolutely nothing in the throne speech to address that very thing, and that being crimes committed against women, the violence that women are experiencing, young women fleeing from abusive partners, Aboriginal women, 500 women missing and murdered from the streets of Canada, immigrant and migrant workers. All of these women face real violence and the reality of violence in their lives, and yet nothing in this throne speech to address that violence, nothing about affordable housing, nothing about childcare with an educational component, nothing about changes to employment insurance, maternity and paternal leave, the very things that would address the needs of women and would prevent the very crime that these members of this government give lip service to. And I would like to ask the member why there was nothing to change the direction of status of women in Canada, nothing to address the issues of women, nothing to prevent violence that they seem to be so particularly concerned about.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I listened to the question from the honourable member, and I share some of her concerns, obviously. You know, as I indicated, I was a police officer for 30 years, and I did spend a great deal of my time investigating criminal acts committed against various members of society. I was a member of organizations that supported the individuals of which she speaks. And so I understand that. But our laws, Mr. Speaker, are addressed to Canadians, and they include those people. And that's the whole issue of this crime-fighting agenda that we have, is to protect all Canadians, not one segment as opposed to another, but all Canadians. And I think that this particular package does that, Mr. Speaker. I think it does provide protection for Canadians, and those same victims of which he speaks are also members of our community that deserve to feel a strong and safe community in which they live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable member for the great speech that we heard this morning. Certainly his experience as a police officer for 30 years and also police chief, we certainly appreciate his perspective on this. As I traveled around my constituency this summer, Mr. Speaker, so many times the people in the riding of Crowfoot would ask us if this government was still going to proceed with their priorities, because they understood that the Liberals across the way and other opposition parties were doing everything they could to stifle and to slow down the agenda, the mandate that this government had as far as fighting crime and the other priorities that it had laid down. A number of speeches that we've heard this morning have spoken about exactly the process in which the Liberals took on this government. The process of especially on crime fighting, of passing things in the House, sending it to committee, and absolutely gutting the legislation as it came to committee. Then if it got through committee, allowing it to go to the Senate, and then just sitting on it, stalling the legislation, never letting it come back and receive royal assent. I'm wondering if this honourable member could speak a little bit about one of those areas, the area of tackling violent crime. We've seen that happen. Another thing that the Liberals did was they would, in order to show that they were tough on violent crime, they would extend or strengthen the maximum sentences that these criminals and these charged and convicted would receive, but never address the minimum mandatory prison term. So I'm wondering if he would talk a little bit about that at this time as a police officer. This government intends on violent gun crimes specifically to make sure that there is mandatory minimum sentences.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
And I thank the member from Crowfoot, who obviously has a serious interest in all of these matters. And Mr. Speaker, he's absolutely right. A great deal of this legislation, when it did eventually clear this House, ended up being stalled by the unelected Liberal majority in the Senate. Never got through the Senate to get royal assent, and it certainly has held up an agenda that Canadians wanted to see brought forward. And I would say that he is absolutely right. When you increase the mandatory, but there's no minimum in there, the courts tend to look at the very lowest end of the spectrum. And I've certainly heard the same comments as he's heard from people in our community about the revolving door from of people charged and convicted of very serious offenses back on the street and recommitting. It's an area that Canadians, I think, from coast to coast to coast have very well made clear to all of us that they want to see an end to. They want to see people who are prone to committing crime certainly do the time that is expected, and that's exactly what this suite of crime bills will do as they go through the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
I was happy to hear the member mention the drug strategy, and I wonder if you could just elaborate a bit, particularly in the area of treatment. I have a number of people in my riding that need treatment for drugs, as do all ridings, and they're constantly referring to the lack of facilities for drug treatment. And I wonder if there's anything in the plan to deal with that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the member of Yukon for your question. If you followed the release on the drug strategy, you would see that, in fact, there were provisions in that drug strategy for first trying to encourage young people not to be involved in drugs, but also in detox facilities.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I wish to inform you that I will be sharing my time with the member for Saint-Jean.
I'm very happy today to speak to the sub-amendment of the Bloc Québécois, which is intended to make this throne speech acceptable to Quebec, because the throne speech as it stands doesn't meet Quebec's needs, and so the Bloc has 5 conditions that would reflect what the Quebec nation wants. When I read the throne speech the first time, when I reread it, the first thing I noticed was that people who wanted to run as Conservatives in Quebec will have changed their minds now. Because when you announce that you want to extend the Afghan mission by 2 more years, up to 2011, when we know already that things are going wrong there, the mission's not working, it's not producing the desired results, and there's no balance between the military and the humanitarian and diplomatic efforts. Well, that's just not in keeping with what Quebecers want. At the same time, when it comes to the environment, the Conservative government is running completely counter to what Quebecers want. Quebec wants Kyoto implemented as soon as possible so that the planet can have a minimum quality and we can stop the deterioration of the environment. There's a strong consensus in Quebec, and that's not reflected at all in the throne speech. In fact, the Conservatives are going even further toward an association with the few countries that don't recognize Kyoto. So that's the second contradiction between the Conservatives' vision and Quebec's vision, what they want for the future. Personally, for my riding, what seems the most incredible is the lack of any concrete position on the forestry industry. This issue is present in all regions of Quebec. We need something serious to help the industry get through this crisis, and there's a consensus in Quebec that the federal government should do something. I heard the Quebec Premier, Jean Charest, the Minister of Natural Resources from Quebec. These are Liberals, Federalists, who wanted the federal government to intervene as quickly as possible. There's a consensus in Quebec. The federal government has to do something along these lines, but we see nothing about this in their throne speech. There are mere indications that the federal government is going to do its part. These are just the same old, it's the same old. But day by day, we hear that sawmills are being closed down, companies are going under, and this has serious consequences for workers and for the regions. And of course, when it comes to older workers, the Conservatives say they came up with a program, but it's like they don't really realize what's going on. In the throne speech, the last one, the Bloc Québécois had an amendment that was accepted to create a program for older workers, and a committee was to be struck, and there was to be a report. That deadline has been extended, and there still is no program for older workers. Meanwhile, people in their late 50s have been laid off, and their EIs run out, and they're on welfare. And some of them have developed illnesses, and unfortunately in my riding, some people have even committed suicide. So when you look at the federal surplus last year of $14 billion, that was, a lot of that went to servicing the debt, and more will go to it this fiscal year. At the same time, in society, we have people who've contributed their entire working lives, they have families to support, and when they lose their job, they have no bridge to get them from now to retirement, which is not that far off. So, in a society, it's not just a matter of creating wealth, but distributing it too. How should it be distributed? So that's the problem with the Conservatives and their throne speech. Something has to be done to correct the balance. The same thing for EI. There are pockets of unemployment all across Quebec, and a few years ago we managed to get 5 weeks added, but that wasn't part of an amendment to the Act. It was just a pilot project. So the Bloc has repeatedly asked, and finally the government did extend this to December 2007. We've had to push and push, but the government's done no evaluation of the situation. And if no firm stance is taken by December to extend this program, people affected by the forestry crisis, the manufacturing crisis, are going to fall into the situation that they used to have in the past, which is the spring black hole. Their EI runs out, they don't get welfare yet, they have to dig into their retirement savings or other savings to try to get through the hard times. So I read the Conservative speech, and if I lived in the country they were talking about, things would be a lot better. And hopefully, maybe it is better in other parts of Canada. But if it was like what's happening in Quebec all across the country, it would be terrible. In Quebec, This crisis has been going on for a number of years. There are things to be done, improvements to be made, but the crisis that is happening in Quebec, well, the throne speech doesn't seem sensitive to that at all. And I'm sure it's the same elsewhere in Canada. And it leads to contradictions like this. There was a federal program to help the regions out, integrating young people who drop out. In my region, we came up with a project along those lines. Under the former criteria, under the Liberals, the program would have been accepted, but the Conservatives changed the criteria and said it would only apply where the crime rate is very high. So a region that would have been entitled to assistance to help street youth doesn't get that anymore because our region has a low crime rate. Could you get any more ridiculous? Do people have to move to cities where there's a high crime rate in order to get access to this kind of program? That makes no sense. The Conservatives have to get over their obsession with crime and give people decent wages when they're working, decent support when they're on welfare, when they're unemployed, and that way they could get by, and make do, and support their families. But look what happens when you allow the gap between rich and poor to grow the way it has. That's what the Conservatives are actually encouraging, and that's what leads to these problems. That's what's unacceptable, ultimately. So Quebecers, don't find anything that speaks to them in this throne speech, whether it's Afghanistan, the forestry crisis, the federal spending power. And here we see in the throne speech, we were quite surprised. I took out my notes. There are passages that are exactly the same as what Jean Chrétien was saying when he was Prime Minister. Passages that say we have to continue being centralizing. We have to make sure that the federal government, when it sets up a program in an area of common or joint jurisdiction, it has to be the same thing all across the country. And this leads to absurd situations, for example, where in Quebec, we can't have a daycare system under the throne speech. According to the throne speech, if we were to do this in a way that wasn't the same as everywhere else in Canada, well, Quebec already has its daycare system. We should just get the money from the federal government. This system is fully satisfactory and the system works smoothly, so that's another thing that's unacceptable. And I'm not talking as a sovereignist here. I'm talking as a Quebecer, and we're just asking for Quebec's jurisdiction to be respected. I'm not talking about my political viewpoint. The Premier of Quebec has the same view and has said this for a few years now. It's been said over and over again, even before him. That's been the position for a long time. So that's why I find this throne speech today in no way corresponds with, is in keeping with what Quebecers want. The Bloc Québécois clearly set out what Quebecers wanted, and the federal government, the Conservative government, decided to ignore that. And I challenge anyone who's not a Conservative candidate yet, but would like to be, I challenge them to run in Quebec and say, yeah, I'm in favor of extending the Afghan war for 2 years. I'm in favor of disregarding Kyoto. I think he'd have get a really rough ride. Questions and comments?
Mr. Speaker, the throne speech question to my colleague across the way through you, sir, is the throne speech talks about page 14. At the end of 2005, Canada's greenhouse gas emissions were 33% above the Kyoto commitment. It is now widely understood that because of inaction on greenhouse gases over the last decade, Canada's emissions cannot be brought to the level required under the Kyoto Protocol within the compliance period, which begins on January 1st, 2008, just 77 days from now. My question to the member is, sir, does he agree with this or disagree with this?
The honourable member. My colleague's question is quite insidious because ultimately what he's saying is there's an intolerable situation. We're heading for an environmental disaster, but since we don't think we'll be able to meet the objectives that were set initially, let's stop fixing or setting objectives. So let's just let things run their course, tolerate the degradation of the environment, and there's significant climate change, but we can't fight it. Let's stop trying to change the situation. The Conservative government is, however, partly responsible, and the Liberals too, and probably each and every one of us has some share of the responsibility. But we need to set clear objectives, and the message that's being sent by the Conservative government now is you can keep setting objectives, but even if we increase production, and even if the problem grows, it doesn't really matter because we're going to live with that. I think that the clearest of messages has already been sent to the Conservative government, and it's a planetary message that the situation's unacceptable, it can't be tolerated, and the Nobel Prize for peace was awarded to an environmentalist. And the Conservatives are not keeping their responsibility. They're not setting the necessary objectives and assigning the necessary resources to this issue, and that's why Quebecers completely disagree with the Conservative government.
Comments, questions et commentaires? Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I'll surprise anyone today as a member from the Bloc saying that we can't agree with this week's throne speech. A number of my colleagues raise the 5 Bloc conditions. I think we're the only party who really set the bar that says what we'd accept and what we wouldn't accept. And this didn't happen overnight. There were discussions in caucus. All of our members are very involved in their ridings, so we listen to people, we hear what people want, what they're interested in, what their fears are, what they like and what they don't like. So I think the 5 conditions that the Bloc Québécois set initially are very rooted in the grassroots, in what ordinary people in Quebec think. And perhaps there's one of the 5 that might just pass the test for us, and that's supply management in agriculture. The government says they still solidly support that. But as for the rest, the throne speech is far from what the Bloc Québécois wanted. With Kyoto, the planet is suffocating, and our colleagues across the way are saying that the Kyoto objectives are unreachable. Well, I understand. For years, nothing's been done. People have said, yeah, we'll sign on, we'll reach our goals, and now we're told that we're not far from the deadline, and suddenly they're saying, well, we're not going to be able to reach those targets. Well, obviously. Did anyone seriously try to reach them? It's not just that they're being missed on purpose. When I see the Prime Minister attend international conferences, hanging out with the worst delinquents in terms of the environment, the US, Australia, and so on, and saying, no, we can't meet Kyoto, we're going to do something else. Well, people aren't that easily fooled. They understand what Canada's economic interests are, why the Conservatives are taking that position. It's the oil companies in Western Canada that are being protected at the expense of the environment and at the expense of the Canadian public elsewhere in Canada. Well, they're going to pay a price for that. Same thing for the forestry industry. There's an incredible, unprecedented crisis in forestry, and the government isn't lifting a finger to help them out. They won't reform EI. They won't restore support for older workers. The government couldn't care less. And they're continuing to support the multinationals, mainly the big oil companies. Same thing for the federal spending power. This government has always said they were going to get out of provincial areas of jurisdiction, but that's not what we're hearing today. They want to limit it to new programs. Old programs will continue. The encroachment will continue. The fending power will still be exercised there. We can't accept that. And the last thing I want to say a bit more about, which is my area of expertise, that's Afghanistan. I think it's important to set the context a bit, the Bloc Québécois has always behaved completely responsibly since the outset of our involvement in Afghanistan. The first thing was October 2001 when the Bloc said, yes, this looks like a well-balanced mission, a good balance between defense, and then there was a lot of nice talk about development, children going back to school, clinics being built, wells and irrigation systems. So we said yes, as long as it's UN sanctioned, as long as NATO under Article 5 has supported the idea that an attack against one member of the alliance is an attack against all of us. So we agreed, we said there should be some deployment in Afghanistan. In February 2002, there were land forces sent, so that's always a bit more complicated there. Whenever you send troops, it's one thing to send planes or boats, but when you send land forces, it's more expensive, and there's a risk of losing human lives, losing soldiers, and so that was more significant. In November, a big decision was taken, because in Kabul, Canada and others we'd succeeded in stabilizing the capital, but then it was a question of going to Kandahar, and we knew that that was going to cost a lot. But there were questions about prisoners and personnel mines and so on. These issues were settled. So we said, okay, we'll send troops until 2005. But then we began to notice that the balance was being thrown off. There was the balance was tilted in favor of troops and away from development and diplomacy. So that's when we started setting limits. And the bloc, I'll remind you, it was May 16th, and there were terms. We used the terms that the government had used when it was in opposition. And we asked, how long is this going to last? They couldn't say. What's the state of the troops and their equipment? What's the balance between the 3Ds? We wanted to know these things. What are the criteria to assess? What will be our exit strategy? Mr. Speaker, the day after this motion was tabled at the Defense Committee, the government came up with its own motion to extend to 2009. And they asked us to sign a blank check. There was 1 day, barely 1 day of debate. Everything I raised was not answered. And we were told to just close our eyes. And you're being asked to jump blindly without knowing what awaits. And so I'd like to remind everyone of that. The Bloc Québécois disagreed with that. So today we have a mission that's so off balance. I asked questions and there were briefings. I asked, how many soldiers do we have in Kandahar? Canadian soldiers, 2,500. How many people are working for foreign affairs on diplomacy, discussions with authorities, Afghan authorities, discussions with municipal authorities, and so on? 6, Mr. Speaker.
6. And as far as CETA is concerned, CETA is the organization that gives support, looks after development, it sets up clinics, it's the organization that builds the schools. How many assess the projects? 6. 6 again. So patience is running out for this government. It's time to change tact. And what do we see in the speech from the throne, Mr. Speaker? Not only does the government not want to put an end to the military mission in 2009, but the government wants an extension. And the government wants to justify expenditures for military equipment now. More than $20 million will be spent on this equipment. And in this same speech, we find out that the government's going to ask for even more. So you can understand that as far as we're concerned, this is simply not acceptable. Spending millions and millions of dollars, taxpayers' monies on military equipment that's going to simply prolong the conflict. I think that we're on the wrong path. And I met with the General Richards when I was there in Afghanistan, and he told me, and he told the delegation, that we will not be able to reach our objective simply by pursuing a military course. And we don't want to do what Bush and his military people are doing, because we know that leads to a dead end. So the Bloc is not very pleased with the speech from the throne, particularly as it pertains to the military mission in Afghanistan. And I look at how this government is operating, and there's a complete breakdown, a complete disconnect with foreign policy, Canada's foreign policy over the past 50 years. We had a reputation of being okay. If there was a war, we went. After all, Canada participated in 2 world wars plus Korea, but Canada was known as being a mediator, but that's no longer the case, Mr. Speaker. We're simply interested in military matters today. Canada is sitting on the same branch as its American counterparts, and that will have dramatic consequences. We are not going to be able to win this war militarily, Mr. Speaker. The government hasn't understood. And it's for these reasons, Mr. Speaker, that we'll be voting against the speech from the throne this evening, next week, and when the final vote takes place next week. Questions and comments?
Thank the member for his speech, and I work with the member on committee and quite appreciate his work. He's an excellent committee member. But I am a bit disappointed in his lack of knowledge of the environmental file, because I thought his party was particularly keen on that, and maybe he was just over-exuberant in partisanship, but to say nothing had been done, really shows a lot of lack of knowledge when he is not aware of the Green Plan and all the programs. The environmental groups, as he knows, suggested over 100 Liberal programs that have been cut since the Green Plan, some reinstated with less money and harder regulations so that they're not effective. Work on wind energy, on carbon sequestration, on clean coal, on renewable energies, on biomass, on partnerships with the provinces. There are all sorts of things done by many Quebecers working as scientists for the federal government under the direction of the government. But my question is not related to that at all. It's related to the suggestion of the Prime Minister and the government that they're going to just force bills through committee. Committee does excellent work. I think we do excellent work together on committee, but they're just going to say, well, no amendments. The bills we're just going to rush them through. And I wondered if the member thinks that's democratic, if that's giving respect to Parliament, if that's giving respect to the committees.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank my Liberal colleague, for his 2 questions. I'd just like to make a little aside. I would like to say that it's the Liberal Party that signed during the time of Kyoto. There were objectives set. Was there a subsequent reduction in greenhouse gases? No, there has been a real rise in greenhouse gases. So the Liberal government is also responsible for what's happening environmentally. As for democracy, I would agree with him. This Prime Minister has said that it's very important to give power back to the elected officials of the people, and the first thing he does, let's take the case of Afghanistan. He sends the matter off to a committee because the vice chair at the time, Mr. Manning, is going to be looking into the matter. So he should have sent this whole issue off to a parliamentary committee rather than this other panel. He never gave us an opportunity to look at the issue. There are a lot of other situations as well where the Prime Minister is breaking his word when it comes to giving more work to parliamentarians. And here I refer to the fact that he may be listening to all the lobby groups. The Prime Minister is not doing what he said he would do. Questions and comments?
Resuming debate, the Honourable the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to participate today in this debate on the speech from the throne, a speech which is intended for Canadians from ocean to ocean, and which deals with some very important issues that are important to all of us. One of these important issues is security and safety, and what differentiates us as a people and country.
To focus my remarks on today, Mr. Speaker, building a stronger, safer, and better Canada. Since becoming Minister of Justice and Attorney General, I've had the opportunity to meet and talk with Canadians from all walks of life, concerned citizens, parents, community activists, police, lawyers, representatives from non-governmental organizations about their concerns about crime and how we can better protect our families, our communities, and our way of life. I have been impressed by just how much is going on at the community level to address this issue, and indeed by the efforts of so many individuals and groups to safeguard their communities. But still, more is required, and Canadians are clearly looking for us to demonstrate leadership through concrete action to tackle crime in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say the government has listened. We understand and we share this concern, and this is why, from the very outset, tackling crime has been a priority for this government. And, Mr. Speaker, we have delivered on this priority. Now, in the last session, we came forward with an aggressive criminal law reform agenda that included 12 crime bills. And at the time of prorogation, 6 of these bills had already been passed. For example, C-19 created a new offense that specifically targeted street racing. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, this is very much welcomed in many communities across Canada. This new offense of street racing calls it for what it is, a reckless and dangerous act that too often claims innocent lives. Under this new offense, those who treat our public streets as a racetrack will be dealt with more seriously, and, Mr. Speaker, I think this has support right across this country. Now, Bill C-9 amended the criminal code to prevent those convicted of certain serious crimes from receiving conditional sentences, or what is sometimes known as house arrest. Again, under this law, which will come into force, Mr. Speaker, in a little over a month, our message is clear, that if you commit a serious, violent crime, you will serve your time behind bars and not in the comfort of your home. I can't really leave this subject, Mr. Speaker, without telling you that the members of the official opposition gutted a major part of this bill at the committee, and it was very disappointing to me. One of my colleagues says they should be ashamed, and indeed they should be. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, we took the other half of the bill. We believed that it was a step in the right direction, and of course, we proceeded. Now, other bills did not make similar progress. 2 were still before the House of Commons, and 5 of them were before the Senate. All of these bills got tough on crime. They were tough on criminals and sought to hold them accountable for their criminal behavior by making their punishment reflect the severity of the crime. Now, these bills would have had meaningful changes. They would have better protected youth against adult sexual predators by raising the age of consent for sexual activity from 14 to 16. Mr. Speaker, this is something that is long overdue in this country. That bill did not get passed before the end of the session. When I was asked about this in my hometown, I told them the truth. Because this bill did not get through the Senate, that Canadian children weren't as well protected as they should have been. They should have been better protected this summer by having this bill passed. Mr. Speaker, we also had legislation that would have imposed mandatory jail time on those convicted of committing serious crimes with a gun. Now, this too received a rough ride from the members of the official opposition. I see the honourable member for Yukon. He'll remember when this bill finally passed the House of Commons after we, with some support from the New Democrat Party, reintroduced most of the measures back into it, that 5 of the members of his own party couldn't put up with what the Liberals did, which is to oppose that. They supported us. My colleagues will remember that. About 5 of them got up and said, whatever else the Liberal Party is trying to do on this, we're voting with the government on this. And so, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that, and since that will be part of the new tackling crime bill that we have presented to Parliament this morning, I hope to have their support. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we had a bill that would put the onus on an accused charged with a number of serious offences involving firearms to demonstrate why he should be released before trial. Now, this has gotten widespread support, again, putting the onus on that individual to explain why they should be out on bail. And I tell you what, I've heard very good things from people across this country. I've had a number of police officers tell me, Mr. Speaker, that it would send out the right message, because the wrong message gets sent out when an individual finds they are the victim of somebody on a gun crime, and the person who has perpetrated or alleged to have perpetrated that crime is back out on the street within a day or so. It's a problem, they tell me. It's a problem for the victim. It's actually a problem for witnesses, and it sends out the exact wrong message to the neighborhood in terms of their ultimate protection. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, these bills were important, and they are important to this government. They would have better protected our communities against dangerous and repeat violent offenders. They would have made a real difference, and a difference I think that Canadians have welcomed, and I think the Canadians, quite frankly, deserved. Mr. Speaker, and their support for what we are trying to do across this country. For example, some of the findings from the 2007 National Justice Survey that my department just released. The survey revealed that public confidence in the Canadian justice system is relatively low, especially when compared to other public systems such as the health or education system. It found, and I was pleased to see this, quite frankly, that 2/3 of Canadians support our government's approach to improve the criminal justice system. They support increasing police presence. They support strengthening laws. They support trying to prevent youth involvement with drugs and gangs. And they support tougher penalties for serious drug offenders. And they are supportive of the government's efforts with respect to drug treatment and prevention programs. So I was very pleased to see that. And quite frankly, in terms of my discussions with Canadians this past summer, it doesn't come as a surprise. When it comes to sentencing laws, the central concern expressed was that Canadians do not think the sentences imposed, either the type or the duration of the sentence, are always appropriate. They identified that the 3 most important goals of sentencing should be to repair the harm caused by the crime, hold the offender accountable, and to rehabilitate the offender to prevent him or her from reoffending. In other words, Mr. Speaker, these findings confirm that this government and our criminal law reform agenda are on the right track. Now, I ask the members of the official opposition, can they say that about their efforts, such as they are, to fight crime? Are they on the right track? No. Mr. Speaker, I don't think so. But I'm certainly confident that we are on that right track. So, Mr. Speaker, the next steps. And this is what our continuing commitment to tackle violent crime this is what we will be doing in the coming months. With this speech from the throne, we are reaffirming our unwavering commitment to safeguard Canadians, and we will do this through yet another ambitious criminal justice agenda. And we will resume where we left off with our criminal law reform packages. Mr. Speaker, I made mention already of the bill that I tabled in Parliament this morning. And that bill, the Tackling Violent Crime Act, it brings together in one bill the 5 bills that were still before the House of Commons and the Senate at the time of prorogation. And these bills include many of the proposed reforms that were debated in the previous sessions and that were supported and passed in general by most of the members of this House. It also draws from the debate to more effectively and comprehensively address concerns expressed in the House and by my provincial and territorial colleagues about the adequacy of reforms to address dangerous and repeat violent offenders. So, to sum up, Mr. Speaker, on that particular bill, for 4 of the bills, it is as they were amended and passed by the House of Commons. They are back in there. With respect to the Dangerous Offenders Bill, we added provisions that were requested by provincial attorneys general, concerns that were raised about clarifying some of the procedures with respect to a dangerous offender who receives sentencing as a long-term offender and then subsequently reoffends. So it clarifies that, and I think it's all a step in the right direction. So I'm looking to the opposition members for their support. You heard the leader of the opposition. He rediscovered the fighting crime agenda yesterday, and again, I'm pleased. It's taken a long time. I certainly didn't address it during the summer, but if it means, well, does he mean it? I mean, if it means he's going to support us, then better late than never. Mr. Speaker, I was in Montreal a couple of weeks ago, and I indicated that we will be bringing forward criminal law reforms to address identity theft. Now, this is one of the fastest-growing crimes in Canada. It's estimated by the Canadian Council of Better Business Bureaus that it costs Canadians and consumers approximately $2 billion a year, and we know this will get worse unless we fill in the gaps that presently exist within the criminal code. These new reforms will build on the existing fraud, personation, and credit card offences and forgery, and will target the preparatory work for these offences, including obtaining, possessing, and trafficking in identity information with intent or knowledge or recklessness that this information would be used to commit one of the other offences. What we found, Mr. Speaker, with the existing legislation, that usually, and many times this is involved with organized crime, that they catch the individual at the end of the process who is actually using the forged credit card or using the information for an illegal purpose, but the individual or individuals who have been compiling that information from various sources and trafficking in it, they're not caught by the criminal code. We aim to change that. Mr. Speaker, we will also come forward with a comprehensive approach to address Canadians' concerns about youth crime in this country. I can tell you I've been across the country this past summer, and without exception, somebody or more than one person or somebody who's in the know raises with me the question of the Youth Criminal Justice Act. And I've told them very clearly that we intend to make improvements to the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and we will act on some of the problems that have been brought to our attention. One of them, Mr. Speaker, was in the Nunn Commission report in Nova Scotia, and that addressed, among other things, the question of pre-trial detention. And I indicated to the Attorney General of Nova Scotia and to my colleagues in the government caucus who are concerned about that issue as well as other issues that we will be bringing clarification on that, and we will be proceeding to Parliament, and we will expand as well the basis and the criteria upon which a judge can sentence a young offender. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll come forward with all those, and again, I think this will receive widespread support. So, Mr. Speaker, those reforms will come forward, and we won't end our efforts there. I think a comprehensive review of the Youth Criminal Justice Act is in order. It's been 5 years since that piece of legislation was passed, and incidentally, this is the 100th anniversary of a separate youth criminal justice system in Canada. I bet some members didn't know that. This is the 100th anniversary for that. And so I can't think of a more appropriate time to launch a comprehensive review of that. In addition, Mr. Speaker, with respect to some of the provisions in the Youth Criminal Justice Act that deal with the presumptive adult sentences, we were in the Supreme Court of Canada last week on this, defending those existing provisions, and I'm certainly looking forward to the outcome of that. But again, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that this government believes in preventing youth crime in the first place, because not only does prevention promote community safety and reduce the number of victims, it may help a troubled youth on his or her way. So teachers, police, service providers, parents and neighbours across this country, I know, go to great lengths to help youth, and their efforts are commendable. Some communities, like Aboriginal communities or gang-plagued neighbourhoods, face particular challenges. This government will not back away from those challenges. We will continue to invest in efforts to prevent youth gun, gang, and drug crimes, including through the Youth Gang Prevention Fund at the National Crime Prevention Centre and the Youth Justice Fund, which is at the Department of Justice. We will mobilize community support, determine effective approaches, and share that information with other communities with similar problems. Now, Mr. Speaker, drug use and drug crime are complex safety and public health issues with local, national, and international dimensions. They affect all Canadians in many ways and on a daily basis, including, for example, when they read and hear about grow operations and crystal methamphetamine labs being discovered on their street or in their neighborhood. As parents who worry about drugs in their children's schools, and as victims of property crime committed by drug users to feed their habits. Now, tackling complex crimes like drug crime and drug use requires a targeted response that sets clear priorities and objectives, and this is exactly what this government has delivered. On October 4th, 2007, the Prime Minister of Canada announced the National Anti-Drug Strategy, and it covers a number of things. One of them, of course, is to prevent drug use, to treat drug dependency, and to tackle drug production and distribution. The strategy will be implemented in the coming months and provides for an additional $63.8 million over the next 2 years to prevent illegal drug use in young people, treat people with drug addictions, and fight illegal drug crime. The Prevention Action Plan will focus on equipping youth, as well as parents, educators, law enforcement, and communities with information and tools to help them make informed choices, identify emerging problems, and to intervene to prevent illicit drug use before it happens. A major component of this action plan will be the launch of a marketing and mass media campaign to discourage young people from using drugs. Now, the Treatment Action Plan supports innovative and effective approaches to treating and rehabilitating individuals who pose a risk to themselves and to the communities. The action plan focuses on First Nations and Inuit people, as well as at-risk populations such as youth. It will promote collaboration with the provinces and territories to support drug treatment services for youth where critical gaps exist, provide treatment programs for youth offenders with drug problems, and enable the RCMP to develop new tools for referring youth at risk to treatment program. Now, to complement the drug prevention and treatment efforts, the Enforcement Action Plan bolsters law enforcement efforts and the capacity to effectively battle things like marijuana grow ops, synthetic drug production and distribution operations. In addition to enhancing enforcement capabilities, this action plan will impose new criminal sanctions. And when this was first announced, Mr. Speaker, I was asked, am I expecting any opposition to this? You know what I told them? I said, yeah, there's some opposition. The people who are in the grow-op business and the people who are in the production of these drugs, they're not going to like it. They're going to have a very clear message. So, Mr. Speaker, this is just part of what we are trying to do. As I said yesterday, Mr. Speaker, in question period, when my colleagues ask, when are we coming forward with these things, I always tell them the same thing. We're just getting started. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for a very clear outline of his plans, and it was very well put forward. I just had two quick questions. One is about half a year ago he was researching a local issue for me related to names of Chief Justices, and I wonder in the territories, I wonder if there's any progress on that. And my second question is related to the law reform and court challenges and legal aid. And I know as a lawyer, the minister would have, he's just talked for 20 minutes about his interest in improving the legal justice system. And as he, I'm sure as he knew when he was a lawyer, some of the very good work done by the Law Reform Commission of Canada in improvements to the justice system. I know we had two of our First Nations were working on excellent projects with them at the time the funding was stopped. And of course, as a lawyer, I'm sure he believes in rights and the Court Challenges program that was established to help people that otherwise would not be able to afford the huge expenses of fighting for their constitutionally protected rights. Was also had some very great success stories which he would be aware of. And of course, legal aid, which is an excellent initiative, of course, but there are a lot of types of cases and people that do not have access to it yet. So I'd just like to ask the Minister if he is trying to support bringing back these initiatives, and in the illegal aid, if he is, I know he's supported in the past, if for next year and the year after, if he's trying to get increases for that valuable service.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. With respect to his initial question about the renaming or redesignating of justices within the territories, I'm still reviewing that particular matter, Mr. Speaker, and the Honourable Member talked initially when he first began his question, and he came back to the question of legal aid. And certainly I support the legal aid process. And the legal aid process in my province of Ontario, of course, was administered by the province of Ontario and for the most part is funded at the provincial level. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a role for the federal government. I was actually quite pleased, Mr. Speaker, that in the last budget we gave stable base funding for legal aid, money that they can count on for an extended period of time. And I think it's good because I think it does, of course, fulfill a role. There are many people, Mr. Speaker, who otherwise wouldn't get legal representation in this country but for legal aid. I can tell you that I myself practiced, as part of my practice, did a number of legal aid cases in the early 80s. We weren't paid enough for that, but nonetheless, lawyers did it at that time almost as a pro bono exercise in making sure that individuals got the legal representation that they needed. Nonetheless, there have been improvements to the legal aid system since those days in the early 80s, and certainly I continue to support those. And as I say, when the budget presented by my colleague, the Minister of Finance, was presented earlier this year in the House, I was pleased about the part with respect to stable funding for legal aid. With respect to any future allocations for that, of course, that would be part of the budgetary process that would be taken into consideration by the Minister of Finance, and certainly wouldn't exactly be in my bailiwick, but I understand and I appreciate the comments and, quite frankly, the suggestions of the Honourable Member.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the aspects of the bills that I fully supported was the age of consent from 14 to 16, and that bill was sitting in the Senate. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that bill is now in this new bill that is being presented. I'm just wondering if indeed maybe the minister threw the baby out with the bathwater, because if that particular aspect of that bill was left alone and remained in the Senate, there's a high probability we can get that one passed extremely quickly, which many of my constituents have been asking for. But, Mr. Speaker, another question I have for him as well is there seems to be a major reluctance from the previous government and this current government of dealing with the issue of Internet pornography. I've had a bill in this House for almost 10 years now, and basically the premise of the bill is to hold those who have those service sites partially responsible to monitor their sites to ensure that whoever access those sites are doing it accordingly. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a reluctance, I don't know whether it's in government or in the bureaucracy, to actually seriously deal with what I consider one of the most major vile crimes on this planet, and that is Internet pornography and the luring of unsuspecting children into the evils of pedophilia, etc. So I'd like the Minister's comments on that. And my final comment is we have a recent showing of the Calgary Police Force in Halifax trying to recruit Atlantic Canadians into the Calgary Police Force. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, the RCMP and civic police forces across the country are having a major problem with recruitment. And also, if you're going to, which we appreciate, toughening up crimes and lengthening sentences, that means the provinces are going to have to outlay a tremendous amount of additional cash, not just for extra correctional officers, but for longer prison stays as well, and that requires a tremendous investment. So can the Minister also tell this House, will the appropriate funding to the provinces be in accordance with his new tougher measures that he's proposing? Will he address the issue of internet pornography? And why would you have included the age of consent bill in this particular omnibus bill that he proposed? Thank you, sir.
The Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've included the age of consent provisions in this bill because I want to get them passed. And I guess that's the whole point of what's going on here, that it's easy enough to say, well, it probably would have been passed at some point in the process. The fact is it wasn't passed, and I want this, and as I said to my colleagues, Canadian youth weren't as well protected this summer as they should have been by the passage of that. But the honourable member, in his comments with respect to provincial enforcement and police officers, said, yeah, we all appreciating toughening up the laws. Well, good. I want their support on that. And, that's exactly what we are trying to do across a whole host of provisions in that particular bill. And so if the New Democrat Party supports us on that, I welcome that. I was very fair about this. When I talked about C-10, which is the bill that would give mandatory prison terms for people who commit serious firearms offenses, I told them, I said, the NDP cooperated with us to get them in. Almost all of it. I didn't get quite all of it, but we got most of it back in. Now, that was in stark contrast to the Bloc and to the Liberals, who the Liberals have made it very clear. Despite any comments that you may have heard about the Liberals in the last election, forget all that. You see, this is the day-to-day, nuts and bolts of actually getting these things through. You can forget about what they said during the election, because as you saw, Mr. Speaker, and the members of this House, they didn't support that particular piece of legislation. But to the credit, I think there was 5, there may be 6. We can check the record. I think there was 5 members of the Liberal Party who couldn't stomach the position that their party was taking to oppose mandatory prison terms for people who commit serious firearms offenses. They supported the government. So I appreciate his suggestion that they will help in this particular measure. I'm sure he's read the speech from the throne provisions with respect to extra policing that are the responsibility of my colleague, the Minister for Public Safety. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking for the support of all members to get this legislation through. All Canadians want it. All Canadians deserve that kind of protection.
The honourable member for Cambridge will want to know that there's 45 seconds for both the question and the answer.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Speaker. I'll be as quick as I can. I just want to congratulate the minister for taking a big step toward achieving a balance, going back to a balance between criminals and victims. No Canadian would argue that we've gone way over the balance. When a person in my riding gets hacked to death on the street and gets 90 days house arrest, that's ridiculous. When a woman is violently offended and the offender is allowed to move into an apartment just up the street to continue to mentally offend her again. I just want to ask the minister, if I can, that a number of these bills have been watered.
The honourable member for Cambridge has run out the clock. However, I'll allow the minister a few seconds to respond.
Speaker, the first thing I have to say is I have to compliment the member for Cambridge, because I tell you what, he has been very, very consistent all the way through in support of our tough on crime agenda. Now, he talked about balancing. Of course he's got it right, but I think his constituents should know that he has been consistent, he has been forceful on that, and I can tell you something, it's been a big help to me and to my parliamentary secretary in getting our...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I will be
splitting my time with the member from Lac Saint-Louis. Mr. Speaker, when Canadians are asked about the greatest threat facing Canada today, they list one concern above all others: the climate change crisis. Climate change is seen by Canadians as a far greater threat to their future well-being than problems with the healthcare system, terrorism, crime, or the war in Afghanistan. With climate change, we face an unprecedented planetary crisis. Last week, the Nobel Peace Prize for 2007 was awarded to Al Gore and the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The world has understood the gravity of this crisis. Does this government? As a historian, I can only find one parallel in our history where human activity has threatened the very future existence of the Earth itself, and that is all-out nuclear war. But the difference between nuclear war and the climate change crisis is also great. In one case, nuclear war, it would be the actions of a few states and a few world leaders that would produce an instant, irreversible catastrophe. The climate change crisis, however, has been building over decades of industrial activity in the developed countries like Canada, the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, and Japan. All of us in the developed world are implicated as consumers, as users of energy, as people whose advanced living standards have depended on burning the fossil fuel which produces the CO2 which contributes to climate change. As politicians with limited time horizons, facing, in our case, the possibility of elections at any time, it is hard to imagine a crisis which demands a global solution, a global effort requiring constant, dedicated work over decades and generations, country by country, industry by industry, citizen by citizen. Yet that is our challenge. History will judge our generation of politicians severely if, knowing what we know today about the causes and effects of climate change, we fail to act decisively in our time in the face of this great threat to the planet's very survival. So how does this speech from the throne respond to this mighty challenge? Given the minimal references to climate change in the first speech from the throne, there has been something of a deathbed conversion in the latest effort. There is a grudging recognition of the reality of climate change, but no sense of urgency. Indeed, no real conviction. Who, after all, wrote the words in the speech from the throne? A Prime Minister who called the United Nations action on climate change a socialist money-sucking scheme. A Prime Minister who only last December referred to so-called greenhouse gases as if calling the science itself into question. A Prime Minister who said that ordinary Canadians from coast to coast will not put up with what Kyoto will do to their economy and lifestyle when the benefits are negligible. When the benefits are negligible, we're talking about the survival of the planet, and the benefits are negligible? And what have they done as a government, Mr. Speaker? Next to nothing. In fact, worse than nothing. We're now traveling in reverse. The Conservative government is trying to use its own failure to meet Kyoto targets as a political wedge. Canada will likely not meet Kyoto targets because Mr. Harper scrapped all climate change programs upon coming into office, then implemented weak substitutes that ignore our obligations. The Conservatives had admitted that their so-called plan will result in absolutely no reductions in Canada's total greenhouse gas pollution during the first phase of Kyoto, and will not even be in place before 2010. According to the C.D. Howe Institute, the Deutsche Bank, the Pembina Institute, and the Tyndall Centre for Climate Change Research, the Conservatives will not meet their own far too modest targets and will allow this country's carbon emissions to increase until 2050 and beyond. Last month, even the government's own advisory board, the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy, expressed serious doubts as to the likelihood of any
of the government's own targets being met. Under 2 consecutive Conservative environment ministers, there has been no attempt to move forward seriously and not even an honest and full effort to curb greenhouse gas pollution. In fact, one of the Prime Minister's first acts in office was to scrap the previous government's plan, spend a year doing nothing, then arbitrarily reintroduce pieces of it to feign their commitment, but with far less funding, less vigor, no coherence, and altogether incompetent implementation. Consider the cockamamie auto rebate scheme, which has infuriated altogether manufacturers, auto workers, and consumers who have yet to receive a penny. The government's plan has no hope of meeting its own overly modest targets. It's nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing, and if we are to believe Tom Flanagan, so was the Prime Minister. The government fails to understand that we need to do everything we can do to reduce greenhouse gases while strengthening our economy. Instead of action and leadership, we have inaction and denial. In many ways, Canada does serve as a guide to other nations, much like the North Star invoked in yesterday's throne speech. But the Prime Minister needs to open his eyes the next time he visits our far north and understand the scope of devastation from climate change facing entire communities and indeed an entire way of life. The Prime Minister cannot choose to defend our northern sovereignty without also fighting climate change in a way that protects the very people who live there. The speech from the throne made a curious claim also about Canada's role on the international stage, Mr. Speaker. Canada is back. When it comes to Canada's leadership role in the world on climate change, we're back all right, way back. Back out of the pack, back out the door, down the street, out of town, and hiding in the bush. What Canada needs to do is treat the climate change crisis as seriously as we did the threat of fascism in the 1930s. Our leader has been described as obsessed and single-minded on the subject of climate change. That's right. Winston Churchill was described as obsessed and single-minded in his day. That's the leadership we need. As in 1939, we need a total mobilization of our society and economy for the single purpose of winning the war against climate change. This means putting a price on carbon emissions. This means examining every aspect of our economy and society, from large heavy industry to fossil-fueled electrical generation to upstream oil and gas, to all aspects of transportation, to all our buildings, from housing to commercial, and all the energy-consuming appliances and heating and cooling machinery inside our buildings, to agriculture, forestry, and the management of urban waste. We need a tremendous national effort to reorient our economy and society to the 21st century, so we get energy, the environment, and the economy, the 3 E's, pulling in the right direction. As with World War II, Canada faces a crisis and an opportunity. Let us ignore the naysayers, the minimalists, and those who have passed from denial to despair without an intervening period of hope. Let us mobilize ourselves and dedicate ourselves as Canadians in responding to the greatest challenge of our generation, the climate change crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the honourable member's speech, and quite honestly, Mr. Speaker, I'm somewhat dismayed by the hypocrisy that continues to flow from the Liberal benches when we talk about the environment, when we talk about the damaging effects of climate change. Mr. Speaker, this government has signalled quite clearly that it is moving to clean up Canada's act, to get the job done, to reverse the trend that occurred while that member was a member of the previous government. In fact, he was a cabinet minister in the previous government. And if he was so passionate about this issue then, I would hesitate to guess, Mr. Speaker, that this country would be a long way ahead of where it is right now. This government is going to clean up Canada's Environmental Act. We have stated that very clearly, that we are moving forward with very aggressive targets that have been saluted by the G8, by APEC and others, the United Nations, to name a few. We are moving in a positive direction. What I would like to know is, when will the Liberal Party stop playing games on the environment and work with this government to get results? We have been saying for a long time you cannot deal with the environment in isolation. I am encouraged by one thing, that he actually spoke about the 3 E's, Mr. Speaker, because the Liberal Party has certainly not been speaking about that, and certainly Bill C-288 indicated the Liberal Party has no concern whatsoever for either energy or the economy when they talk about the environment. I'm encouraged by that, but I encourage the member to stop his partisan rhetoric and start working with this government to get real results on the environment, something his government never did.
Get on with the job.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to make sure that it was understood by you at the table that I'm splitting my time with the member for Lac Saint Louis. Good. Well, in response to that intervention, Mr. Speaker, I think the facts speak for themselves. We actually had in place Project Green, which had a great number of elements, which were moving us towards a regulatory regime which is not totally dissimilar from what was subsequently proposed in a weak version by this government. Had that been put forward, those regulations would be in place now. Why is it, I would ask the honourable member, if we did nothing, they then cancelled a bunch of programs which were great in value and then reintroduced? If it was nothing, why did they reintroduce them? What was, and in such a feeble form, and losing a year of time to bring back things, relabel them that we'd already put forward? So it is a kind of tribute to our action that we saw this cancellation and then revival of programs. They just failed to recognize what they were doing.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my very learned colleague on his comments. I agree with everything he has to say about the environment. I would like to ask him a question about something else that I know he has some interest in, which is post-secondary education. He is a former president, in fact, of King's College, one of our most august liberal arts colleges in Canada. The speech from the throne, which talks allegedly about productivity, mentions education once, when it says on page 10, families worry about the rising costs of higher education. I hope it didn't take a lot of researchers to figure that out in the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Speaker. We know that. The question is, what is this government doing about it? What is this government doing to improve access for Canadians, low-income Canadians, persons with disabilities, Aboriginal Canadians who can't get post-secondary education? You cannot tax cut your way to an education. You must invest in education. The Millennium Scholarship Foundation is one way. I'll ask him specifically, would he support the reinvestment in the Millennium Scholarship Foundation? And does he have any faith that this government will do anything to improve access for post-secondary education?
The honourable member for Don Valley West will want to know that he has 40 seconds to respond.
Well, unlike most academics, he'll have to talk quite faster then. I certainly agree with the thrust of the remarks by the member for Dartmouth. It is crucial, if we're going to have this economy of the 21st century, that people are equipped to deal with it. If we're going to have innovation, we need to do it with the help of the labs and the work and the research that takes place in Canada's universities. I certainly think that if we're going to have a fairer, juster society, we need to make post-secondary education more accessible to people, which is the whole idea behind the Millennium Scholarship Fund. So I would very much support a reinvestment in that fund. I think, generally speaking...
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to take part in this debate. This is the third time I've had the opportunity to participate in the debate in response to the throne speech, and I would like to sincerely thank my constituents for giving me the opportunity to do this. As I listened to the throne speech, Mr. Speaker, and when I read it in greater depth afterward, there was one question that came to my mind, and that was, why? Why do we need another throne speech? Why did we need this? Why did we need to prorogue the House of Commons and delay Parliament's return? In other words, why did we need to suspend our work as lawmakers for a speech that is so lacking in substance, Mr. Speaker?
The first question that came to my mind was why? Why did we need a throne speech? Why did we prorogue Parliament? Why did we need a throne speech that offers so little other than reiterating unfulfilled promises made by this government in the last election campaign? I mean, we've been talking about an Arctic port for quite a while now. It's old news. Why are we putting old news in the throne speech? Why, if crime is so important, Mr. Speaker, why, if crime is so important, did we wait until the second throne speech to mention the still unfulfilled promise of adding 2,500 police officers? You'd think it would be one of the first things this government would have done to hear it speak the way it does about crime and the coming Armageddon. Why did we prorogue, Mr. Speaker? I think I have the answer, and I think Canadians have the answer. Let's face it, the government was feeling the heat in the last session of Parliament. Felt it had to cut loose, take the focus off its weakness. Let's look at all the broken promises. Let's look at all the mismanagement. Let's look at all the incompetence of the last session.
Don't have time.
We don't have time, says my colleague. I think he's right.
We've only got 10 minutes.
We'll have to extend the session, Mr. Speaker, if we want to get to that. Let's look at what the last budget, the largest spending budget in the history of Canada from a quote-unquote conservative government. Isn't that something, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, a conservative government that raised taxes. Now, there's a thought. A conservative government that raised taxes.
Imagine.
A conservative government that, despite all of the talk in the last election campaign, still hasn't solved the capital gains tax reform issue. Again, today, the Minister of Finance said in the business pages of the Globe, well, I'll get to it eventually. I think it's still alive as a promise. But I don't really have much faith, Mr. Speaker. A government that couldn't get a climate change bill passed after it promised over and over and over that it was going to get it done. How come it didn't get done? It's the government's responsibility to get legislation through Parliament, even if it's a minority government. It's its responsibility to work with the opposition to get things done. Why not, Mr. Speaker? Income trusts, no. There's a good one. There's a good one. What a flash reversal on a major campaign promise. A major campaign promise. The Prime Minister looked at Canadians in the eye on television and said, I will not tax income trusts.
Put it in the platform, too.
Put it in the platform. A few short months later, a flash reversal, Mr. Speaker. Which turned up nothing. Let's talk about estimating budget surpluses. Oh, yes, we can do a better job, the Prime Minister said. We will estimate them properly. Well, it turns out he was wrong. And when he was questioned on that, what did he say? What was his response, Mr. Speaker? Trust us, we tried harder. Did he try as hard as he did on climate change, Mr. Speaker? I think so. Childcare. Oh, there's another good one. We will cancel deals with the provinces. That's cooperative federalism for you. We'll cancel deals with the provinces, and we'll create, through the private sector, 125,000 private childcare spaces. Well, the Minister of Human Resources Development a couple of weeks ago said, excuse me,
I don't think it'll be possible. I apologize. We tried. We tried really hard, but it's not going to be possible. Another unfulfilled promise. Court Challenges Program. Now, here's a government that really cares about minority linguistic rights in this country. A program that helps Francophone minorities outside of Quebec fight for their charter rights. A program that helps the Anglophone minority in Quebec, a great portion of which I represent, fight for their rights. Gone. Why, Mr. Speaker? Why? Because the Court Challenges Program was used to defeat a court case that the Prime Minister was involved in when he was head of the National Citizens Coalition. Now, we know this Prime Minister likes personal vendetta, and this is another example of personal vendetta. Afghanistan. Prime Minister himself admitted he rushed the last vote. He's doing a lot of mea culpa as the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. He rushed the last vote, got what he wanted, which was an extension until 2009. Whoops, Mr. Speaker. I think it'll be 2011. Do you not recall, Mr. Speaker, sitting in this House and listening to the Liberal defense critic telling the government, no, you don't really mean 2009, you mean 2011. And the defense minister getting up and saying, oh, no, we mean 2009. Well, who's correct now, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I hope Tom Flanagan is not the person advising the PM on these issues. Because if he is, I suggest that the Prime Minister ask for his money back. The throne speech, however, Mr. Speaker, is nicely packaged. Cover features a boy waving a flag, looking out to sea. He's no doubt in Newfoundland, which means he'll probably be voting Liberal at the next election if he can vote. The sea stretches to the horizon and beyond. There's water everywhere. The photo is perhaps a bit misleading because it suggests that Canada is in possession of an overabundance of water, which is not the case, Mr. Speaker. We only have 7% of the world's renewable freshwater to go with the 7% of the landmass that we occupy. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, it's misleading in another way. It suggests that the government cares about water. You'll recall, Mr. Speaker, that I tabled a motion over a year ago now, or just about a year ago, calling on the government to produce a national water strategy. 6 months later, no doubt the government and its researchers and policy advisors had been reading the order paper and said, hey, that's a good idea. Let's put it in the budget. So there was passing reference in the budget to creating a national water strategy. Well, I expected great things in this throne speech, Mr. Speaker. Well, there's very little mention of water in this speech. As a matter of fact, the Kingston Whig Standard yesterday said in a headline, conservative water strategy still murky following speech. All we heard about water in this throne speech is a repetition of a couple of promises in the budget speech to do a bit more for the Great Lakes, but still not as much as what we had in our platform at the next election, Mr. Speaker. So it's a very thin document. It will require some work. We'll see if the government can do better when it has to table the details of this speech. Essentially, we've served notice to the government. You get a passing grade on this, but barely. But you have to do better on the midterm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for endorsing and giving a passing grade to what is, coming from the opposition is probably the closest we could get to a ringing endorsement as possible. But, a couple things that really bother me, Mr. Speaker, and, he talked about how we are spending on some great programs for this country, ones that Canadians are looking for. He criticizes that. I don't know why, Mr. Speaker, but it's almost laughable because, this comes from a member that was part of the government of the former Prime Minister, Paul Martin, who, when
the honourable member is sufficiently experienced to know that he should not identify other members by their name, but by the names of their riding.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker. I didn't think I was out. Our former Prime Minister, who said, or who actually, when he knew there was no chance in heaven of ever coming back to this House as Prime Minister of Canada, started giving out $1 billion, more than $1 billion a day for weeks on end. And you know, the bottom line is that the party opposite, Mr. Speaker, will say anything when their backs are to the wall. And this brings me to my point here, my question. You know, they've said for years, oh, they want to cut taxes. They had 13 years, Mr. Speaker, to do it. They did not do it. They said that they want to get strong on the environment. Where, you know, our present leader of the opposition, who was the environment minister the day, said, I am going to reduce them by 6%. Mr. Speaker, not only did they not do that, they increased by 30 to 35%. Again, they didn't say what or do what they said they were going to do. All talk, no action. And then crime. I mean, they stand up at the last election, which we ran on, and the Conservative Party, and said, we're going to fight crime. But in the last year and a half, they fought it. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is why, I asked this member across here, my colleague, why should Canadians believe that you're serious about this now? If you're serious about this, you're going to support our crime bills. You're going to support the initiatives that are here. You said you will at one time, or they said that they will, Mr. Speaker, at one point. I want to know, will they actually do it when their backs are up against the wall?
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I'll note that the member has been here all morning listening to the speech, and I commend him for that. I'd like to correct, though, a couple of misstatements. The previous government did cut taxes, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely.
It cut $100 billion worth of taxes. I think it was in the 2000 budget. I can't recall exactly. I was only elected in 2004, but I believe it was in the 2000 budget. I do not believe. I will not indulge in the same kind of rhetoric as government, and I will not claim that the members opposite, even though we're of different parties and we see things differently, I do not believe that they obviously I do not believe that they are in favor of crime. And when we're told every day from the members opposite that Liberal members are in favor of crime, which is absolutely absurd. It's really consistent with the kind of hyperbole we hear from the other side. However, until the government is ready to stand up for the gun registry, they have no business saying that they're tough on crime, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie should know there's 1 minute for both the question and the answer.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. It seems to me where the environment is concerned in the speech from the member from Down Valley West, there's a credibility gap that's causing us all some problems. One is the 13 years or 12-point-something years, as was pointed out this morning, that the Liberals had in office and were expected to do something about climate change and Kyoto. And he being, as I know, a very credible champion on the environment, how did that happen under his watch? The other problem is that the Conservatives, in their speech from the throne here, have really nothing more to offer except a criticism of the inaction of the previous government. So that's causing us all some real concerns and problems here. So maybe the member from Down Valley West could explain to us how this could have happened under his watch.
The clock has run out. I will not recognize the honourable member for Don Valley West, but the honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis for a short response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. Climate change is the issue of the millennium. It's a complex issue, and it requires laying a foundation. It requires building public commitment to get behind government initiatives to combat climate change, which are controversial because they challenge consumers and they challenge businesses. But how, Mr. Speaker, how easily can you do that when every day in the House of Commons, sitting opposite you, is a Prime Minister who says that climate change doesn't exist and that Kyoto is some kind of socialist
Reprise du débat, l'honorable ministre.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Public Security.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to address issues related to the speech from the throne today. And I would like to start by thanking my constituents in the Okanagan and Nicola Valleys, some of the most beautiful territory in all of Canada, I might add, Mr. Speaker, because many of the elements that are in the speech from the throne, in fact, germinated, some of the ideas for the very elements we have there came from constituents, from people around the Okanagan and Nicola Valleys in the constituency of Okanagan and Coquihalla, who over the past period of a number of years have brought to me concerns related to some of the elements I wanted to address today in the speech from the throne, notably areas related to safety and security. Monsieur le Président, c'est le...
Mr. Speaker, it is the priority of each new government to ensure that we have a country and communities that are secure, safe on our streets and around our schools. This is crucial. It's a priority.
Every government, that the safety and security of its citizens is paramount. I want to touch on some of the ways in which we've demonstrated that in the last year and a half or so. And I'd like to then reflect, Mr. Speaker, on what we heard in the speech from the throne yesterday, specifically related to some of the initiatives on criminal justice reform that will enhance not just safety and security in the country, but the sense of safety and security that we have in our country or that we need to have. I'd like to address that. Mr. Speaker, we can look at statistics and we can also look anecdotally, and I want to do both today. Do you know I have an uncle who lives in the Okanagan Valley, a senior citizen, obviously, and it wasn't that long ago, in the middle of the afternoon, as he was walking in his residential area down to the grocery store, he was approached by two males, and they didn't appear to be armed, but they told him, and he's a frail gentleman, they told him, we want your wallet, or we're going to beat you senseless right here on the sidewalk. This is not an uncommon occurrence across our country. People who don't have a fear of repercussion or an understanding of the consequences of the actions which they do. And I can apply that anecdote statistically, Mr. Speaker, which adds up across the country from Vancouver to Halifax, from our southern borders to our northern borders, adds up to a sense of apprehension that Canadians have, that communities aren't as safe as they could be. I believe if you ask Canadians, do you feel the streets are safer now than they were, say, 2 years ago, with some of the things we've been doing, most Canadians would say yes. But in fact, there is more to do. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have committed to 1,000 more RCMP officers to be on our streets from coast to coast. We know that visibility, the visibility of peace officers, just their presence, has an effect of lowering crime in any particular area in which their presence is obvious. We've committed to that. That's fully and federally funded. The $37 million required to expand the training facilities at Depot are already in play. I was out at a depot in Regina, the training facility for the RCMP, not long ago. Saw some of the new facilities already online, met with many of the young cadets, spoke to a graduating class. I'm very encouraged, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, and have just a real sense of security and a sense of pride at the type of people that the RCMP continues to attract and continues to graduate to service in our communities around the country. Further to 1,000 officers at the RCMP level, we've also made a commitment to work with the provinces and municipalities so that we'll have 2,500 more municipal officers across the country. And I've been in discussions with my counterparts provincially and at the territorial level, the Solicitors General, the Attorneys General, to discuss the funding formula. That one isn't 100% funded by the federal government. It's going to be cost shared. Mr. Speaker, at our borders, we have begun the process of hiring 400 additional border officers to put an end to what we call work-alone situations, where border officers are required to work many times in remote locations and to work there alone, which really is not conducive to a sense of safety or security either for the people living along the border or the border officers themselves. And, Mr. Speaker, we made a commitment, which we've also followed through with, that our border officers, finally, after decades of them asking for this, our border officers would be trained and equipped to have sidearms so that they can handle dangerous situations when they get alerted that dangerous and armed individuals are approaching the border. As you know, that has not been in place for decades, and what has happened, the result of that has been that border officers have felt they've had to actually vacate their post because they receive an indication that armed and dangerous individuals are approaching them. They have to close down the border at that point, alert the police of jurisdiction, be it the RCMP or the municipal police, and wait for them to arrive. And all of the incumbent difficulties with that, not the least of which are long lineups that result, especially at busy border points, has been counterproductive, both on business and trade, and certainly for travelers back and forth across the border. So we've moved in a number of areas there. We've put in and committed, I made an announcement last January, to $430 million, strictly on the technological side, to improve our borders and our capabilities of moving people efficiently across the border, but also making it very difficult for dangerous individuals, or in fact dangerous cargo, to be moving across the border. It's
a challenge for us, Mr. Speaker. It's a challenge to have open borders for the traveling public that pose no threat. And then we have to be able to shut our doors to those people who constitute a threat.
So on the resource side, we've been there, Mr. Speaker, and we continue to be there. We've increased the resources to the RCMP, resources which were eroded over a period of a number of years by the previous regime, which did not result in beneficial headway being made in terms of providing safety and security. When you take away the resources of the very people who are providing that safety and security, it doesn't lead to a positive conclusion. We've increased the resources for our DNA centers, for the Child Exploitation Center. Those individuals, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge today for breakthroughs that they have been involved in internationally, working with Interpol and other agencies in terms of bringing child predators to justice. And very recently, a case that's been in the media where an individual is still being looked for, allegedly involved in exploitation of children. Once again, we are an exploitation center. Experts are at the front and center of this type of pursuit. We've also increased our resources in a number of other investigative areas. Well, that, Mr. Speaker, I've been talking about enforcement. I've been talking about what I refer to as the long arm of the law. We also have to recognize that there's the open arms of the community. This isn't all about enforcement. We have funded in a very significant way the groups at the local level who have the expertise and the know-how and the sense of what's happening on their own streets to have the types of programs that would prevent young people from even getting into a life of crime. Young people out there today are being attracted into, many are being attracted into gang activity, into illegal activities, drug activities, and others that leads to some of the most tragic incidents we've seen in some time, with shootings on our streets, some of the most violent things that are taking place. And so we fund, with federal funds, at a local level, those groups and agencies who have proven that they have a program that works. And those are the two words that I use as a criteria, and there's other more detailed criteria that flow from it. But we want to know what works in your community, is what we're saying to Canadians out there. And show us what works in terms of identifying youth at risk, vulnerable families, progress towards reducing recidivism, programs projected to our Aboriginal community. Show us those ones that work, and we will fund that. So on the prevention side, along with that, and along with the $64 million which we announced, the Prime Minister announced about 3 weeks ago for our anti-drug strategy, in which 2/3 of those resources are dedicated to awareness, to prevention, and to treatment, actual treatment center. Literally more beds for treatment across the country, especially dealing with drug abuse and substance abuse and the addictions that go with it. So we're very keen, we're very focused on the prevention side. Mr. Speaker, going back to the other side of that ledger, the enforcement side, Our Minister of Justice announced today, and the Prime Minister announced in his comments yesterday responding to the speech from the throne, that there are some areas that we have to, if I can use the words, get tougher when it comes to the enforcement side. And this is when it comes to serious, repeat, violent crime. And that's what we're talking about. Our police officers across the country and our various security agencies have told us for some period of time that we need legislation, for instance, to more capably and more effectively designate people as dangerous offenders. There are individuals out there, Mr. Speaker, who, it would appear, are impervious to attempts at rehabilitation. Not that we would ever give up on an individual. And I believe in rehabilitation. I believe a person's heart can change. But there are individuals, Mr. Speaker, whose actions are so violent and repetitive that they literally should not be allowed to be on our streets. And to be able to designate people dangerous offenders would be extremely helpful, to do that in a more effective way. Opposition parties have resisted our ability to do that. We're not talking about thousands of people here. We're talking about a relatively small handful of people, and take them and designate them as dangerous offenders and take them off our streets. That's part of what we're proposing, part of what my colleague, the Minister of Justice, proposed. We're also proposing that when it comes to gun crime, people who commit crime with firearms, especially in a repeated way, there should be mandatory jail terms. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm astonished that opposition members have resisted that. That when that bill in its previous form went to committee, they watered it down. Right. And that the majority of Liberals, when it came to vote, voted against mandatory jail terms for the use of firearms in the commission of a crime. Why would they vote for that, Why would they not support that, Mr. Speaker? It defies imagination. I have no idea. But our police officers tell us we need, and they need, that type of legislative tool to get some of the worst criminals off of the street. We've seen many situations where serious repeat, and this is what we're talking about, serious repeat violent offenders, when they're arrested, it always falls upon the Crown to prove why they should be held in jail for their court time and not have bail. And when it comes to repeat serious offenders, and I just read a docket on an individual, Mr. Speaker, over 100 offenses. 100 offenses. Almost 24 of those being violent assaults. Out on the streets again. With the impetus on the Crown, responsibility on the Crown to try and prove that he shouldn't be getting bail. That person should prove why he should have the right to be out on bail, Mr. Speaker. And that's where this term, the reverse onus on bail, it's requiring the individual, again, we're talking about serious repeat offenders, they should have to prove why they should have the right to be out there threatening our citizens on the street. Absolutely. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to protecting our children, I can remember sitting as an opposition member, a memory, Mr. Speaker, which I hope I will never have to relive as a member of Parliament, that the good people of Canada would continue to support what we're doing, and I won't have to go through the situation of being in opposition. But there we were as an opposition caucus getting a presentation from the Toronto Police, and it was related to this very serious area of the exploitation of children, especially on the internet. And this officer who was presenting talked about, this would have been about 4 years ago, talked about the fact that they had seized, in Toronto alone, in 1 year, over 2 million exhibits of children being exploited on the internet and through other means. 2 million exhibits of this. So, Mr. Speaker, they begged, they said, please continue to put pressure on the government of the day to raise the age of consent between a minor and an adult. We're not talking about between teenagers here. To raise it to at least 16 years old. We asked the government of the day to do that. We asked them for years to do that, and they never did it. Never stood up to protect our kids in that way. I remember saying in those days that any government that, the government of the land that doesn't stand to protect the children of the land really forfeits the right to govern the land. Well, they're not governing any longer, Mr. Speaker, and yet they continue to resist, now in a Liberal-dominated Senate, this simple request to raise the age of protection for children from 14 to 16. My constituents say to me, what would motivate a group of individuals in the Senate to not want to protect children by raising the age of consent from 14 to 16? I don't know. I can't explain it. I can't explain, Mr. Speaker, why the Liberals opposite, for years, right here in this Assembly, resisted doing that. But they did. I don't understand it. I don't understand why. And I know most of the Liberal colleagues. I think they're decent people. But somewhere their thinking is all wired in the wrong direction on this. And we're talking about, when we look at Bill C-2, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about a bill that addresses the area of serious, repeat, violent crime. That's what we're asking for. It's been debated. It's been watered down by the opposition members. It's been out there for too long. And the people of Canada deserve better, Mr. Speaker. People of Canada deserve to have a sense that the people that say they represent them are indeed doing that. This bill is going to accomplish something else, I believe, Mr. Speaker. Many times, opposition members have, when they leave this place, at the end of the week, they go home, they talk tough on these issues at home. But when they get back here, where they think they are in the safety of this chamber, they vote against the very measures that they told their constituents they were going to be tough on. You know what, Mr. Speaker? Those days are over. You're going to vote against dealing with serious, repeat criminals. It's going to be obvious. You're going to stand here, and they're going to have to vote, and their constituents are going to see where they really stand. That's right. Mr. Speaker, it's time to stand up for safety and security in our country. Nous voulons avoir
We want to have a country with greater security. We have a secure country now, of course, but we have to pay attention to this subject, especially in Bill C-2.
With a comment on national security, Canada is not immune to threats of terror. Canada was listed with several other countries about 4 years ago on a list by Osama bin Laden. Canada was on that list as a target country. Canada is the only one that has not yet been hit on that particular list. We want to keep it that way. It's our intention to keep it that way. And so, just as our police officers need certain legislative provisions to help them in their job, so to protect the national security of our country, there are some provisions in the Anti-Terrorism Act and a provision in our security certificate process. And again, people from coast to coast have commented on this, from Vancouver to Halifax to north to the south and all points in between. But one thing we have resolved, I believe we've resolved this, Mr. Speaker, the provisions which will get these provisions that will help us in dealing with the risk of terror incidents here in Canada. A lot of these provisions were put in place by the Liberals. Now, they had a sunset clause on them, Mr. Speaker, which is a good thing to have. It meant after 5 years we evaluate those provisions to see if they've been abused in any way. The provisions in the Anti-Terrorism Act, the provisions of safety or the security certificates were seen not to have been abused. And that's going to be coming back, Mr. Speaker. And I'm asking the Leader of the Opposition to listen to the many Liberals and former Liberals, including the former Deputy Prime Minister, the former Public Security, Public Safety Minister, my predecessor as a Liberal, and others who are saying to the Leader of the Liberal Opposition, please allow these protections to go through. Please allow our agencies to be equipped with the legislative tools they need to effectively protect us from acts of terror and people who are planning acts of terror. And strangely and shockingly, he has flip-flopped on that issue. And at least his last intention was not to support it. Mr. Speaker, I believe that time here in this chamber has allowed him to reconsider, just as it allowed him to reconsider not voting against the speech from the throne. He gave that some thought, Mr. Speaker. He thought about the ramifications of that, and he decided to support us in a meager way. But I'm asking that when it comes to safety and security, Mr. Speaker, I'm appealing to all colleagues in this House that we would set aside partisan differences and vote together for a country that will be safe and a country that will be secure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
appreciate the member's thoughtful speech. I have just two questions. One is related to the borders, and I appreciate the attempts that he's making to improve security on the borders. I think that's very important. But I'm just, I met with the Chamber of Commerce, Canadian Chamber of Commerce yesterday, and one of the things they said the federal government could do to help was relation to the borders, that speeding up the crossing the borders. And I know it's not in his department, but sitting in cabinet, if he is aware of any initiatives that the government's doing to help improve the flow while also increasing the security, I think that would be helpful. And the second question is related to the statement on national security and the Anti-Terrorism Act. And I have strengthened the Anti-Terrorism Act, and I have no problem with improvements in those areas. But I'm just wondering, as the minister, I'm sure, remembers, when these items came up in the past, there was a passionate debate on the rights between the balance of individual rights in relation to how much was necessary to actually ensure the security of Canadians. And I'm just wondering, hoping that the minister is taking due consideration of that, and wondering if there's any particular steps he's taking to make sure that individual rights are protected, but still increasing security as is required for Canadians.
The Honourable the Minister of Public Security.
I thank the member for the Yukon for his reasoned questions. When it comes to border security, it does fall under areas of my jurisdiction, and I could ask him to reassure the members of the Chamber with whom I meet also that we're following up on a number of their particular suggestions related to this balance of having borders that are secure, but borders that allow low-risk travel to move quickly across. So I would encourage all Canadians to think of applying for what's known as the Nexus card. They can go online and apply for that. I believe it's nexus.org, but don't hold me to account for that. I believe that's or then go on the public safety website and find that. But Nexus card, if applying for that, allows you far more rapid access across the border. We've been very vigorous pursuing the area of the Western Hemisphere Travel Initiative, which is a U.S. law requiring all Canadians to have, and Americans, as a matter of fact, to have a passport when they go back or when they go into the United States. And we've been successful in negotiating some alternative documents for that. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, they intend to apply that particular law at the borders, at the land borders, sometime next year. They're saying as early as January. We're asking that they would give consideration and delay that. But we're working with provinces in a number of areas and territories to allow for what's called an enhanced driver's license that would have the criteria to allow a person to use their driver's license, if they get the accepted criteria, to actually get into the United States. So we're using a number of these provisions. And yes, I can see you're about to rise, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the member opposite we're listening closely to the all-party committees that have spoken advice into this area of balancing security with safety and our civil rights, to make sure that when we're trying to keep terrorists from harming Canadians, we will keep in mind the area of making sure our civil rights are protected at the same time. It's a fine balance, and we'll work closely with members like the member for Yukon to get that balance right.
The Honourable Member for Marcorel-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister knows that we're pursuing the same objective, that is reducing crime. However, we disagree with some of the solutions that he wishes to propose, although we do agree with some. I think that, like him, we believe that offenders who commit serious crimes repeatedly deserve severe sentences. I notice that the minimums provided for are generally below those generally handed out by the courts. I'd like to know whether you have any kind of study of appeal court decisions regarding offenders who commit serious crimes repeatedly. What sentences do the appeal courts hand out? There are thousands of judges who render thousands of decisions in Canada every day, and it's quite possible that some of these decisions are very poorly reported in the media and give a false impression to the public. But in any case, even though there may be judges who make errors, there are appeal courts to reverse those decisions. Do you have any study demonstrating that appeal courts do not hand out light sentences or minimum sentences to these serious offenders? Because if we're opposed to this, is because minimum sentences or mandatory sentences have never reduced crime. It has never prevented crime either. But it does force a judge in exceptional circumstances where he's examined all the relevant information, has to render a decision that's against his conscience. So before imposing these restrictions on judges, it'd be interesting to see and important to see whether the appeal courts are maintaining light sentences. Because if the trial judges aren't doing their job, to my mind, it's a matter for the appeal court. The Honourable Minister for Public Security. Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I can say that, and I appreciate this, we do agree with our colleagues on many subjects, many different bills that attack crime, but there are other files where we don't agree, of course. I can also say that I've held meetings with my Quebec counterpart, the minister responsible for similar issues at the provincial level as I am at the federal level, and we wish to develop agreements, accords, where we could continue to recognize areas of provincial jurisdiction, especially for Quebec, which has developed programs specific to that province. We will continue to work respectfully with the government of Quebec and the people of Quebec, for that matter. Now, with regard to mandatory minimum sentences, my colleague has said there are no studies that can prove that mandatory minimum sentences can prevent crime. I disagree with his view. One thing we are certain of is that when someone is in prison, he cannot commit a crime against our citizens. So in each individual case, there will not be any crimes committed against citizens. In regards to his question about the appeals court, yes, that's true, Mr. Speaker. One could search for these documents to see the level of sentences handed down by the appeal courts and see whether the appeal court judges have changed or the sentences handed down by trial judges. 3 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, I produced a list of decisions in Western courts that show that even with people who've committed 50, 60, 70, 80, and in some cases over 100 crimes, they continue to receive, in my opinion, very light sentences. I understand that there are reasons why judges arrive at their decisions. I don't contest their decisions, but if an individual can have a harsher sentence, over 2 years, when in our federal prisons rather than provincial jails, they can be eligible for drug rehab programs or other programs that could prevent the possibility of recidivism. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to point out that I intend to share my time with the honourable member for Parkdale High Park. Thank you. Now, Mr. Speaker, since this is my first formal speech in this House since the by-election of September 17th, allow me to thank the voters of the riding of Outremont for having placed their trust in me. I intend to honor that trust by working with the same determination and dedication I've always shown in my other duties when I was an MNA and in other positions I've held throughout my career. The by-election perhaps was the scene of a change which will turn out to be important on the Quebec and Canadian political scenes. And I think that the throne speech delivered this week gives us a few indications of that change. Indeed, if you look at two subjects in particular, which are mentioned in the speech from the throne, I can tell you that it was Afghanistan and the environment, especially Kyoto, that led to the most questions from voters during my campaign. When in April I decided to add my experience and my voice to the NDP upon request of our leader, I realized the leader of the NDP, I realized that the priorities that always motivated my work in politics were in fact the priorities of the NDP. Real and credible support for sustainable development, a strong voice for peace and the role Canada has always played in the world, and an honest desire to make sure that the prosperity we have in our society is distributed equitably. That is the kind of message that we brought forth in the field during a campaign that lasted several months in our case, because even though I joined the NDP in April, the by-election was only called July 28. But we were already out there in the streets for many months. We knew the challenge this represented. More than one commentator stated that this was an impregnable liberal fortress in Outremont. Well, there you have it. We've taken the impenetrable fortress, and I'm very pleased to be one of the first MPs from the NDP to represent a Quebec riding. When I was canvassing door to door, the two most important issues brought forward were A, the environment, and B, Afghanistan. Let's talk about both. In the context of a week where we're debating the throne speech, let's look at what this important change is that we're experiencing in Canada and Quebec. I would even go so far as to say that for about 40 years now, the demarcation in Quebec politics and by that very fact, influencing all of Canadian politics, consisted in looking first and foremost at our position about a constitutional issue and not an economic or social issue. That line, which meant that at the National Assembly in Quebec City, the forces represented both right and left, because what united them was their vision, on the one hand, for an independent Quebec, or on the other hand, the vision that Quebec was better within Canada and Canada was better with Quebec. And it wasn't incompatible to be both Quebecer and Canadian. Others see it differently and are legitimately seeking to make Quebec an independent country. That was never a vision I shared, and I've always been very clear on that. However, with regard to Quebec's autonomy, since I spent my entire career in Quebec, I can tell you that that is a vision that is shared by people who know that when you talk about the Quebec nation, those are not hollow words. They have to have real meaning. Now, with regard to the environment, let's look at what distinguishes us from the current Conservative government and what distinguishes us from the previous Liberal government. It's been an interesting week to have this analysis because this week the former Prime Minister, Mr. Chrétien, published his memoirs. It's interesting to note that in his memoirs he lays blame, and this is his choice, on his predecessor, or his successor rather, as Prime Minister, who's still a member in this House. He says that it's because of his successor that Canada has not met Kyoto objectives. What's interesting to note is that it's the current leader of the Liberal Party who was the Minister of the Environment at the time, throughout the whole time that the other member was Prime Minister. A former Liberal Prime Minister who was in power over 10 years is saying that if we never met the Kyoto objectives, it's because of the current leader of the Liberal Party. What is rigorously true is that for 13 years, rather than seeing a reduction in greenhouse gases in Canada, the Liberals presided over an unprecedented rise in levels. No other signatory to the Kyoto Protocol saw such an increase in greenhouse gas emissions.
The current Conservative government is trying to use that incompetence as a pretext for continuing to do nothing, because that's precisely what they're proposing in the throne speech. As I went door to door in Outremont, people asked me to go beyond these two parties that have been divided for so long. They've asked us to go beyond the confines of constitutional issues, and to think about the future. They've asked us to bring the NDP's vision here of social justice and concern for youth. That's why I'm so proud, Mr. Speaker, to be an NDP member from Outremont. The other file, Mr. Speaker, that was most often raised after the environment was the war or current combat in southern Afghanistan. While clearly stating that Canadian soldiers there all deserve our greatest respect for their devotion, their dedication, it is our role to say that we absolutely do not share the government's view of this military intervention, like the U.S., which, in our opinion, like many experts, is doomed to fail. There's less security today in Afghanistan, not more. So even if people are convinced that this is a noble mission, you have to look at the facts. You have to look at how many Canadian soldiers are coming back in a casket. The idea is supposed to be a peace process. That's precisely the message of the New Democratic Party, and that's why I'm so proud to work both for future generations and the environment, and for peace and a fairer social justice vision all across Canada, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the new member for Outremont to this House. I know that he worked very hard to win that riding, as many of us do during elections, to win our respective ridings, and I congratulate him for that. However, there's kind of an incomplete vision, I believe, on the part of the NDP with respect to Afghanistan. They say that they do not support the current mission. They really haven't provided any vision for what type of a mission that they would support. Although, Mr. Speaker, they do often say that they would like to provide aid, but they don't say aid to whom. And this is the big question, Mr. Speaker. Without security, there can be no aid. There can be no development. We cannot help the women and children, 6 million children that are going to school. And I ask the honourable member to please think about the long-term effects of these 6 million children that are currently in school and what a profound difference that will make in Afghanistan over the next 20 years. I ask him, can he share some of that vision, and does he understand that these 6 million children currently in school will make a significant difference on the future of Afghanistan? I'd like to hear the answer, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Peterborough for his question, and I'd like to reassure him that I think we've done enough work in this file to have a valid opinion. And yes, indeed, our opinion is that there's less security in this poor country, and I use that term advisedly. It's one of the poorest countries in the world, which has experienced virtually relentless war since the Soviet Union invaded in the 70s. And we need to bring all of Canada's peacekeeping knowledge and experience to bear in Afghanistan, instead of, since Operation Enduring Freedom and the creation of the ISAF International Force and the exclusion in the bond process of certain parties, we're stuck in a combat quagmire that's been dictated by the United States, and in our view, that was a serious mistake. We should use our experience and credibility as peacekeepers and peacemakers, and then the young people and women you're talking about will indeed be better off in the future. The Honourable Member for West Nova. I'd like to join others in welcoming the member to the House of Commons and congratulate him on his election and wish him every success in his parliamentary career. My question for him is whether his opinions on limiting or perhaps eliminating the federal spending power in areas of provincial jurisdiction. Like me, I'm sure he favors sound social programs and the federal government's intervention in partnership with provincial governments to improve the quality of lives of all Canadians, especially those with fewer resources than others, who perhaps need this kind of social program less. And we're talking here about health, EI, daycare, early childhood education. This requires federal intervention into provincial areas of jurisdiction. My question for him is, what's his opinion on what bill the Conservative government might put forward? The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for West Nova for his question, but at the same time, I'd like to recommend that he read his own leader's intervention yesterday. He may just find that what he's saying doesn't really jive with what his leader said on this very important issue to Canada. So he wants to know what the NDP's position is on this. All he has to do is look at any of our daycare bills. There's a very clear provision that excludes Quebec from the application of that legislation because Quebec already has a position. That's what the NDP leader clearly said yesterday. But I can also say to him that on the face of it, what's proposed here, it makes us not at all uncomfortable. If you look at the NDP's history over the past 30 years, we have always had a clear understanding that Quebec was a nation, not just a nation with a vague term, it's a meaningful term, and that is an indication from us that that position, which would limit federal intervention in areas of exclusive provincial jurisdiction.
Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud to take part in this debate, and it's a privilege for me to rise in this House to speak on behalf of my constituents in Parkdale High Park in Toronto. The riding that I represent in the West End of Toronto is bordering on Lake Ontario. It's a riding that is home to many newcomers to Canada who make their home in Canada's largest city. We're also home to many young families who are squeezed by the high cost of housing, the lack of childcare, and the erosion of community spending. There are many seniors in our area who have worked hard all their lives to build our country and now believe our country is leaving them behind. We have many artists and people who work in the cultural sector who are very concerned about this government's lack of vision and support for the arts. Notre communauté s'inquiète.
Our community is also concerned about climate change, food safety, and water safety. We have a lot of young people who face a difficult future, knowing that our city lost over 125,000 industrial jobs in the past 5 years. Tuition and student debt are skyrocketing.
By its principles and knows what it believes. Like most hard-working Canadians, we believe that the government is taking this country in the wrong direction, and the agenda laid out in this throne speech continues to take Canada down the wrong path. It's breathtaking that this government has massive financial surpluses and yet does not even mention the needs of cities in this throne speech, even as our cities are cash-strapped, our services squeezed, and our infrastructure crumbling. Toronto is our largest city. We pay a lot of money in taxes, yet our city gets to keep only 6 cents out of every tax dollar, as the province and the federal government get the lion's share. In spite of calls from our citizens, the big city mayors, the boards of trade, and many others, this government refuses to recognize that Canada is the world's second most urban country, with 80% of our population living in cities. With an estimated infrastructure deficit of over $100 billion, our cities are in dire straits. Our federal government is rolling in cash, but it would prefer to use our tax dollars to fund a combat mission in Afghanistan than to invest in our communities.
Instead of reducing the GST by 1% for about $5 billion, the government could have reinvested that money to help more people in cities.
Doesn't mention the arts or culture. When so many Canadians believe in the need for us to tell each other our stories, and we live next door to the largest cultural exporter in the world, surely this government needs to lay out its vision for supporting our artists and our culture. Artists will continue to produce art. They'll do this anyway, even though most of them are living in poverty. But fewer and fewer of us will have access to these stories if our government does nothing to encourage Canadian stories and Canadian voices. Alors qu'une poignée de gens de
While a handful of the elite benefit from the current economy, everyone else doesn't. We've seen the incredible salaries and bonuses of CEOs, but other salaries aren't changing. In fact, they're going down for a number of families. Because of the government's program, the average family has a harder time making ends meet.
In Toronto who live below the poverty line. Many of these people go to work every day, but they are working for poverty wages, often in multiple jobs, and they simply cannot make ends meet. I see them and their children at community kitchens and food banks. I see them leaving very, very early, heading out for jobs as caregivers and in hotels and restaurants. Many are newcomers with excellent credentials being ground down in low-wage jobs in the bitter deception that they would be welcomed for their education and skill that they bring to this country. And even for families who are doing better. Parents ask me why we can't build a community centre in a neighbourhood full of kids. Why should a swimming pool close down and our kids and seniors be denied a chance for healthy exercise and life-saving classes? Why are we threatened with less transit service rather than promised more? Why is traffic gridlock a blight on our city and more kids are developing asthma? The average Canadian's working 200 more hours each year than it did just 9 years ago. The income gap is growing, and it's at a 30-year high. Something is fundamentally wrong with this picture, and Canadians know it. The direction that we're taking is absolutely the wrong direction. The prosperity gap is growing and putting middle-class families further and further behind. The government could have chosen to reduce the gap between the rich and the rest of us. Reducing the gap should have been a priority for the present session. Instead, the Conservatives chose to do nothing. They've not acted to alleviate the manufacturing crisis. On the contrary, they're continuing the Liberal plan of negotiating a free trade agreement with Korea, which will make a disastrous manufacturing trade deficit with this country even worse and destroy more Canadian jobs.
What we need is real leadership in key sectors of the economy, but the Conservatives' platform gives families and communities no hope when they face massive layoffs because of the destructive policies of the government.
About the crisis of climate change and what it will mean for the future. They're angry that the current government and the preceding government failed to get Canada on the right track for tackling the crisis of climate change. The air we breathe is getting dirtier, not cleaner. We're facing an unprecedented global crisis, and inaction is simply inexcusable. We must act. We have to work harder to honour our international obligations, to stop climate change, and blaming the previous government is simply not good enough. It is time to act. Canadians want to be proud of Canada on the international stage. Beaucoup de gens me disent,
a lot of people tell me that they're against the combat mission in Afghanistan. They feel that it's not the role Canadians want for Canada on the international stage.
In voice for peace, reconstruction and aid. We speak on behalf of millions of everyday Canadians who want the government to change direction in Afghanistan and who want to bring real peace and security, a peace that is lasting. Only the NDP has been clear and consistent on this issue that this is the wrong mission for Canada. We're the only one calling for an immediate troop withdrawal. I have a mandate to support the goals of my community, and therefore I must oppose the direction of the government and the agenda laid out in the Conservative throne speech. It takes Canadians in the wrong direction, and we should not support it. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to the honourable member, and as in the past, it appeared to me that the member did not do her research very well. So I'd like to point out to her and help her and assist her that in the throne speech, it specifically mentions a phenomenal infrastructure program, a historic amount of money for our cities, and I would like now that the member knows that the throne speech does address that. Is she willing to phone her riding and phone the City of Toronto and explain to them why she intends to vote against the program she is criticizing as well? I want to know, Mr. Speaker, because I've heard the honourable member criticize the government before on housing, affordable housing for Aboriginal communities, for the homeless and those who are in need, and I want her to agree to phone her constituents and admit to this House that she intends to vote against those positive initiatives once and for all, so that we can remind her of that when she criticizes the government next time.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, I'm a little astounded by the member's comments, given that the throne speech does not mention cities once. Can the honourable member show me where in the throne speech cities are mentioned? Where is the urban agenda? It is breathtaking that this government has no vision for the cities of our country where the vast majority of Canadians live and work. And our transit systems are not growing with the needs of our communities. Our cities are in gridlock. We have a crisis of homelessness. And this government is turning its back on the needs of the vast majority of Canadians. I not only will vote against this throne speech, I will stand with pride with my caucus and the NDP to vote against this throne speech. I am proud to defend our principles and to show the constituents of my riding that this government is moving in the wrong direction for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's one thing I agree with the member from Parkdale High Park, and that is a direction, as she said, is fundamentally wrong that this government is taking. But I want to ask her, Mr. Speaker, very quickly. She talked about housing, she talked about childcare, she talked about seniors, the yard, climate change, student tuition, cities, urban transit, student summer work programs, etc. I want to ask this member, Mr. Speaker, why in the 2005 budget their recommendations were all these that the Liberal government accepted at that time. Why did they betray, or she betrayed her constituents and vote against the government? Because the reason this government is in power today is because of the NDP. Why did she betray her constituents?
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park. A short response,
I
please.
thank the honourable member for his question, but I am a little confused since I was not elected in 2005. And so, therefore, I was not here in the House to vote one way or the other. but I am a little baffled by the arrogance of the honourable member, who would presume to undermine the democratic process and the will of Canadians who exercise their democratic right to elect some members and not elect other members.
We will now have statements by members according to Standing Order 31, and I recognize the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to pay respect to one of the most honourable men I have ever had the pleasure of knowing. For the past 15 years, the residents of Waterloo Region have enjoyed safe streets and a safe community, thanks in large part to the leadership of Waterloo Regional Police Chief Larry Greville. Chief Greville is Canada's longest-serving police chief, and he has served as the president of both the Ontario and the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. Having met Larry as a fellow student at Waterloo Oxford District Secondary School many years ago, I have always known him as a man of exceptional character. Larry has served his community as a leader, as a public servant, as a man of character, integrity, and honesty. Sadly for all of us, he has announced his retirement from the Waterloo Regional Police Force effective December 12 of this year. Larry, it has been an honor to know you and to work with you. Thank you for your dedication and public service. As the sun sets on this chapter of your life, I am confident that it will rise and shine brightly on what lies ahead for you and Debbie and your family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Don Valley East.
Before I begin, I'd like all members of this House to join me in congratulating the honourable member from Mississauga-Brampton South on the birth of his daughter at 3 a.m. this morning. Mr. Speaker, on this day in history, the British Privy Council decided in 1929 that women were persons under the law. Persons' Day should be something to celebrate, but unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, after this week's speech from the throne, Canadian women do not have much to celebrate these days. Women were not even mentioned in the speech, in spite of the fact that women constitute 52% of the population. Today, women still earn 77 cents for every dollar a man earns in Canada, and 41.5% of single, divorced, or widowed women over the age of 65 live in poverty. According to the throne speech, the serious problem of theft ranks as high priority for the Conservatives rather than the economic...
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to draw to the attention of the House the 20th anniversary of the Marie Marguerite Circle of the Order of the Daughters of Isabel, number 1355 of Longueuil, which will be celebrating its anniversary on October 20th with a mass and banquet. Through its various charitable activities, the Daughters of Isabel work in a spirit of unity, friendship, and charity. The objectives of this women's group is to get to know each other better, broaden their circle of friends, and pool resources in order to help one another. On behalf of the people I have the honor to represent, I would like to draw to the attention of the House their dedication within the church, society, and family, and I would like to thank them for all the work they've done, particularly the regent of this order, Miss Marie-Claire Brazeau, who has dedicated herself to her members for many years. Thank you.
Eastern Shore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, recently, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to join in the Members of Parliament military exchange tour with the men and women of the HMCS Preserver and the men and women of the HMCS Iroquois. I'm here to tell my colleagues in the House of Commons that if they ever have the same opportunity that I did last month, they should take up on it. Because, Mr. Speaker, the men and women on board these two vessels showed an outstanding display of confidence, of professionalism, and sense of duty to their country. I want to personally congratulate Rear Admiral Dean McFadden of Marland for the professionalism on board those two vessels and the rest of the fleet in Halifax, and also Colonel Bruce Plowman, the Colonel of Shearwater, for the outstanding work of the Sea Kings when they came and landed and took off on the back ship of the Iroquois. Mr. Speaker, the professionalism again was simply outstanding. The respect towards the women on board the vessel is something the Navy can teach us in civilian society of how women should be treated in our country. Mr. Speaker, again, I stand here as a proud individual of this House of Commons who took a wonderful opportunity. I encourage all my colleagues to do the same. Bravo Zulu to the men and women of the HMCS Preserver and Iroquois. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the House passed a motion to confer honorary Canadian citizenship on Ms. Aung San Suu Kyi for her self-sacrifice, commitment to democracy, and for refusing to capitulate to a corrupt dictatorship. She has been denied the opportunity to lead her people, even though she convincingly won the election in 1990. Now the people of Burma are running the gauntlet of beatings, arrests, and killings by the dictatorship. What next, Mr. Speaker? More violence, anarchy, civil war? One thing is obvious, Mr. Speaker. If people are denied the right to peacefully and democratically choose their government, they will march in the streets. And if they are denied the right to march in the streets, violence will follow. And if protests are violently suppressed, anarchy or civil war will follow. Mr. Speaker, there are brave people in Burma, and I salute those who accept the dangers of challenging the gun-toting goons of the dictatorship to claim their democratic rights. The people's voice cannot be silenced. It will eventually be heard.
Hear, hear.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to highlight the challenges facing Canada's manufacturing sector. Our country desperately needs a manufacturing strategy that is innovative and robust, and one that helps to protect high-paying jobs in Canada. Le Canada a besoin de type.
Canada needs a type of innovation that prevailed during the previous Parliament when the User Fee Act, Bill C-212, was passed and brought into force. Manufacturers and small businesses were being crippled from the growing cost of regulated user fees, which had no linkages to the service being delivered or to whether or not established performance standards were being met. Working with the Canadian Chemical Producers Association, a law was passed that mandates federal government departments and agencies to factor competitive impacts and accountable service standards into their cost recovery schemes.
And demonstrate that they are interested in reducing redundant red tape and in providing an optimal investment environment for our manufacturing sector.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
I want to take a moment to commend the Minister of Justice for his campaign to tackle crime. Absolutely. Today, he brought forward our Comprehensive Tackling Violent Crimes Act. A recent survey has showed that 2/3 of Canadians like the direction our government has taken in fighting crime. Mr. Speaker, Canadians like the idea of serious jail time for serious gun crimes. They like the idea of tougher bail rules. They want to see children protected from predators. They also like the idea of cracking down on drunk and stoned drivers. And strangely enough, Canadians say they want dangerous offenders to face longer prison sentences.
Yes, they do.
And now, Canadians want to see action. And that's exactly what they'll get from our Conservative government. But will they see action from the Liberal Party? Will the Liberal leader for once listen to Canadians and vote for our anti-crime strategy? Methinks the only thing the Liberal leader wants to do is save his own skin. Mr. Speaker, will the Liberals ever stop being soft on crime?
The Honourable Member for Beltier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec manufacturing sector is endangered, and the government once again does nothing. Indeed, no concrete measures have been announced in the speech from the throne to help the manufacturing sector. As usual, this government believes that the free market will resolve everything and that any state intervention will have a negative impact on industry. However, as the government says it's made the right choice by choosing to not do anything, more than 65,000 manufacturing jobs have been lost in Quebec since the Conservatives got into power. When will this government understand that the new challenges of globalization require that governments take immediate, effective action instead of minimizing the effects of the manufacturing crisis? The Bloc Québécois, to the contrary, has asked the government to assume its responsibilities and support the workers and companies hard hit by this crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But what does it take for the Bloc to support the speech from the throne? Not only is our government supporting supply management and supporting in concrete measures are Quebec producers, but is also offering to limit federal spending power in Quebec's or provincial jurisdictions. André Pratt, in the press of October 7th, says that the parties will be voting against the speech from the throat, and in so doing will be voting against a measure that Quebec government's been looking for 40 years. Is that what we call defending the best interests of Quebec? In addition to not coming up with any concrete results, that's what our Bloc friends will be voting against the Quebec government. How ironic. One thing's clear. Over the past 20 months, the Conservative members in Quebec have taken action and are working ceaselessly to ensure that Quebec is strong within a united Canada. The Bloc can continue defending its partisan interests, but our government, our Conservative government, will continue to deliver the merchandise in the interest of Quebecers and Canadians.
Speaker, today marks Infectious Disease Day, a day to promote and advance action on infectious diseases. Statistics show that infections acquired in healthcare settings alone kill 8,000 to 12,000 Canadians a year. And 1 in 9 patients, an estimated 250,000 Canadians who are admitted to hospital every year, pick up infections while being treated for another health matter. Not only does this put an enormous unnecessary pressure on our healthcare system, but it costs the Canadian economy an estimated $15 billion a year. We need leadership from this government and a commitment to do what is necessary to protect the health and safety of Canadians. We need a Canada-wide strategy to deal with the ailments ranging from flu to deadly hospital-acquired infections and the possibility of a pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I join the numerous organizations representing the infectious disease sector in urging this government to develop and lead a national infectious disease strategy focusing on everything from proper hand washing to a comprehensive disease surveillance. The government needs to provide necessary funding for health facilities, conduct...
The honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nothing is a greater responsibility for any parliamentarian than to provide for the health and the safety of our citizens. Sadly, under the former Liberal policy of denial, delay, of tough talk but no action, today's crime problems fly in the face of our own constitutional promises of peace, order and good government. Residents of my riding of Prince Edward Hastings, and I believe all Canadians, want a government that is tough on crime and reliable on national security. Clearly it is past time, actually, to protect victims and to focus on criminals. I'm proud to be part of a government that stands behind our police officers and our prosecutors as they stand at the front line of Canadian justice every day. So I say to my opposition colleagues in this House, if you are truly serious about cracking down on crime, then show it by swiftly and unanimously passing Bill C-2, our much-needed Comprehensive Violent Crime Act.
Honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday many of us wore white bands joining Canadians to stand up against poverty. This is not a one-day celebration, it is year-round work. Now our words need action, money, and a real plan. With leadership from this House and government, we'll move past empty words in a throne speech. A plan with an adequate budget, targets, timelines, and accountability. A plan that could unite progressive Social Democrats and compassionate Conservatives. It's working in Ireland, where they invested in children and education and built affordable housing. Quebec and Newfoundland Labrador have their plans. Parliament's Human Resources Committee has passed my motion to study the prosperity gap and make recommendations. This must be a priority. Yesterday on the Hill, a banner declared that poverty is a government policy. It's time that fighting poverty becomes government policy.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
A moment. The University of Manitoba is awarding a posthumous degree to Jordan Anderson, a Canadian soldier killed in Afghanistan earlier this year. Corporal Anderson of the Edmonton-based 3rd Battalion of the Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry was killed near Kandahar on July 4, 2007, along with 5 other Canadian soldiers and an Afghan interpreter. Anderson was a political studies major completing his arts degree through the Military Support Office at the University of Manitoba. I understand this will be the first degree conferred posthumously upon a serving member of the military killed in wartime, and I congratulate the U of M for this important initiative. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Corporal Anderson's wife, Amanda, who will be attending the ceremony along with members of Anderson's military unit who are currently working to set up a scholarship in his name at the university. I would ask all members of this House to join me in acknowledging the Anderson family's contribution to this country and congratulate them for this well-deserved posthumous degree. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Order. The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, last Saturday, the Bloc Québécois General Council paid tribute to Al Gore and to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, who won the Nobel Peace Prize. This prize rewards them for their fight against climate change. Let me quote Al Gore. As long as our civilization in its entirety continues to comply with an intellectual regime that fosters control over and exploitation of the natural world for the sole purpose of short-term profits, the massacre will continue. I have the conviction that we will have to choose a path that is unequivocal. We have to safeguard the environment. It is the backbone of our civilization, and it is time to understand how we can do this properly. End of quote. Hope resides in the desire that this wonderful conviction will advance this cause in the international community and the Conservative government. The Bloc Québécois is and will remain hopeful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, today is Persons Day, and for the past 78 years, Canadians have celebrated the historic ruling that stated women are persons under the law. Unfortunately, there is not much to celebrate lately. Since 2006, this Conservative government has consistently attacked women's equality. The Prime Minister has made no attempt to fulfill his 2006 campaign promise to take concrete and immediate measures, as recommended by the United Nations, to ensure that Canada fully upholds its commitments to women in Canada. Is this just another empty promise to get them elected?
Usually.
In addition, this Conservative government has made it clear that women's advocacy groups will not be eligible for funding.
Something new.
Several women's equality-seeking groups have either closed their doors or are getting ready to do so. Normally a day of jubilation, Mr. Speaker, this Persons Day has a dark cloud over it.
Indeed.
The Honourable Member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise in this House. I would like to thank all of the people in the riding of Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean who put their trust in me. For the first time in 13 years, they can count on a member who will not be sitting on opposition benches and will be able to act for them. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec nation realizes that it's impossible to score when you sit only in the stands. This is the result of the victory of the Conservative team that has shown leadership. For the past 20 months, the Prime Minister of Canada has been keeping his promise that he will deliver the goods. In the speech from the throne, we made a commitment to support forestry workers, and we will keep our word. The Bloc is against all of this. They're against the development of Quebec, but we must understand that we need to have a strong Quebec within a strong Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, in the last election campaign, the Conservative Party violated the Elections Act. Elections Canada has said so. 1.2 million The Conservative Party leaders were aware of this. They decided on this scheme. Some of them are now councillors, members, ministers. But my question is to the Prime Minister, as leader of the Conservative Party, what did he know and when did he know it? The Right Honourable Government House Leader.
I guess the Leader of the Opposition didn't hear my answers yesterday for some reason. In any event, our election financing activities are entirely legal. They are what the law permits, and they are similar to the practices of other political parties.
The Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's closest advisors are implicated in this scheme. How can he pretend and say to Canadians that he was not aware of this unethical and illegal behavior? So I ask him another chance to answer. What did he know about it? And when did he know it?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely nothing to the suggestions of the Leader of the Opposition. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Our election financing activities are entirely legal. They follow the law. They're similar to those of the other political parties.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are entitled to hear a response from the Prime Minister. He mustn't stay in his seat. He must respond. His advisors were aware of it. What was he aware? Did he decide to violate the Elections Act? Order, please. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we just had an outstanding throne speech that set the course for the future. Apparently that's of no interest to the Liberal Party. It explains why, when he became leader of the Liberal Party, headquarters replaced the sign that said smile with a new sign that said smile anyways.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. Order.
Written by the same Mr. Speaker, the government spent the summer sidestepping allegations of election irregularities, hoping to avoid parliamentary scrutiny. Not so fast. Their conduct has been called into question by independent organizations. They're under investigation, not in one, not in two, but in 3 separate cases. Clearly, the party opposite wants to sweep all of this under the rug so Canadians don't get the facts. But is this the real reason why this Prime Minister wants to go into an early election?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. This party does not want to go into an early election. We wish to govern. We'll be seeking a mandate from this House to govern until October 19th, 2009. That's the date we set in law for the next election, and we're confident that this House will give us that mandate next Wednesday.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are being targeted by 3 independent inquiries for serious ethical wrongdoing. It's with that they're going to go into an election to sweep all of that under the rug? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, all our activities are entirely legal. I've said that repeatedly.
Order. I'm sure the government. Order. I'm sure the Government House Leader appreciates this help with his answer, but he has the floor, and so he has the right to speak, and others perhaps can allow him to continue so we can all hear the answer.
All our activities are entirely legal. We have nothing to apologize for. When it came to questions of ethics, the electorate rendered a strong verdict in the last election, and they said they'd had it with the Liberal ways on ethics.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, in December 2005 in Quebec City, the Prime Minister promised to respect Quebec jurisdiction, but in his throne speech, the Prime Minister made a commitment to limit federal spending power only in new cost-shared programs. Does this mean that the Prime Minister will continue to interfere as much as he wants in Quebec jurisdiction as long as it's not cost-shared, as he did when he created the Mental Health Commission? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the activities of the Mental Health Commission comes under federal jurisdiction in cooperation with many provinces, and the people who work in this field seem to welcome this federal initiative. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. That is not the opinion of the Government of Quebec, Mr. Speaker. So the federal government can apparently intervene as it wants when it sees fit. In the social union, which was denounced unanimously by the National Assembly, there was an opting out provision with 100% of the funds, but the throne speech only talks about fair compensation. Does this mean that the social union, which was rejected by Quebec, did even more than the throne speech when he promised to limit federal spending power and respect Quebec jurisdiction, among other things? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we, the federal government, intend to limit the federal spending power in areas of cost-shared programs. That idea has been welcomed by the Quebec government. It's a historical gain for Quebec, and quite simply, the Bloc is incapable of recognizing that because of its separatist ideology. The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, the government claims that its plan to limit the federal spending power is superior to the social union. In the throne speech, as in the social union, the conditions are set for Quebec to opt out. Quebec has to invest in related areas. In this throne speech, it says compatible programs. Can the Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs explain the difference between compatible and related in this context? Maybe the Conservative project is even more restrictive than the social union, which was rejected by the National Assembly. The Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I invite my friends from the Bloc Québécois to be a little patient here. This government will table a bill, and then they can familiarize themselves with its provisions, and we will then be in a position, after we've all read and familiarized ourselves with the bill, we can ask appropriate questions. The Honourable Member for Papineau. Is the Prime Minister aware that not only is this throne speech under the standard of the social union, but without the elimination of the federal spending power, in accordance with his promise made in December in Quebec, his promise has been broken? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Two observations. First of all, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc voted with the government to solve fiscal imbalance on the one hand, and on the other hand, once again, Quebecers know full well that when this government gives its word, makes a commitment to do something, it does it. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Order, please. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, too often the Prime Minister says one thing and does the opposite. One example here. In January 2006, the Prime Minister said to Radio-Canada that a cabinet should be made up only of elected representatives. A few days later, what did he do? He appointed Michael Fortier to the Senate and to cabinet. So, yesterday he stated that he thinks perhaps the Senate should be abolished. We agree with that, but why believe the Prime Minister this time? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, I clearly said that our preference would be a reformed Senate, an elected Senate, but the Senate has to change. If the Senate cannot be elected, it should be abolished. Those are choices. The New Democratic Party has expressed its choice, but we can't reject the idea of elections and we can have, and then ask for elected senators.
Mr. Speaker, it looks as though the only way that we're going to get Michael Forte to face the voters is to abolish the Senate. Let me, if I may, quote the Prime Minister once again when he said, "An appointed Senate is a relic of the 19th century." Now, Mr. Speaker, many provincial leaders in this country support the abolition of the Senate. So let me ask the Prime Minister seriously, is he willing to open up a dialogue with provincial leaders regarding the steps that would need to be taken to abolish the Senate? If it's broken, let's abolish it now.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As I just said, Mr. Speaker, this party's preference has always been to see a reformed and elected Senate, but if the Senate can't be reformed, the only other alternative would be to abolish it. I think we recognize that, but once again, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the New Democratic Party is in a bit of a contradiction. He can't blame the Senate for having unelected senators when he himself refuses to pass legislation to allow senators to be elected.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Canada investigated this $1.2 million Conservative laundering scam. There is no evidence these expenses were incurred by their candidates. Some of their candidates said they didn't even know about them. Others said they were pressured to contribute to the national advertising. Elections Canada says the Conservative Party used local campaigns to hide the fact that they spent more than they were allowed to. And then they had the gall to acclaim bogus rebates. When will this government admit it knowingly broke the law?
Right on. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, all of the suggestions of the honourable member are in fact incorrect. The reality is that all of our activities are lawful. We follow the law very carefully, and we will continue to do that in the future.
Order. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
That's not the opinion of Elections Canada. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister must explain himself. The Conservative official, Anne O'Grady, was aware of this. The campaign chairman, Tom Flanagan, was aware of this. He even wrote it in his book. Those people get their mandate from the Prime Minister. He tells them what to do. Why did the Prime Minister order them to violate the election financing legislation? The Government House Leader.
The honourable member has made some very serious accusations of illegal activity of particular individuals. I haven't heard her make those accusations outside this House. I would invite her to do so and bear the consequences of doing so.
The Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Mr. Speaker, even Conservative candidates feel they have to admit they cheated in the last elections. Gary Caldwell, a candidate in Compton-Stanstead, admitted, and I quote, "This was not a legitimate expense for our riding." Jean Landry in Richmond-Athabasca said the Conservative organizer did not stop harassing me about this. He said, "We had to do this. It was compulsory." Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the Prime Minister do the same thing as his candidates? Why is he hiding the truth? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there's absolutely nothing hidden. All of our activities are legal. All of them follow the letter of the law, and all of them are similar to the practices of other parties.
Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Let's be very clear. Gary Caldwell, the Conservative candidate in Compton-Stanstead, said, and I quote, "This was not a legitimate expense for our riding." Jean Landry, another Conservative candidate, said that a party organizer, and I quote, "did not stop harassing me with that. He said we had to do it. It was obligatory." Mr. Speaker, who's telling the truth? The Prime Minister or his candidates?
The bully. The bully.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I heard the honourable member the first time. I don't think he heard me the 12th time. All of our activities were legal. They followed the letter of the law, and they're similar to the practices of other parties.
The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, Quebec without its regions, it's not Quebec. People are looking for a decent job, and jobs are being lost by the thousands again today. Louisiana Pacific plant is closing. 200 jobs lost in Saint-Michel-des-Saints, in Lanaudière. Will the government finally put in place the measures suggested by the Bloc Québécois, tax credit equivalent to 30% of the payroll that do value-added processing, and a tax relief of 50% of small manufacturers in resource regions? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, we have to remember, and these are things that happen in the world context, there are sectors of economic activity that are suffering. Everybody knows that. But we know we have a very vigorous economy in other sectors. In the throne speech that the Bloc Québécois is opposing, we indicated very clearly our intention to pursue measures to help the manufacturing sector, the tourism industry, forestry. It's too bad the Bloc Québécois is opposed to the throne speech. The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie-Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the Minister said, there is no aid for the forestry sector in the throne speech. $14 billion surplus is being sent to the debt, whereas families are losing everything. When is this government going to be a little bit compassionate and take action? The Honourable Ministry of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our government in the last year and a half has committed $400 million to the forest sector. We've done everything to worker adjustment programs. We've invested in new markets, Mr. Speaker. And all of this is being done with the Forest Products Association of Canada, who represents most of this industry, Mr. Speaker. No other government has stood by this industry. And again, as the Minister of Transport said, there is no measures for the forest sector in the throne speech. It wasn't mentioned. It's very unfortunate that the Bloc will not stand up for the forest sector in Quebec or anywhere else in Canada. They should support the throne speech.
Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Mr. Speaker, the throne speech has nothing for older workers who are victims of the forestry crisis. It's ridiculous to think that you can retrain all workers over 55 without taking into account their education level and their region. What we need is a true income support program to help these workers along until retirement. Such a program would only cost $75 million, and given that there are surpluses of over $14 billion, how can the government explain to these workers that it is refusing an income support program for them when they have completely exhausted all possibilities of finding a new job? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Throne speech, of course, we did talk about the need to support the forestry sector and other sectors that have been hit hard by layoffs, Mr. Speaker, and I point out that today we have 9 different initiatives underway in Quebec under the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers, an initiative that we brought in, this government brought in, with the support of the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker. The fact is we are putting many supports in place to help people who are hard hit by layoffs in all sectors across this country.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. That's not income support, Mr. Speaker. Even worse, the Conservatives are refusing to give royal recommendation to Bill C-269 that improves the EI system. That recommendation is possible since there is precedent for this, and that precedent concerned precisely that, a bill on employment insurance. Will the minister give dignity to these workers by authorizing the royal recommendation for Bill C-269, as was the case for Bill C-216 in 1994, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
This government feels that those workers have dignity, and it's not up to this government to give that dignity to them, Mr. Speaker. We have tremendous faith in the people of Quebec, Mr. Speaker. That's why we put in place the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers. We see the tremendous potential in these workers. We're dedicated to helping them, Mr. Speaker. I just wish the member had that same faith, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
investigation underway. This one involves the Prime Minister's office and a breach of privacy, an allegation that should send chills down the spines of all Canadians. My constituents, Mrs. Faulkner and Mrs. Donan, want an explanation. Both their names mysteriously appeared on the PMO list to receive a Rosh Hashanah greeting, but neither is Jewish. They want to know how they are identified with a religious affiliation they do not hold and why there is such a list. Calls to the PMO went unanswered. So today I ask the Prime Minister again, will he explain how his office compiled the lists?
The Honourable the Minister of State Multiculturalism.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to hear that didn't enter into the happiness of the Rosh Hashanah New Year's. But, Mr. Speaker, I can quote from the Executive Vice President of the Canadian Jewish Congress, who said, "I don't think there's anything nefarious here whatsoever, and that most people in the community would appreciate this." And from Frank Diamant of B'nai B'rith Canada, "I really do think there's a very sinister motivation by individuals who are asking for an examination of where these lists came from or how they were accumulated." So what's her sinister motivation? But, Mr. Speaker, before she answers that, I'd like her to tell us whether she's ever sent out Rosh Hashanah cards, or other Liberals have, to members of the Jewish community.
For Thornhill.
Speaker, Canadians expect
Order.
to be protected, not exploited. The Prime Minister's office has dodged. The Prime Minister's office has dodged calls and questions on this issue from my constituents. I've had to write a letter to the Privacy Commissioner at the request of one of my constituents for an answer, but they want to hear from the Prime Minister. How did their names get placed on the list? The PMO could not have gotten these names from public lists, as they are not constituents of the Jewish faith. How did the PMO access their private information, and will he explain how the list was compiled?
Right on. Honourable the Secretary of State, Multiculturalism. Order. The Honourable Secretary of State has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I understand why she didn't want to answer my question, perhaps because just this morning I received an email from a constituent of hers, Mr. Arthur Burke, and I'd be happy to table this. He says, "Dear Sir, I received a Rosh Hashanah card from my MP, the MP for Thornhill. I don't know where she received my address or how she knew my religious affiliation. I'd be very appreciative. You might be able to look into this." Mr. Speaker, we know, Mr. Speaker, that Rosh Hashanah is the Jewish New Year, but it seems for that member it's the high holiday for hypocrisy.
The Honourable Member for Halton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State for...
Order. I know members on both sides seem to disagree on this point, but we have to have some order in the House so we can proceed with the discussion. The Honourable Member for Halton has the floor now.
Speaker, now that the Secretary of State for Multiculturalism has admitted that the government used private information to send unsolicited mail to constituents, to Canadians, will he now apologize and, better still, tell us where that information came from? Are Conservative members of Parliament collecting that from their constituents? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of State, Multiculturalism.
Proving once again they can't think on their feet or retool, Mr. Speaker, during question period. The fact of the matter is that, like all members of Parliament, we have a program, like all MPs, to provide holiday greetings. Most MPs, perhaps over there, only do it at Christmas time, Mr. Speaker. But because we believe in multiculturalism, we share holiday greetings on important festivities for all communities based on publicly available lists and information, Mr. Speaker. And they should be apologized for saying one thing and doing another.
Honourable Member for Halton. Order.
We are here to represent people. We are here in our ridings to serve people. And Conservative members of Parliament have databases, a party database in their office in which is entered the private information of individual Canadians. Now that you just admitted that it's used. Now I want to ask the Prime Minister, will he apologize for an ethical invasion of Canadians' privacy?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Halton has always said ethics are very important to him. He talks today about the importance of representing people, including, of course, the people of Halton. That's why he said on February 10th, 2006, I think anyone who crosses the floor should go back to the people for ratification. That's one of his ethical standards, and I know he wants to follow that ethical standard today.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre. Order.
Mr. Speaker, it's a good day for Calgarians. Today, the Minister of Justice tabled a comprehensive justice bill, which includes pieces of important crime-fighting legislation held up in the last Parliament by the opposition. In fact, Calgary Mayor Dave Bronconnier praised our initiative, saying, anytime you can keep offenders, repeated offenders with serious crimes involving guns, as we've seen in a number of instances in Calgary, by having more stringent criteria, we support it. But today, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have accused us of holding up our own legislation. Can the Minister of Justice respond to these outrageous accusations?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, I've been very pleased to, over the last year, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Liberal Party has held up or been fighting our crime-fighting agenda. Now they've spun this very interesting theory that we were just trying to make the Liberal Party look bad by not passing the legislation. Well, Mr. Speaker, listen, we can agree on a lot of things, Mr. Speaker, and one of the things we can agree on for sure is the Liberal Party has needed no help whatsoever in the last year to look bad. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to stand up for the rights of law-abiding Canadians.
Honourable member. Order. The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister appointed a partisan panel to extend the mission in Afghanistan, and now we discover that John Manley is getting $1,400 a day to support the Conservative position. However, Mr. Speaker, the panel won't address the critical issue of injured soldiers and the support that they need when they come home. Military families are struggling to cope. Many of them are unable to access the support services they need. Why do the Conservatives want to extend this war when they can't even help military families here at home?
Hear, hear. Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud that he agreed to be a member of this panel, and the amounts paid to this person will be, the chair of the panel will be the normal, traditional, there'll be no privileges. The honourable member for New Westminster.
Speaker, the only reason we're still in this war is because Liberals supported the Conservatives to extend it. Yes. And on top of what this panel's paid, released documents now show that the government is spending $86 million a month on this war. Meanwhile, I've received many heartbreaking letters from military families across the country saying they can't access the support service they need. Mr. Speaker, how can this minister justify spending $86 million a month on a war Canadians don't support, and how can he justify paying John Manley $1,400 a day?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that why we're there, it's a very important question, and I just want to answer this question. The UN on September 19 issued a resolution 1776 and calls upon member states to contribute personal equipment and other resources to the International Security Assistance Forces in Afghanistan. We're there because it's under a UN mandate, Mr. President.
The honourable member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the government was asked yesterday if it was involved in a bribery scheme during the Ottawa mayoralty race, the government House leader said, and I quote, "The minister was approached with the suggestion of an offer," unquote. This begs the question, Mr. Speaker, what offer was made, to which minister, and by whom? Was it John Reynolds? Was it Doug Findlay? Just who was it?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this stuff is all wide in the open. There was no offer ever made. There was no appointment ever made. And it's only the Liberal Party of Canada that will consider the failure to make a patronage appointment a scandal.
The member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better answers than that. In an affidavit, Detective Sergeant Mason said Ottawa Mayor O'Brien asked his political rival, Terry Kilray, to vacate the mayor's race if O'Brien could make an appointment happen. Hours later, Kilray says he got a call from O'Brien saying John Reynolds had placed his name on the list. Yesterday, the minister admitted the government was indeed approached with an offer. Clearly, making such an offer is against the law, in case you forgot. Who in this government or in the Conservative Party made this offer?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's a matter of public record. Terry Kilray, the individual in question, approached the Minister of the Environment to see if an offer had been extended or made. None had, and he made that quite clear. The one person who could have made that offer, I think, in the past, might have been that mayor in question back in the days when he was the president of the Rideau Liberal fundraising organization, the Rideau Club, I think it's called, or Laurier Club. Sorry, Laurier Club.
Honourable member for Beaches, East York. Order.
Mr. Speaker, today is Persons Day, and once again the Prime Minister continues to attack women's equality. The Prime Minister broke his promise from the 2006 election campaign to take concrete and immediate measure, as recommended by the United Nations, to ensure that Canada fully uphold its commitments to women in Canada. Can the Prime Minister please explain how, by silencing the voices of women, improves Canada's commitment to women's equality?
Hear, hear. Honourable the Minister for the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, nothing could be more false. The member knows full well that our government has increased to the highest level of funding ever the Status of Women program in Canada, a 42% increase, and the member voted against that. The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Order. The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York has the floor to ask her supplementary.
Speaker, it was women's voices that gave women the vote in Canada, declared them persons under the law, and it was women's voices that forced the Government of Canada to include women in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Women's groups that advocate for change are now excluded from applying for funding. But the Conference of Defence Associations, the oldest advocacy group in Canada's defence community, received a $500,000 multi-year grant. Why are defence contractors eligible for advocacy funding when women's groups are not? This is a disgrace for this government.
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women. Nothing could be more false, Mr. Speaker, and that's what's shameful. Even recently, again recently, I granted funding to an organization that provides opportunities to women who are economically disadvantaged, and 60 other projects will be announced in the weeks to come. Mr. Speaker, $1 million in total. The Honourable Member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, women don't need charity, they need real programs. The throne speech disregards women. It makes no mention of pay equity nor improving women's economic security. The minister is out of touch with the reality of women in Quebec. Can she explain why there are no measures for women nor any announcement on pay equity in legislation in the throne speech? Isn't that being out of touch? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we all saw this summer that Bloc members had decided to get more aggressive. But that's no reason to respond to falsehoods. The fact is that our government has increased assistance to Status of Women programs by 42%. 42%, that's the highest budget ever for women's direct assistance programming. Less bureaucracy and more concrete results for women. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. How can we support this government when it's abandoned over 52% of the population? Women. Women's groups say that the Conservative government's record on defending women's rights is disastrous. Women are mad at this government, and they're right to be mad. The Minister of Status of Women needs to come down from her ivory tower and visit and see what's going on the ground for women and restore the original criteria for women's programming and for the Court Challenges program. The Honourable Minister. Order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I don't need comments and suggestions from the member to know what women need in Quebec. If the member really wants to promote women in Quebec, I would invite her first to let her colleague from Brome-Missisquoi know that he made inappropriate comments. That's a 42% increase in the budget for promoting women's programs, $15.3 million for concrete results for women who are in need. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, at the Vancouver International Airport on Sunday, a visitor from Poland tragically died after RCMP officers jolted him with a taser. This is not the only incident. Last night, a Montreal man was also killed by a taser. Canadians need answers. They need reassurance that use of tasers is not routine procedure. Will the government ensure that the RCMP follow clear, proper procedures for restraint and that taser use does not continue to result in such fatalities?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, certainly any incident that ends in tragedy has our full condolence. I'd also say that the RCMP is in the midst right now of doing a review for me on the use of taser. I understand the Canadian Police Association is also doing that. Since 2001, tasers have been used by the RCMP about 4,000 times, and at least as many times by other police associations. The training is very intensive. We're looking forward to getting the updated reviews to see what those will bring forward, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to helping the Arctic finally realize its true potential after years of neglect by our Liberal colleagues. Under our government's leadership, we are strengthening Canada's sovereignty and place in the world. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs explain what action our government is taking to protect our country's sovereignty, specifically in the North?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
As part of asserting sovereignty in the Arctic, our government will complete a comprehensive mapping of Canada's Arctic seabed. Never before, Mr. Speaker, never before has this part of Canada's ocean floor being fully mapped. New Arctic patrol ship and expedient surveillance will guard Canada's far north, Mr. Speaker. And our Arctic Rangers will also be expanded. Mr. Speaker, the opposition can only talk about protecting sovereignty, but the fact is they didn't get it done.
Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to play dangerous games when it comes to our environment. The watered-down half measures of this government will do nothing to fight dangerous climate change. New Democrats will again show what it means to act on our principles and fight for a progressive environmental agenda for working families. Will the minister explain to this House why this government insists on thumbing its nose at the hard work of this Parliament, why his government refuses to bring back the Clean Air and Climate Change Act for a vote in this place?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, very simply, the amendments made by the opposition parties to the old Clean Air Act, Mr. Speaker, simply created an unlicensed limit to pollute. That's not acceptable for those of us on the government side of the House.
Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the huckster keeps telling it, but Canadians ain't buying. And now, tragically, because of Liberal support for this agenda, it seems the Liberal leader will now have to rename his dog. It's a shame, Mr. Speaker. I was in Washington recently. I met with senators, both Republicans and Democrats, who are fighting for serious climate change action in their governments. If politicians in George Bush's America have the courage to act, why is it that Liberal and Conservative MPs don't have that same courage? Do they want to pass this dangerous agenda on to future generations?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm a Canadian nationalist. I'm not going to be taking my orders from the U.S. Congress, from Democrats or Republicans. Our policy is going to be a made-in-Canada policy, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, a Canadian citizen from my riding of Mount Royal spent 5 months in a prison.
Was advised me that he's been sentenced for 3 years for an alleged visa violation resulting from entrapment by Indian officials and has not received the needed consular assistance. Will the Canadian government take the requisite steps to assist and expedite the return of a Canadian citizen to Canada and to his family?
The Honourable Minister. Order.
May I carry on? I suppose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am absolutely aware of this issue. In fact, I have been in regular contact through correspondence with the critic for the Liberal Party on Mr. Yatsayek's case. I can assure the honourable member that Consular Affairs have been in regular contact with him, with his family, with his lawyer, and we've ensured that he has provided the consular services he is entitled to.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2007, our government took action to improve the water we drink, clean polluted waters, help maintain water levels in the Great Lakes, protect our ecosystems, and ensure the sustainability of our fish resources. In fact, Mr. Speaker, just last week, I was with the Minister of the Environment and the Government House Leader when they announced $12 million for the cleanup of Lake Simcoe in central Ontario. Now, I wonder, I'd like to ask the Minister of the Environment if he could tell the House what additional actions our government have taken to protect our precious rivers, lakes, and oceans.
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Action on environmental remediation to help clean our waters, Mr. Speaker. It was the Liberal Party who voted against funding to help support Lake Simcoe and the cleanup there. I know he was as shocked as I was, and next time we go to Lake Simcoe, we'll invite the member for Wascana. We're also putting major resources into help cleaning up our oceans, major resources into help cleaning up our Great Lakes. We're for the first time ever going to be banning raw sewage from being dumped into Canada's oceans, the rivers, the lakes, because, Mr. Speaker, the previous government didn't get it done, and this government is delivering real results for the environment.
Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquedoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I love the way you say that. I just sent over to the Minister of Finance a chart of the projections prepared by the Government of Nova Scotia relating to their interpretation of how much money they'll get under the new exchange of letters. Will the Minister confirm that the provincial chart I just sent him is the same as the projections for the federal, or the same as the federal projections? And also, the exchange of letters say the amendments to legislation will be made, but they don't say what legislation will be amended. So will the Minister just tell us what legislation will be amended as a result of the exchange of letters?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
The agreement that has been reached between the province of Nova Scotia and the Government of Canada has been overwhelmingly positive. The response, Mr. Speaker, the specifics which the member is referring to will be made public, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that much of these charts, much of these projections are based on assumptions. We do know that the legislation that has to be amended will include the Budget Implementation Act, Mr. Speaker. There's discussions happening between the province and Ottawa currently. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want to quote for the record what the Premier of Nova Scotia said. He's satisfied that the federal government will follow through with its promise and introduce legislation to implement the changes. Former Premier Ham also said last week it fits nicely with the original accord. This is a positive outcome, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kings Hanks.
Colchester Colchester is standing up for his constituents and standing up for Nova Scotians. The Prime Minister in 2005 said that parachuting candidates into a local riding association against the wishes of that riding association, quote, demeans democracy. The Riding Association of Cumberland-Colchester has nominated and reaffirmed the nomination of the member for Cumberland-Colchester. How can the Prime Minister be taken seriously on democratic reform when his own actions, according to his own words, demeans democracy?
Government House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, it's always amusing to have a Liberal talk to you about democracy in their party. This is the party that championed the notion of candidates being appointed over the objections of local riding associations. I can't understand, Mr. Speaker, how this is a matter of government business, but let me tell you, the Conservative Party National Council is dealing with the matter in the appropriate fashion in the interest of the Conservative Party membership.
That will conclude the question period for today. But I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of His Excellency Dejefé Bula, the Speaker of the House of the Federation of the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. It being Thursday, I believe the House Leader for the official opposition has a question. He will now be able to ask his weekly question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Two questions, actually, related to House business. One arising from the question period that we have just finished. During the question period, the Secretary of State for Multiculturalism quoted specifically from his BlackBerry. Mr. Speaker, there is a tradition of this House that material that is directly quoted from needs to be tabled in this House of Commons, and I would ask the Government House Leader to ensure that the BlackBerry of the Honourable the Secretary of State for Multiculturalism should be tabled forthwith. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I wonder, with respect to the work of the House, whether the Government House Leader could indicate his plans for the rest of this week and all of next week, including Friday, which today, up to today, remains an unspecified business day. What will we be doing all of this week, next week, and Friday of next week specifically? And if he also could be kind enough to indicate to us what his general plan would be for the following week that would take us to the Remembrance Day break.
Honourable the Minister of State, Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see that the opposition House Leader continues to have a particular fascination in my BlackBerry. I think this is the second time he's asked me to table an electronic device, Mr. Speaker. I know he's in the 90s, he still in many respects lives in the 19th century, but most members actually use the BlackBerry as a device for informative purposes, Mr. Speaker. So I'm happy to table a printout of the document from which I was reading, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For the remainder of the week and throughout next week, the government will continue to build a better Canada for all of us by debating and ultimately voting on the speech from the throne. We are calling this a Mandate to Govern Week. Mr. Speaker, Canada's greatest strength lies in its ideas, in its energy, and its determination to move forward and build a better future. Notre gouvernement est résolu.
Our government is committed to strong leadership to realize that future.
We will be debating our proposal for a Canada proud of its leadership in the world and confident in its economic future. A Canada built on a strong federation and a robust democracy. A Canada that is safe for our families and healthy for our children.
Priorities, the government will devote each day of debate on the throne speech to the 5 core priorities outlined in it. Today, the government is debating our plan to tackle violent crime and strengthen the security of Canadians. We kicked off debate by introducing the Tackling Violent Crime Act, which will combine justice bills from the last session of Parliament into one single comprehensive bill. The bill demonstrates that our government is serious about the need to better protect youth from sexual predators, to protect our communities from dangerous offenders, get serious with drug-impaired drivers, toughen sentencing, and bail for those who commit serious gun crimes. We hope the opposition does not attempt to obstruct and delay this legislation as they did with justice bills during the last session. Tomorrow will be about strengthening Canada's sovereignty and place in the world. Government members will provide the House with a plan that will reflect the government's resolve to protect our sovereignty and our rich heritage. Monday will be devoted to strengthening the Federation and our democratic institutions to ensure that our institutions reflect Canadians' shared commitment to democracy. On Tuesday, we will highlight to Canadians how our government is providing effective economic leadership which will lead to a prosperous future. We will devote Wednesday, the last day of debate on the throne speech, to improving the environment and health of Canadians. Finally, Thursday, October 25th, will be an allotted day. As for the period of time before that, we have yet to schedule that. We, of course, have been awaiting further indications of what we would have at the end of the throne speech, and we know it took a long time to get a sense from the opposition on where they were going until approximately 4 p.m. yesterday.
One of your colleagues was there. Order. The chair has notice of a question of privilege from the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. I'll hear from the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you for finding an appropriate time to hear this question of privilege in what has been a very busy week for us all. I raise this question of privilege today at the insistence and urgings of my constituents, as well as people from across British Columbia and Canada, who feel an important principle of democracy has been trodden upon. It's not about politics, but the principle of this matter, Mr. Speaker. I won't be quoting any politicians today, but rather everyday Canadians who have written on this issue. Specifically, it is my contention that my ability to properly perform the function as a duly elected member of Parliament for Skeena-Bulkley Valley has been deliberately obstructed by the member for Cariboo Prince George. On August 21st, 2007, the member for Cariboo Prince George issued a press release which stated, and I quote, "The MP for Cariboo Prince George has named Houston Mayor and Conservative candidate Sharon Smith as the person that residents of Skeena-Bulkley Valley can contact when they have concerns or issues with the federal government. I and other BC Conservatives MPs will work closely with Sharon Smith as she represents constituents of her riding to the government members. It will be a bonus for people of Skeena-Bulkley Valley to have a direct representation to the government on so many issues."
So much for democracy.
This is a direct quote from the press release, Mr. Speaker. The member then went on to give a number of interviews to the press, the transcripts of which I have previously forwarded to you. I believe that when you review the original press releases, as well as those transcripts, that you will find that the member from Cariboo Prince George was intentionally informing the media, and through them my constituents, that someone else was the de facto member of Parliament for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. It is my contention that this is an obstruction of my ability to do the job that my constituents elected me to do in the last election.
Clearly.
Mr. Speaker, I draw your attention to page 87 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice by Marleau and Montpetit, which quotes Speaker Bosley from May 6, 1985, saying, "It should go without saying that a member of Parliament needs to perform his functions effectively, and that anything tending to cause confusion as to a member's identity creates the possibility of an impediment to the fulfillment of that member's functions. Any action which impedes or tends to impede a member in the discharge of his duties is a breach of privilege. There are ample citations and precedents to bear this out." End of quote. On page 69 of the 21st edition of Erskine May's Treatise on Law and Privileges, Proceedings and Usage of Parliament, it says, and I quote, "Each House also claims the right to punish as contempt actions which, while not breaches of any specific privilege, obstruct or impede it in the performance of its functions, or are offences against its authority or dignity, such as disobedience to the legitimate commands or libels upon itself, its members, or its officers." End of quote. I highlight this passage because I believe the deliberate actions of the member from Caribou Prince George, in fact, instructed and impeded the performance of my functions of a member of this House. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, I have been strongly urged to seek this ruling by my constituents and indeed by ordinary Canadians from across our country who feel personally affronted by the actions of this member. Harry Bradley of Toronto wrote, and I quote, "I am outraged at the recent attempts made by the member for Caribou Prince George to usurp your power as elected MP of Skeena-Bulkley Valley. It is insulting to you and it is insulting to the constituents who democratically elected you.
Exactly.
I wish you luck in the complaint process. You have my full support." Mr. Ken Smith of New Hazelton, a small community in my riding, CC'd me on a letter he wrote to the Ethics Commissioner and wrote, "The appointment of a Conservative candidate in the Skeena-Bulkley Valley riding is both undemocratic and the most blatant example of the conflict of interest I have ever seen. The member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley was elected by the people of this riding and as our representative." Finally, Ashley Morton of St. John's, Newfoundland wrote in regards to the member, "I am a member of his party. There is no question in my mind that you are to be commended for your tremendously high volume and quality of work on behalf of the residents of the riding, and that my party has not only made itself look at best ridiculous and at worst corrupt. Through his words. These are only 3 testaments of dozens and dozens of emails and letters that we've received from people right across British Columbia, my riding, in Canada over the past several months, all of which have denounced the actions of the member from Caribou Prince George. Just today in the halls, I met with constituents from my riding who obviously are familiar with this incident and familiar with the case and are not voters of mine, voted for another party, but who urged me to defend the principles of this place, the principles of democracy. We have a duty to uphold the integrity and principles of this House on behalf of the people of Canada, who we all represent. We have a duty to represent and defend the principles of democracy in this place. Once elected, we represent all the constituents that come from our individual ridings, regardless of their political affiliations, bias, or vote. It is important for us to all remember that when the campaign ends, then we all work on behalf of the people we represent in our communities right across this great country. This is not a government for Conservatives. This is a government on behalf of Canadians. I think at times, Mr. Speaker, in the to and fro of debate, parties forget this. Governments consistently forget this. While we might disagree on particular issues, and I think healthy debate is constructive and important for a thriving democracy, we cannot disagree on this one principle, that each of us, in representing our constituents from across this country, have the right and duty to represent them fairly and have no right whatsoever to attempt to confuse the constituents that are occupying another riding as to who their elected and right representative is. I feel that I have accurately described the situation and the impacts of the deliberate actions of the Member of Parliament from Caribou Prince George, who intentionally confused my constituents and undermined an election. And should you find a prima facie case of privilege, I am prepared to move the appropriate motion at this time. The motion is as follows, Mr. Speaker, that the matter of the comments made by the member for Caribou Prince George be referred to the Standing Committee in Procedure and House Affairs as a question of privilege, and that the committee inform the House of any decisions made by the committee in this manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that was at best interesting. The member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, in fact, has been on somewhat of a tirade for a number of months now, claiming that somehow helping constituents that live in his riding that have been unable to get help from him is somehow unethical. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the House and the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley that prior to the 2004 constituency realignment, half of his now riding was in my riding of Prince George Bulkley Valley.
You did a great job.
And in the years that I served that riding, Mr. Speaker, well, I might add, I set a level of service. I set a level of service to the constituents of that riding of Prince George Bulkley Valley out as far as half of his riding that it's obvious he has been not able to follow, because over the last 3 years, Mr. Speaker, I have had an increasing number of constituents from Vanderhoof out to just about Smithers and beyond, calling my office, asking for help from my office for issues that they couldn't get solved by their own MPs. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to go beyond that I have responded to constituents from many ridings across the country, yes, even here in Ottawa, from constituents who haven't been able to get help from their MPs. And I say, Mr. Speaker, that I am willing to help any taxpayer of this country in any riding in this country if they cannot or their MP is unwilling to help them. That's what I'm elected for. That's what the taxpayers pay me for. And, Mr. Speaker, this grand stretch that member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley is trying to use to say that is somehow unethical to help a constituent in this country wherever they are, they can't get it from their own MP. Mr. Speaker, that's it's kind of surprising that he's grasping at such straws. And, Mr. Speaker, might I add, he's also gone to the Ethics Commissioner, so I have to ask, what is he trying to do today? Is he trying to somehow undermine the job of the Ethics Commissioner, who he's already contacted regarding this? The Ethics Commissioner is in the middle of making a decision, but that's not good enough for this protester from Terrace, because, Mr. Speaker, I would say that, Mr. Speaker, may I take the time at this time to maybe thank the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for all of the publicity that he's given this, because I can tell you, since he started this summer, the calls to my riding from people from his riding that can't get help from him have increased. So I want to thank him, Mr. Speaker. And also the person that I appointed as a volunteer out in his riding to refer people to me if they need help. The publicity and the stature of that person has gone way up because of the rantings of that member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. So, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I just want to close by I reject completely the premise of his rantings. And, Mr. Speaker, why doesn't he just let the Ethics Commissioner do her job and just sit tight? And I'm sure at the end of the day, the Ethics Commissioner is going to side on come down on the side of that it is, in fact, ethical to help somebody in a riding if they can't get help from their own MP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable, the Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure we all, from time to time, as members of Parliament, receive complaints, founded or unfounded, about the helpfulness or the unhelpfulness of other MPs in this House. That's a normal part of the political process. But I think the issue that's being raised here today is different from that. And I would encourage you, Mr. Speaker, to take this issue seriously, because it appears more than just it appears to be more than just a political complaint or a political grievance of one party against another, one MP against another. It seems what may have happened in this case is that, in fact, people in a certain riding, represented by the NDP member across the way, were in fact encouraged not to deal with their elected member of Parliament, but rather to deal with a partisan Conservative Party appointee instead. It's one thing, Mr. Speaker, to have a grievance about whether or not you were well served by another member of Parliament, but it's quite a different thing when a political party in a riding that has a duly elected member of Parliament appoints a person to ostensibly represent the government and then delivers the message to the constituents of that riding that if you deal with the partisan employee or appointee, the unelected operative, you're going to get service. You're going to get service. But if you don't deal with that appointee of the Conservative Party, somehow you will be punished. Mr. Speaker, that's the problem in this case, and it does appear on the surface to be a perversion of democracy. Now, this is not the only instance where the Conservative Party has tried this. There was a variation of it in a riding in Saskatchewan, Destiny, Mississippi, Churchill River. But, Mr. Speaker, rather than perhaps easily setting this aside as some kind of a partisan dispute between disgruntled members of Parliament, I think there is a valid point here for you to consider along the lines of whether or not, when a political party appoints an individual in a riding to be the party's representative and indeed the government's representative in that riding, and suggest to the constituents who live there, if you deal with the partisan employee, you're going to get action, but if you deal with the duly elected member of Parliament, you won't, or you might even be punished. There is something that is wrong with that situation, Mr. Speaker. It is a subversion of democracy, and it is an insult to all members of this House of Commons.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In response to the Honourable Opposition House Leader, I want to say that I do agree with one point that he made, that from time to time constituents from various and outlying ridings do approach other MPs outside of their riding for assistance. I know consistently I get calls from members from the Regina Wascana constituency asking me for help. But beyond all that, Mr. Speaker, I take offence, I take umbrage, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, with a couple of the comments that the member opposite just made, and one that his implication, or his inference at least, is that this was a party sort of directed function. It was not. The member, my colleague, was one who wanted to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that constituents in his former riding were able to get the level of service that they had come to expect when he was their representative. That's right. This was an initiative that he brought on thinking he was doing a favor and delivering a service to his former constituents. Nothing more than that. But, Mr. Speaker, I think the real thing that you have to examine in determining this point of privilege is it in fact a point of privilege? Because, Mr. Speaker, the point of privilege only comes down to one thing. Was the member from the NDP who has raised this point of privilege, Skeena Buckley Valley, thank you, was he and his abilities to do his job as a member of Parliament adversely affected? I suggest it was not. Absolutely not. I suggest it was not at all. And if he can give any concrete examples, Mr. Speaker, of how his abilities and how his job as a member of Parliament was adversely affected by my colleague's suggestion that the level of service might be greatly enhanced by going to one of his colleagues, I can certainly think that you would have a case, Mr. Speaker. But I would suggest to you that his duties as a member of Parliament were in no way adversely affected. How could they be, Mr. Speaker? How could they be? He has provided not one shred of evidence that his job as a member of Parliament was in fact compromised because of the comments by my colleague, Mr. Speaker. And that is the only consideration you should be giving. The rest, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, is nothing more than political grandstanding in window dressing.
Yep. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've recently, just this past week, had a case in my constituency office requiring urgent intervention by a minister to get a family member to come over to attend to a dying, a terminally ill child. Mr. Speaker, we wrote to the minister, and we did not get a response within a reasonable period of time. We made the necessary inquiry, and we were told directly, Mr. Speaker, that the department no longer responds to opposition members' requests for assistance and ministerial intervention. Mr. Speaker, if in fact the situation here is that there is another designate that is going to get the attention of the minister, who is not an elected person, what do you do in a riding like mine where there is no nominated candidate for that party, for the government party? Mr. Speaker, my privilege is as a member of Parliament to be able to get the services from ministerial staff on matters of urgency and compassion has been impinged upon because I have been told that they will no longer even consider our requests for a ministerial permit. Mr. Speaker, this is standard practice. It is the right thing for us to do as parliamentarians. This is not a partisan issue, Mr. Speaker, but they have made it a partisan issue, and they have taken away the privileges and the rights and the responsibilities, in fact, Mr. Speaker, the tools to discharge the responsibilities of members of Parliament by taking this political stance. Mr. Speaker, those are the examples, and Mr. Speaker, I would be prepared to table with you or in the House the full details of this case and the names and contacts of all the people who have indicated that information, and I will testify in front of Procedure and House Affairs, if necessary, to the veracity of the information being tabled.
I'm concerned about hearing too many interventions on this point. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member, the honourable whip for the Bloc Québécois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know you don't want to hear a large number of members speaking on this, but the seriousness of the issue raised by my NDP colleague certainly warrants a close examination on your part. I have no doubt you will engage in that examination, and in my opinion, I think it is indeed a breach of members' privileges that should be studied by the House Affairs and Procedures Committee. There seems to be a practice developing, a practice on the part of the Conservative government that is set on this approach. I'll give you some examples. We will be documenting them. We will report to the House. One case is the case of the non-elected Senator Michael Fortier, Minister of Public Works, who apparently would be a candidate in Vaudreuil, the riding of Vaudreuil, and he quite happily believes that the riding of Vaudreuil is his own. He considers himself to be the representative of the riding of Vaudreuil. He's opened an office in the riding. On his website, he uses the House of Commons logo when he's not elected, and as evidence, Mr. Speaker, only this morning, at a press conference this morning when the government was announcing its omnibus bill, he referred to his riding as being the riding of Vaudreuil, and in my opinion, as a senator, he would represent the riding of Rougemont, which is not at all in Vaudreuil. In any case, the riding of Vaudreuil is a House of Commons riding, and Michael Fortier, as a non-elected senator, has no business calling it himself its representative. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that you closely consider this question of privilege put forward by our NDP colleague, and I hope that the House Affairs and Procedures Committee will look at it very comprehensively. I would like to thank all honourable members who have spoken on the issue.
The comments that have been made I will examine carefully, but I think we're getting a little beyond the original point in some of the submissions that are being made, and that's why I'm not prepared to hear further ones at this stage. There are two things here. I have doubts that this constitutes a question of privilege, I'll say up front, but I will examine the material to see whether, in fact, there is some element of privilege involved in this case. Obviously, what members say outside the House, the Chair has consistently ruled, are not things that are subject to privilege in the House. So I bear that in mind, too, in looking at what was said in this case by members that was not said here in the Chamber, because my jurisdiction is, in some respects, limited. On the other hand, I hate to deprive the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs of an opportunity to examine witnesses on a question that I know would thrill the members of the committee. That is a matter for the committee, and I cannot control their agenda either. I can send them something, but if they choose to do things on their own, that's their business. So I will look at the question that was raised by the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. I'll look at all the submissions that were made by honourable members, et je reviendrai à la Chambre.
And I will come back before the House with a ruling in the fullness of time.
The day order du jour.
Reprise du débat sur l'adresse en réponse.
Resuming debate on the address and reply to the speech from the throne, and on the amendment by Mr. Dion and the sub-amendment by Mr. Duceppe.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour for me to rise today. It is the first time that I'm speaking in this new session.
Mr. Speaker, with the member for Nipissing-Timiskaming. Mr. Speaker, I read Throne's speech with a great deal of interest. I think many people in this chamber were waiting to see what the government had to say. And we found it quite interesting that the government deals with justice. And what's interesting is that the government says it's now going to immediately tackle violent crime, and that it is the only party in government that looks at getting tough on crime. I've listened to the Prime Minister, I've listened to the Minister of Justice, I've listened to his parliamentary secretary talk about how the opposition parties obstructed the Conservative justice agenda, their crime agenda in the last Parliament. And I find it quite amusing, but I still am dismayed, because any Canadian listening to the Prime Minister, listening to the Minister of Justice, listening to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, listening to any of those Conservatives elected in the House of Commons, and some of the ones over in the Senate, would actually believe that the opposition parties tried to obstruct the criminal justice agenda of the Conservative Party. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to present a few facts before this House. The Conservative Party, the Conservative government tabled 13 justice bills before the House of Commons from their first Throne speech in 2006, following the 2006 elections, and when the Prime Minister prorogued the House this past summer. Of those 13 bills, Her Majesty's official opposition, the Liberal Party of Canada, under the leadership of the Honourable member from Saint-Laurent-Cartierville, I almost said his name, which is a no-no in the House, supported unconditionally 10 of those 13 justice bills by the Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, it goes even further. On October 26, 2006, the official opposition's House leader, along with the then Liberal justice critic, who is the member from London West and who is now the chair of the National Liberal Caucus Justice Committee, made a formal public offer to the Conservative government to put our votes behind the Conservative votes in order to fast-track the adoption at all stages of several of their bills. Some of those bills included October 26, 2006. That's a year ago. That included the age of consent. Had the Conservative government, had the Prime Minister, had the Minister of Justice, had those Conservative members of Parliament accepted the Liberal offer to fast-track C-22, the age of consent, the age of protection from October 26, 2006, would have been 16 years old. They refused to take us up on it. Not only did they refuse to take us up on it, Mr. Speaker, they allowed C-22 to sit on the order paper for 130 days after they first tabled it in the House. And when did they finally table their motion to move second reading debate? October 30th, 2006. 4 days after the Liberals made an offer to fast-track that bill. It finally put a fire under their bushel, and they finally tabled a motion to move it for debate at second reading. Mr. Speaker, once the debate at second reading was finished, it took 142 days before that Conservative government moved the vote at second reading of Bill C-22. 142 days. I would like to know if the Minister of Justice, if the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, if the Prime Minister of Canada has explained to the Canadians why the age of consent today is still 14 when it could have been 16 as of October 26, 2006. But that's not enough. They wanted to take that bill and use it as a hammer against the opposition parties to try and paint the opposition parties in the minds of Canadians as being soft on crime, as not caring about our children, as being willing to have our children preyed upon. And so they continue to delay that bill, so much so that the Liberals again in March of 2007 offered again to fast-track that bill. Did the Conservatives take us up on it? No, they did not. We then, in desperation, tabled an opposition motion that would have had Bill C-22, the age of consent raised from 14 to 16, adopted at all stages through our opposition motion. And, Mr. Speaker, what was the response of this Conservative government that claims that they're interested in the safety of Canadians, in the safety of our children? They obstructed our opposition motion. They used an arcane procedure in order to have it deemed unreceivable. They blocked speedy passage of their own bill. It's unconscionable, Mr. Speaker. Now let's look at Bill C-32, the Impaired Driving Act. That bill was brought in originally by the member of Mount Royal, who was at that time the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada under the previous Liberal government. We went to an election. Unfortunately, the NDP colluded with the Conservatives, defeated the government, and now we've got the NDP gift to Canadians, a Conservative government. Bill C-32, the government finally, they retabled it. When did they do it? Did they do it at their first opportunity after Parliament came back after the election? We came back at the end of January or beginning of February 2006, beginning of February. No, they only tabled it again in the House November 21st, 2006, some 10 months later. And then they left it sitting on the order paper for 77 days. They didn't move second reading until February 6, 2007. Mr. Speaker, that was a bill that Liberals again offered to fast-track. When we saw it just sitting on the order paper, and anyone who knows anything about rules and procedures in the House of Commons knows that only the government can move their legislation from one stage to another. The opposition cannot do that. So if the government doesn't move debate at second reading, it doesn't happen. Mr. Speaker, when the government finally moved debate at second reading, it was debated for a very brief period in the House. All the opposition parties were in agreement to get it into committee quickly. It went into committee. It only sat in committee for 20 days. And of those 20 days, Mr. Speaker, there was the Easter vacation. We sent it back to the House. It's spent one day in the House at report stage and third reading, and it is there. Mr. Speaker, that's a bill we wanted to see law. Reverse onus, same darn thing, Mr. Speaker. We offered twice to fast-track it. We tried to fast-track it through an opposition day motion. The Conservatives blocked their own bill. So when Conservatives go on camera, when they hold press conferences, when they send out householders, when they target members of the opposition, in particular Liberal members, whether they be Liberals in Manitoba, in Nova Scotia, out in BC, and say they're soft on crime. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. The Conservatives blocked their own agenda, which was supported by Liberals. If the age of consent is not 16 today, it's the fault of the Conservative government. It's the fault of every single Conservative member sitting there who allows this government to block legislation.
Sorry, but the time for debate has passed and the time for questions and comments has arrived. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully as my Liberal colleague misrepresented our anti-crime legislation. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, across Canada, you ask Canadians, who do they trust on the issue of crime? 2/3 of Canadians say they like the Conservative crime agenda. They know we're getting tough on crime. They know we're getting things done. It was interesting to listen not only to the Liberal leader's response to the throne speech, I also listened to a number of other Liberal MPs' comments today in the House. You know, the Liberal leader said, oh, there were 5 of our 6 anti-crime bills that he actually supported. Now we listen to this member. She says, oh, she'd love to fast-track this legislation. Yet I listened to the member for Kitchener-Waterloo, also a Liberal MP, and what did he say earlier this morning? He said it's neoconservative crime legislation. I want to know from this member, does she believe this is neoconservative crime legislation? Does she support her leader? And will she be honest with Canadians and let us know what she really thinks about getting tough on crime?
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-la-Grace de Chine.
Represent any statement that I made about the Conservatives and their record on their own justice bills. If we look at C10, for instance, it was tabled by the Conservatives for first reading on May 6, 2006. They waited 38 days before they moved second reading on June the 13th. The House adjourned shortly, came back at the beginning of September, and they waited until November to move it into committee. The committee reported back to the House on February 21st, 2007. The Conservatives left it on the order paper for 75 days before they moved to report stage. That's not the opposition, that's the Conservative. If we look at C22, age of protection, they tabled it for first reading June 22nd, 2006. They then left it on the order paper for 130 days. October 26, 2006, Liberals offered to fast-track it. Conservatives said no, but it put a fire under their bushel. October 30th, they finally moved second reading. Mr. Speaker, this is a party, this is a government that has obstructed its own justice legislation for partisan reasons. Had they cared about our children, they would have taken up the Liberal offer to fast-track back in October 2006.
Any further questions? The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really having some trouble following the Honourable Member's logic. She is obviously very much in support of the Conservative government's crime agenda and has gone to great pains to lay out all of her support for that agenda. And clearly her party is supporting the throne speech, even though it goes the wrong way on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It's going to allow Canadian troops to stay on in a combat mission, and it does nothing to help people who are falling further and further behind economically. So clearly, she and her caucus are all on the same page, the Liberals and the Conservatives, on all of these issues, and yet she is attacking the NDP at a time when the Liberals lost the confidence of Canadians because of scandals and corruption and the whole Gomery inquiry testimony that really exposed a lot of the weaknesses in the Liberal Party. And
I'm going to have to give the honourable member just a brief moment to respond.
How brief a moment?
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it interesting. The NDP not only supported C-10, an act to establish escalator clauses for minimum mandatory penalties. They supported it. They agreed with escalator clauses. That's a bill that's in the omnibus bill. They supported C-22, an act to increase the age of protection. That's in this omnibus bill. They supported C-32, the Impaired Driving Act. That's in the omnibus bill. They supported
Sorry.
C-35. It's in the omnibus
Resuming
bill.
debate.
So
The honourable member for Nipissing to Miskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to rise today on behalf of the people of Nipissing to Miskaming and offer my response to the Conservative speech from the throne. On Tuesday evening, I listened intently to the speech from the throne, eager to hear what the Conservative government plans on doing to address issues of importance to the people of my riding. Unlike members of the Bloc and the NDP, I felt that I owed it to my constituency to take the time necessary to assess the speech's impact on my constituents and indeed all Canadians before deciding to proceed. In the end, I, like most Canadians, was extremely disappointed that the speech included very little to address climate change, provide social justice, or enhance economic prosperity and competitiveness. Furthermore, I was deeply troubled by the fact that the speech contains little or no mention of priorities such as healthcare, research and development, or education. I had also hoped to see a commitment to infrastructure programs for our cities and communities, as well as regional development programs such as FedNor. But once again, these were conspicuously absent from the Conservative agenda. In short, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative throne speech lacked vision and failed to address the issues that matter most to Canadians. In the interest of making Parliament work and doing the job that we have been elected to do, my Liberal colleagues and I have proposed a series of amendments to find solutions to correct the shortcomings of the Conservatives' vague agenda. We are calling on the Conservative government to take greater action on climate change, announce now the Canadian combat mission in Kandahar will end on February 2009. That's the combat mission, Mr. Speaker. Fight against poverty in Canada and bring forth proposals to help build a stronger economy. When the Conservatives took office in January 2006, they acquired the strongest economy in Canadian history and campaigned on a platform of fiscal discipline. Fiscal discipline, Mr. Speaker. Since that time, the Conservative government has raised federal government spending by over $25 billion. And yet, the average Canadian yet has to benefit from these expenditures. Furthermore, the Conservatives recently announced a generous fiscal surplus, and yet they continue to make cuts to programs that have been proven effective and necessary tools to helping individuals and communities. The Conservatives have failed to address 5 main priorities that they set out in 2006 in the speech from the throne, and now they have outlined 5 new priorities in the hopes that Canadians won't focus on the abysmal Conservative record over the past 21 months. Simply put, the current government is especially adept at being big on rhetoric and small on action, and the Prime Minister has demonstrated time and time again that he would much rather put good politics again in front of good policy. For instance, let's take a closer look at the Conservatives' proposal to forge ahead with an additional cut to the GST. The cut is being made despite the fact that every serious economist in the country agrees that it's poor public policy and a misuse of about $4.5 billion in federal fiscal flexibility every year. The Conservatives would like to have us believe that the cut to the GST is beneficial to all Canadians. However, there is wide consensus that the Conservatives' tax cut plan will largely benefit higher income families over those who need it most, low and middle income families. That's low and middle income Canadians. To improve disposable income and help build greater productivity, the first target to tax reduction should be income taxes.
not consumption taxes. But the Prime Minister has chosen instead to raise income taxes for low and middle income Canadians to help pay for this regressive and expensive GST cut. Mr. Speaker, tax cuts like these set the stage for more pressure for spending cuts. Low-income Canadians benefit relatively little from these tax cuts, yet the Prime Minister and his Conservative government continue to window dress for a possible election. Another example that the Conservative government cannot be trusted to implement substantial and long-lasting solutions to critical problems is evidenced by their appalling approach to childcare. During the last election, the Conservative pledged to make up the shortfall through a plan to use tax incentives to create 125,000 new child care spaces. Last month, the Human Resource Minister admitted that the Conservatives cannot and will not deliver on this commitment. Since coming to power, the Conservative government has made the biggest child care cut in Canadian history, slashing $1 billion in funding from child care services in 2007 alone. The Conservative government's policy of handing over small amounts of money to individual parents instead of investing in child care system is simply not delivering the support that young Canadian families require. This piecemeal approach to governance has become a trademark of the current Conservative regime. Canadians simply cannot trust the Prime Minister to produce a comprehensive, effective solution to priority issues. Further evidence of this exists in the Conservative environmental policy. The Conservatives have an obligation to reduce their weak approach to combating climate change crisis with real action. Canada will likely not meet Kyoto targets because the Prime Minister scrapped all climate change programs upon coming into office and then implementing weak substitutes. And basically, they ignored our obligations. The Conservatives have admitted to their so-called plan will result in absolutely no reduction in Canada's total greenhouse gas pollution during the first phase of Kyoto and will not even be in place until 2010. According to the C.D. Howe Institute, something that our Conservative friends can relate to, the Deutsche Bank, the Pembina Institute, and Tyndall Centre for Climate Change Research, the Conservatives will not meet their own far too modest targets and will allow the country's carbon emissions to increase until 2050 or beyond. Under two consecutive environment ministers, there have been no attempt to move forward seriously and not even an honest and full effort to curb greenhouse gas pollution. In fact, one of the Prime Minister's first acts in office was to scrap a fully funded plan to meet Canada's Kyoto's obligations and then do nothing. This is simply unacceptable to Canadians who are looking for action and leadership in the fight against climate change and are being presented instead with a Prime Minister and a government who would much rather deny that climate change even exists. Mr. Speaker, my constituents are also looking for clarity on Canada's military involvement in Afghanistan. The Liberal opposition is committed to staying in Afghanistan to complete a humanitarian and peacekeeping mission. I repeat, a humanitarian and peacekeeping mission. However, we must be clear and unambiguous to our signal to NATO that Canada's participation in the combat mission in Kandahar ends in February 2009. That's the combat mission, Mr. Speaker. Only through such clarity can Canada truly be a valuable service. To that end, Canada must finally say to our friends in NATO and the Afghan government that February 2009 deadline to withdraw our troops from the combat mission in Kandahar is firm, and they have 17 months to plan our replacement. Unfortunately, the Conservatives have approached this debate with considerably more ambiguity. Their statements on this issue have been confusing and often contradictory. Again and again, in the House of Commons, we heard the Conservative mantra that the mission in Kandahar wouldn't be extended beyond 2009 without consulting Parliament. Then, while in Afghanistan, the Prime Minister changed his tune. The mission could be extended. His government wouldn't be bound by arbitrary deadlines. Finally, we heard there was no urgency to make a decision about extending the mission because NATO had not asked for an extension. However, NATO's Secretary General, Jaap de Hoop Scheffer, obliterated that argument when he requested that Canada extend its combat mission in Kandahar, forcing the Prime Minister to change his position and claim the mission would not be extended without some degree of consensus. In Tuesday's speech to the throne, Canadians learned that for the first time that the Conservatives would prefer to see the combat mission in Afghanistan extended to 2011. This is in addition to the fact that an independent panel has been created to advise Canadians on how best to proceed in the given circumstances. What exactly are Canadians and their allies to do, and what do they make of that latest position? This ambiguity has put our allies in an unfair position. Instead of being strung along, they deserve an honest answer about Canada's desire to rotate out of Kandahar. This indecisiveness can only be harmful to our troops and the people and the values that they are working to protect. I notice I'm running out of time, so I'll skip a few pages and I'll go right to the end, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, constituents in my riding and throughout Northern Ontario were looking for some substantial investment in infrastructure, and with so little included in the speech from the throne to address the growing concern, it's become painfully apparent that the Conservatives continue to ignore the people of that region. The people of Northern Ontario want to know why the Prime Minister and his Conservative government continue to abandon them, and I believe that it's time for the Prime Minister to start providing some answers. Mr. Speaker, I've said it before and I'll say it again, the Conservative throne speech lacks vision and fails to address the issues that matter most to Canadians. Over the coming weeks, my Liberal colleagues and I will be working very hard to ensure the gaps in the Conservative agenda are replaced by policies that have a positive and long-lasting effect on all Canadians. We must remain committed to build a richer, fairer, and greener Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to the comments of my colleague across the way on the environment and his comments relating to the speech from the throne. He alluded to the 20% target by 2020, but I believe he talked about the 2050 target, which internationally the standards that have been negotiated at the Globe G8+5, AP6, in Washington through the UN, the standard is a 50% reduction by 2050. So 20% by 2020 and 50% reduction by 2050. In the speech from the throne, we are going even a step further, and the plan is a 60 to 70% reduction by 2050. Good. Far beyond, Mr. Speaker. Fact is, Mr. Speaker, our plans are one of the toughest plans in the world. Mr. Speaker, I listened intently from Japan when I was in Berlin, and 50% by 2050. And again, we are 60 to 70%. So, Mr. Speaker, for 13 years they did nothing, and I've asked them many times, why didn't they do something? And I've heard, well, we were just about to. Yeah. But, Mr. Speaker, they didn't get it done. Even during the leadership debate, Mr. Speaker, we heard them say, why didn't you get it done? Well, Mr. Speaker, we don't want to hear excuses. We are moving forward, and I'm going to ask for a commitment from that member. Now, we've heard from the leader yesterday, their leader, that they're going to sit on their hands. But I'm going to ask that member, I believe he really cares about the environment. And I'm going to ask him, are you going to support a target of 20% by 20?
Order. The honourable member knows that he can't address questions directly to people. He's got to do it through the chair. The honourable member for Nipissing to Miskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you would like, you could answer in my place. I wouldn't be held to it, but just based on that question. But when we look at the seriousness of that question, of the climate change, we've seen a long history of denial when it comes to the Conservatives. There's been one denial after another. For a while, climate change didn't exist. It didn't happen. It wasn't going to affect anyone. There was no need to do anything. Now suddenly they're new converts, but really there's no conviction there. And I think that's probably my biggest concern from this throne speech. When I look at the throne speech, I want to see vision. I want to see where we're going to go, and I want to see some kind of commitment. There is no commitment there. And when I look at what's going on in the actual policy that's being proposed, we look at intensity-based. Well, Mr. Speaker, there has to be absolute decisions made as far as the climate change goes. There has to be some absolute targets. We can't go on intensity. Intensity-based targets allow the economy to grow, which is necessary, but the percentage that the emissions grows along with the economy. So as our economy gets stronger, what ends up happening is we end up pumping more and more carbon into the atmosphere. That's something that's clearly not acceptable. They're looking at solutions that were thought up yesterday, a long time ago, and they're not working today.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to come back to the environment just briefly. Of course, I'd like to touch on the fact that the member mentioned infrastructure. This government has made record investments into infrastructure of $33 billion. I'm sure the member knows that. But on the environment very specifically, he's a member from Ontario, as am I. And our government has made two very significant investments. He would know that the two most significant contributors to greenhouse gas in Ontario are the generation of electricity and from vehicles. And he would know that this government pumped in, I believe, $660 million to pipe in clean electricity into the province of Ontario. That'll drive real results. We've also brought in serious measures, both on transit and on incentives to buy greener vehicles. These are real incentives that will help Ontario. I'd just like to hear what the member thinks of those important steps that are leading towards a greener Ontario.
The honourable member for Nipissing to Miskaming.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you brought that up. When I look at the incentive to buy cars, in looking at the reviews and looking at the actual impact that it's had, they've been very minimal. When we look at the number of cars that actually qualify and make a difference, it really is minimal. It doesn't make a lot of difference as far as actually encouraging people to go out and buy cars. As a matter of fact, when you look at the way the thing is implemented, if they're getting money back, it comes from the government. If they're being charged, it's being charged to the manufacturer. So you can see how when they put a policy together, they think more on politics rather than benefit to the economy or to the individuals and the economy. It's not about Canadians. It's not about the economy. It's not about individuals. It's about politics. It's playing the smoke and mirrors game, and that's what this seems to be.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to participate in this debate today on the reply to the speech from the throne. I want to address, Mr. Speaker, one of the previous members opposite mentioned that the government had introduced 13 bills and was wondering why had this government introduced 13 bills since related to justice since we came in office. Perhaps it would be because for 13 years, the Liberals neglected our justice system. For 13 years, Canadians had to put up with a revolving door justice system, a soft on crime justice system, a system that put the victim somewhere at the very bottom on the list of priorities. There was a lot of work that has to be done. There remains a lot of work to be done. The member mentioned some of the bills. C-10, which would brought in mandatory minimum penalties for serious gun crimes, was stalled in committee for 252 days. C-35 was stalled in committee for 64 days, 211 days between the House and the Senate. That would provide a reverse onus on people who commit gun crimes. C-27, this is dealing with the worst of the worst, dangerous offenders, was 105 days in committee, 246 days in the House. C-22, to protect the young from adult sexual predators, 365 days in the House and the Senate. They wonder why we have to work so hard. They wonder why we have to do so much, because they left us so much work to be done. The government's first speech from the throne, Mr. Speaker, set clear goals, and we stayed on course to achieve them. The results are evident in the improved quality of life Canadians share and the higher confidence they have in government leadership. The new speech from the throne, as we heard this week, offers Canadians the same clarity and framework to build on our achievements that we have made to date. As the speech from the throne notes, this government is committed to continuing to build a better Canada. We're going to do this by strengthening Canada's sovereignty and place in the world, building a stronger federation, providing effective economic leadership, continuing to tackle crime, and improving our environment. I am pleased to stand to speak in support of our government's unwavering commitment to a balanced justice agenda, to a law-abiding society, to tackling crime, and to building safer communities, streets, and neighborhoods. And I might add, Mr. Speaker, that is what our constituents from coast to coast elected us to do in the last election.
Yes, they did.
It's exactly what they asked us to do. Mr. Speaker, as we all know in this House, or should know, Canadians value a law-abiding society and safe communities. The rule of law and Canada's strong justice system are defining characteristics of what it is to be Canadian. Canadians express strong support for the law. In fact, the vast majority of Canadians responded to a set of questions at the World Values Survey and repeated several times between 1990 and 2006, consistently expressing a strong willingness to abide by the law. Compared to citizens in most other countries of the world, Canadians have one of the highest levels of support for law-abiding behavior. We know where Canadians' values lie, and we share those values. As parliamentarians, we must reflect these values in all that we do. Canadians' perceptions of crime reflect their community experience and are supported by long-term and local crime statistics and news. And I'm sure every member in this House, from no matter which party they represent, could bring forward stories from their own riding where Canadians have been victimized, where someone has been a repeat offender but is allowed back into the community to re-victimize innocent Canadians. Every one of us gets those phone calls and emails. Every one of us can somehow relate to that experience. Community leaders, victims groups, and law enforcement know their particular challenges, and for once, they have a government that's listening to them. Every province, territory, and major city has street corners and neighborhoods where people do not want to go anymore. And if ordinary Canadians do not want to live there, then neither will they shop there or play there. Businesses will leave and schools will deteriorate. There are too many of those street corners in Canada now. It is not consistent with Canadians' expectations and hopes for their communities, and they deserve better. All Canadians should be able to walk our streets and travel to and from our homes and schools and workplaces in safety.
Yes, they should.
This is why we are standing up to protect our communities and to work with Canadians to ensure a safer and more secure Canada. Mr. Speaker, let me give you an example of the kind of tragedy people are reading and talking about in my part of the world. The Nunn Commission arose out of a tragedy in Nova Scotia. A 16-year-old boy went from no prior record to a 9-month crime spree involving 38 separate charges, 11 court appearances, and ended when 2 days after his release and high on drugs, he killed an innocent mother of 3 by speeding through a residential intersection. Commissioner Nunn, who headed the inquiry into this tragedy, stated, and I'm quoting Commissioner Nunn here, "We should be able to halt the spiral into crime through prevention, through quick action, through creative thinking, through collaboration, through clear strategies, and through programs that address clearly identified needs." I agree with Commissioner Nunn. We should be able to do better and to stop such behavior before it gets out of control. Canadians expect and deserve no less. Mr. Speaker, these are the kinds of real-life tragedies that our communities want us to address. They are the tragedies that I know my constituents expect us to address. They are the tragedies that motivate many of us on this side of the House to do something to protect innocent Canadians. And I know that Canadians across the country and in every community have similar stories of kids who are in serious trouble and causing serious harm, stories of binge drinking, using illicit drugs, committing auto theft, property crime, and other crime, all of which are elements of this tragedy that I just mentioned. Canadians are particularly concerned about crimes victimizing the most vulnerable community members, such as seniors and children. Families worry about how to keep their children and grandchildren from becoming victims of youth crime. They also worry about their young family members being drawn into the wrong crowd and beginning a life of crime. In the face of such tragedies, Canadians look to us for a way forward, for a way out of despair for their youth, and a worry about the safety of their streets. They look to us for solutions, and they look to us to restore their confidence in the justice system. Mr. Speaker, and that is what this side of the House intends to do. We intend to restore their confidence in the justice system.
No time.
I want to mention a few statistics, Mr. Speaker. We know that Canadians are not always confident that the criminal justice system is doing enough to protect them. That is a major theme. We've heard about this time and time again. They know that violent crime is too common. They dread hearing statistics like those released this week by Statistics Canada that tell us that, and these are just a few statistics, 4 out of 10 victims of violent crimes sustained injuries, that almost half of violent crimes occurred at private residences. Private residences, by the way, Mr. Speaker, I think all of us would agree, is where we should feel most safe. That's our homes. Half of violent crimes occurred at home. That firearms were involved in 30% of homicides, 31% of attempted murders, and 13% of robberies. And we are all deeply saddened to hear that 1 out of every 6 victims of violent crimes were youth aged 12 to 17 years old. What is worse, children under 12 years of age accounted for 23% of victims of sexual assaults and 5% of victims of violent crimes. Of course, we know that most crime is never reported. Statistics Canada's victimization survey found that only about 34% of criminal incidents committed in 2004 came to the attention of police. I mean, that's really an alarming statistic when you think about it. For all the crime that's reported, there's that much more out there that goes unreported. And people, there's a reason why. I hear this in my own riding. I'm sure many of my colleagues do. They don't report crime because they think, what's the difference? It won't make a difference because our system won't treat it seriously. And that's an impression that's going to take a lot of work to change, but we have a government that's set on changing that. 28% of Canadians, or 1 in 4 persons, reported being victimized in 2004. When I speak with my constituents and people across this country about crime, they often tell me that the justice system does more for offenders than for victims. Our government is listening to victims, increasing their voice in the justice system, and helping them play a more active role. Addressing the needs of victims of crime in Canada is a shared responsibility between federal, provincial, and territorial governments, and it's an issue that we are already addressing in collaboration with these partners. New programs and services are being implemented in the Department of Justice. The Victim Fund is being enhanced to provide more resources to provinces and to territories to deliver services where they are needed. We've appointed for the first time ever a federal ombudsman for victims of crime, Mr. Steve Sullivan, who is a well-known advocate for victims. The ombudsman will ensure that the federal government lives up to its commitments and obligations to victims of crime. I hear the member from Moncton Riverview applauding, I think, the appointment of Mr. Sullivan. Thank you for that. Victims expect and deserve no less. As mentioned, Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to the goal of ensuring that all Canadians live in a safe and secure community. That, Mr. Speaker, is why we are introducing Bill C-2, the Tackling Violent Crime Act. The measures in this legislation represent a clear and sustained commitment on the part of our government to deal with the crimes that weigh heavily on the minds of Canadians as they go about their daily lives. Through this bill, we will address the crime of the sexual exploitation of youth by adult predators, and we are tackling the crime that takes the highest toll in death and injury, impaired driving. We know that Canadians want us to protect them from these crimes, and we know also that to do so, we need the support of all honourable members as well as of Canadians, our partners in the provinces and territories, and in law enforcement, and as well community groups. I want to speak briefly about each component, Mr. Speaker. Alcohol and drug-impaired driving has devastating effects on victims, families, and communities. Impaired drivers are responsible for thousands of fatalities and injuries each year, not to mention billions of dollars in property damage. With this legislation, impaired drivers will face tough punishment, whatever intoxicant they choose, and police and prosecutors will have more tools to use to stop them. Statistics Canada reports that there were an alarming 75,000 impaired driving incidents in 2006, and approximately 1,200 caused bodily harm or death. According to Mothers Against Drunk Driving, alcohol and/or drugs lead to more fatalities and injuries than any other single crime. The total financial and social costs are immeasurable, and these impacts are felt in all of our communities. Research by the Ontario Centre for Addiction and Mental Health shows that Ontario drunk driver fatalities decreased when they are suspended the driving licenses of impaired drivers for 90 days. So there are good approaches that the police and courts can use once there is a conviction for impaired driving. Part of our job as custodians of the criminal code is to help them get those convictions. Then more impaired drivers can be kept off our roads and streets. One reason that impaired driving remains common is that drug impairment is now a frequent factor. Until now, police have not had the same tools available to them to stop those who drive while impaired from drugs as they did to address alcohol-impaired driving. With this bill, Mr. Speaker, now they will. If passed, this legislation will strengthen the abilities of our police and prosecutors to investigate, prosecute, and penalize those who endanger the safety of their fellow Canadians through alcohol or drug-impaired driving. The bill will also ensure that punishment fits the crime and the damage it causes. Chronic offenders, or what are called hardcore offenders, will be targeted with appropriate measures. These chronic offenders are disproportionately a cause of death and injury on our roads. All of these provisions will help police, Crown prosecutors, and the courts deal with these offenders. Impaired driving is hurting so many families and communities that there are calls on Parliament to take action. For example, earlier this month, MAD urged that these reforms be passed as soon as possible, and we are certainly listening. I know that many members here recognize the pressing need to ensure the safety of our communities by providing our police the tools necessary to address drug-impaired driving. It's time they had those tools in their hand, and it's time for us to act. On the issue of the age of protection, Mr. Speaker, this is something that's very timely in the news all the time, but it strikes at the core of our society's values in protecting the most vulnerable, protecting the young. For the same reason, parents, teachers, police, and communities share this government's commitment to protecting young people from sexual predation. One of the most disturbing thoughts for any parent is the thought of a sexual predator preying on their child. And I should mention that members from this side of the House for years have been advocating for this, and it's a welcome to have a government that takes the protection of children serious enough to take this step. The Tackling Violent Crime Act reintroduces our proposals to raise the age at which young people can consent to sexual activity from 14 to 16 years to better protect youth against sexual exploitation by adult predators. In short, it will take away the ability of adult sexual predators to rely on claims that their young victims consented. Mr. Speaker, the speech from the throne provides Canadians with a clear and achievable blueprint for criminal law and policy reforms. It will provide Canadians with safer streets and healthier communities. Communities and cities where people want to live and raise their family. Community by community, we will build a better Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to say I addressed some of the bills here. There is a question, why have we introduced this bill in a comprehensive format? Because there's a lot of work to be done, and many of the measures that were introduced in the last Parliament that are substantively contained in this bill were delayed. Were delayed by the opposition, were delayed in the House, were delayed in committee. No matter what, in the day and age that we live in, members should know many households in Canada have the internet. Anyone can log on to the House of Commons website and read the Hansards, as we all do. Any Canadian out there can read from House of Commons committee transcripts, and they can judge for themselves whether there was delay. I know I sat in the Justice Committee. I sat while these bills were being introduced, debated. I sat and listened to victims of crime come forward and beg us, as they have over the years. I've got many colleagues in the House on this side that were here a lot longer than I've been. And a member from Calgary is here. He's introduced in the past legislation to raise the age of consent. I mean, at the time, the federal government, the Liberal government at the time, they didn't want anything to do with it. They wouldn't take that action. And now they claim that we shouldn't be proceeding this format. We are going to proceed because Canadians have demanded it, that we act to protect children, that we get serious on repeat violent offenders, that we get serious on individuals that use a firearm in the commission of a crime, that we get serious on drug-impaired driving, a scourge that's on our streets. We're taking those concerns seriously. That's why we've brought this bill forward, Bill C-2. I look forward to support from members on all sides of the House as we move forward to make our Canadian streets and communities and homes safer for all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his comments. I want to invite him to come out of the fog, not the fog of the Bay of Fundy that he resides along, but the fog of mental obfuscation that he elicited in his comments. He said that this bill was 105 days in committee, C-27, which is part of C2. He was on the committee. He knows there were 3 days only of committee meetings before it was sent on. Will he admit that? Secondly, he knows that the age of consent bill previously introduced by private members on either party did not have the close-in-age exemption, which this bill does, which made it quite acceptable. Finally, will he admit that the recent StatsCan report, that indicates that the homicide rate last year was down 10%? And most importantly, where are the 2,500 new police officers that were promised in the throne speech last time, reiterated this year? Have they been hired? Where are they? He talks about giving tools to policemen. What we need are more people in the law enforcement field preventively and actively working on crime prevention, prosecution of crime. Where are the resources that this government now has $14 billion to spend on and has spent not a penny on? Where are they?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Moncton River Dieppe for his question, also for his work on the Justice Committee. Mr. Speaker, a typical, if I might say, typical Liberal attitude, though. I mean, homicide's down, so let's not do anything about homicide. In my opinion, if there's a problem, a crime problem, if there's homicide in Canada, if there's people exploiting young people, if there's drunk driving causing carnage on the street, whether it goes up or down 1 year to the next, our goal should always be, as parliamentarians, for it to go down. Yes. And I will continue to work, and this government will continue to work to ensure that we have a reduced crime rate, that we have reduced homicides, that we have reduced recidivism. And that's one of the things that this bill addressed. The Honourable member mentions Bill C-27 on dangerous offenders. The people of Canada can read the transcripts of that committee where we are dealing with individuals that have been repeat serious offenders of a violent or sexual nature. The type of stories, sometimes when we speak of it here, Mr. Speaker, we can't fully grasp what is involved, but we read these horrific stories in the newspapers. And there are cases, they've been in the news recently, where someone has been a repeat violent offender, a repeat sexual offender. And what happens? Our system is unable to keep them where they should be, behind bars. Some people, due to the recidivist nature, we all agree we want to give people a chance, but when someone has proven that they are a menace to society and that they have a very high likelihood that they're going to reoffend, and they've met the threshold, Mr. Speaker, that they should be a dangerous offender, then we feel they belong behind bars.
Definitely.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was taken by the spectrum of issues that my friend has covered. I don't think that there's any argument that when one talks about impaired driving and the implications and followed with respect to violent sexual predators and so on, that this side of the House is in full agreement. But, Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear anything as a follow-up to the illustration that the member used with respect to the Nunn Commission and the observations and recommendations that came as they related to youth. Youth that are involved, as the member indicated, in a very short time in gang activity and drug-related activity, an activity that became absolutely abhorrent in terms of the repercussions that it had in that particular incident. And, Mr. Speaker, I think this side of the House and Canadians would like to know, in particular, as it relates to young people, as the courts have so many times found themselves unable to muster the tools and the programs that would mentor and would deal with youth that are part of the criminal justice system, and the recidivism that occurs with respect to young people that become violent in their behavior in terms of those activities. I didn't hear anything that would be the instruments that we as a society could deal with this very, very troubling area throughout our country. And I would like the member to have an opportunity, if he could outline where the government is coming to in terms of backing up the criminal justice system in the area of youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. Obviously, this government has a mandate from the Canadian people to address criminal justice issues. Obviously, there's a mandate for all of us to address criminal justice issues. I note in the last election that not only our party, the party that I represent, the Conservative Party, but also the Liberal Party, and in fact the New Democratic Party, ran on a platform of getting tough on crime.
What happened?
The problem is, once the dust had settled from the election, once it was time to actually take action, we see what we have seen in the past, that whether it's crime involving impaired driving, whether it's crime involving dangerous offenders, whether it's crime involving the exploitation of youth, the honourable member mentioned youth, crime involving young people, only members on this side of the House are taking those issues seriously. The question was raised about police officers. Yes, we need to have more police officers. That's why our government has made a commitment for 1,000 new RCMP officers and 2,500 new municipal or city officers. That's imperative. Having officers on the street is imperative to reducing violence. And for young people, absolutely. From coast to coast, we're hearing stories that we have to have a justice system that treats crime, whether committed by a young person or an adult. We have to have a system that treats crime seriously. The impression is out there, and I think rightfully so by Canadians, that we have a revolving door justice system. We have a system that is too soft. And to the honourable member, I would ask him to look to his left and to his right, to his friends on that side of the House. Why for 13 years, after 13 years of governance, Liberal governance, are we left with a system that requires so much work to fix? Canadians recognize it, our government recognizes it, and as the Minister of Justice has said, we're just getting started.
Here. The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice for his speech and for his hard work on this file. Mr. Speaker, this summer as I traveled throughout the constituency, the constituents of Crowfoot were encouraging us to come back to Parliament and to make Parliament work. They wanted the government to continue to move forward in the priorities that they had set forward. Many were very disappointed in the logjam that had occurred because the Liberal leader had allowed the Senate to prevent the legislation from coming back for royal assent and coming back to this House. My constituents understand, Mr. Speaker, that we campaigned on 5 major priorities and we have delivered on them. Our government is accountable with spending taxpayers' dollars and we're delivering real benefits to families, and we're going to continue to do that. But where I come from in the constituency of Crowfoot, there are 2 things in particular that were addressed in this throne speech that we're really holding the opposition parties responsible for preventing from any further action being taken on. And the first one is the wasteful long gun registry. It's still wreaking havoc with our lives in Crowfoot and across this country. And the second one that he may want to comment on, but the second one is that even though barley producers spoke with a strong voice choosing freedom in the recent plebiscite, the opposition in this House will not listen to them. We talk about democratization around the world. I can tell you we need to start right here in this House. So if this Parliamentary Secretary would comment on the long gun...
Order. I'm sure the honourable member from Crowfoot would like to leave the Parliamentary Secretary some time to comment.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I thank him also for his work on public safety and justice issues over the past many years as a critic for our party. And he will know during that time, when we were talking about police and frontline officers, that the Liberal government had cut millions from the RCMP, from our intelligence agencies, and only now, under a Conservative government are we restoring pride and restoring resources to those organizations. I'm proud to say I obviously thank you.
Questions and comments has expired. Reprise de débat. Honorable Deputy.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, after the throne speech, I would like to draw your attention to a number of considerations regarding federal spending power. First of all, I would point out that for over 50 years, the Quebec government has been contesting the very existence of the federal spending power. Regardless of its political stripe, all Quebec governments have, without exception, stated their commitment to defending the integrity of Quebec's legislative jurisdiction, as well as Quebec's ability to itself determine the policies it wishes to apply, particularly in the areas of education, health, and social services. The Séguin report, which was supported by all political parties at the National Assembly, recommended that Quebec strongly reiterates its traditional position regarding the fact that there is no constitutional foundation for federal spending power, since that power calls into question the division of powers as established in the Constitution. It also recommends that Quebec maintains its right to opt out, unconditionally, with full financial compensation, opt out of any program established by the federal government in areas of provincial jurisdiction. The Allaire report, a document which constitutes the constitutional foundation of Quebec's ADQ party, provided simply for the elimination of federal spending power. That proposal provides for Quebec's political autonomy. It assumes that Quebec will henceforth exercise full sovereignty in its areas of exclusive jurisdiction, and that the federal government's spending power in areas of Quebec's jurisdiction will be eliminated. These reminders make it possible to note that eliminating federal spending power is something on which everyone in Quebec agrees. On December 19, 2005, Stephen Harper created expectations in Quebec by stating that he would eliminate the fiscal imbalance between Ottawa and the provinces. Yet, that implies eliminating federal spending power in areas of Quebec's jurisdiction. In that regard, Stephen Harper was even more specific in stating, and I quote, I said a number of times, even after this new government was elected, that I was opposed and our party was opposed to the federal government exercising spending power in areas of provincial jurisdiction. In my opinion, such spending power in areas that are under exclusive provincial jurisdiction runs against the very spirit of federalism. Our government is very clear on the notion that we have no intention of acting in that way. This is something the Prime Minister said. In the last speech from the throne, Mr. Harper stated that his government would table a bill which would impose explicit limits on the federal government's use of its spending power for new cost-shared programs in areas of exclusive provincial jurisdiction. That bill would authorize provinces and territories to opt out of those new programs with appropriate compensation if they offered compatible programs. What the Bloc was asking for was that Ottawa make a commitment to completely cease and desist from spending in areas of Quebec jurisdiction. Only by eliminating that so-called spending power will Quebec be satisfied by being given the right to opt out fully and unconditionally of all federal programs in areas under provincial jurisdiction. The statements made in the speech of the throne do not satisfy that request. One might even believe that Jean Chrétien wrote this latest speech from the throne. In the throne speech delivered on February 28, 1996, Jean Chrétien said, "The government will not use its spending power to create cost-shared programs in areas of provincial jurisdiction without the consent of the majority of the provinces. All new programs will be designed such that provinces who opt out will be compensated, provided that they establish equivalent or comparable programs. We know what that type of restriction on federal spending power is worth, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the official opposition, the father of the social union, would agree. The framework agreement on the social union, instigated by the current Liberal leader and concluded among Ottawa and the 9 English-speaking provinces, provided that with respect to new Canada-wide initiatives in healthcare, post-secondary education, social assistance, social services, and others, funded through transfer to the provinces and territories, be it with federal funding or be they social programs, the federal government is committed not to establish such Canada-wide initiatives without the consent of the majority of the provinces. A provincial or territorial government, which by virtue of its existing programs would have no need of the full amount of the transfer to achieve the agreed ends, could reinvest the balance in the same priority area or in a related priority area. Quebec obviously refused, I should say, to sign that agreement and requested that the framework agreement on the social union recognize its historic position by providing for an unconditional right to opt out with full compensation, to opt out, that is, out of any new initiative or federal program, be it jointly funded or not, in social sectors under provincial jurisdiction. What we note in the speech from the throne is that the federal government would restrict its activities to cost-shared programs, while the majority of federal spending powers in areas of provincial jurisdiction, Quebec's jurisdiction, are not cost-shared programs, but simply constitute encroachment.
It's appropriate to remind you that in the 1950s and 1960s, the majority of federal spending in Quebec's areas of jurisdiction was in cost-shared programs. And that was particularly the case with hospital insurance and income security. And now there are fewer and fewer shared cost programs that come exclusively under provincial area of jurisdiction. What we see today is, on the one hand, conditional transfer payments that Ottawa uses to pay money to the provinces, which are used to implement federal priorities, and on the other hand, quite simply interference, such as the new Canadian Commission on Mental Health. So the government is limiting itself to the new programs. So, Mr. Speaker, during the fiscal year 2005-2006, the federal government spent no less than $55 billion in areas that were not did not fall under its purview. We observe that for the Conservative government, this situation is completely acceptable and is going to continue indefinitely. But in our opinion, quite clearly, the open federalism advocated by the Conservative government is nothing but a sham. What the government is offering is fair compensation, in inverted commas, for new encroachment into cost-shared programs. And yet there is no assurance of full compensation. In fact, Ottawa reserves the right to punish the provinces which refuse to start or to take on these new programs. Moreover, the government is reserving the right to impose pan-Canadian standards, even in areas that do not come under its jurisdiction. The right to partial opting out for new encroachments will not be an option. Mr. Speaker, there should be full opting out. The Conservative government will not allow this, and we will never accept it. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the speech of the parliamentary secretary, he laid out a number of statistics about the number of days that the legislation was in process, and indicated that this is a clear indication that the parliamentarians, the opposition parliamentarians, in fact, were delaying this legislation. The member may want to comment on this, Mr. Speaker, because it appears that he's given calendar days. He hasn't taken into account that the House does not sit about 5 months a year. He also, Mr. Speaker, didn't indicate that the Justice Committee at the time was dealing with several consecutive bills, individual bills, and they can only deal with one at a time. So even if they've passed that second reading and been referred to committee, the committee cannot stop its work on one bill to do another. And so that by, in fact, having separate bills, the government, in fact, engineered this delay. And, in fact, the proof of that, Mr. Speaker, appears to be that now the government is prepared to bring forward an omnibus bill to deal with these as one bill before the committee, which is more efficient and, in fact, would have got these things through much more quickly. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the facts would speak for themselves. The member may want to comment on that, the government's inefficiency in dealing with important legislation.
The Honourable Member for Papineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his question. It's quite clear that what we're seeing from the Conservative government is the constant them of tricks and half-truths which are used to dupe the public, to make the public that believe that the Conservative government is actually doing what it sets out to do. Now, this is a fraudulent use, or I should rather say an inappropriate way of spending public money to make people believe that the government is actually fulfilling its promises. There is no respect on the part of the Conservatives. And when we say we don't want this sort of act, we are clearly saying how this damages the population that we represent, how it hurts it. And I think it's a way of indicating to the public that there is one single truth and that the opposition parties have no role in the House of Commons, which is absolutely false. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with a lot of pleasure that I'm rising today in this House in a new seat, which is closer in the first row next to my colleague, and I'm convinced, Mr. Speaker, that this will give me a better opportunity to comment on this government's initiatives. Now, through the speech from the throne, it's quite clear that the government's initiatives are far from meeting the needs of Quebecers. The Bloc Québécois had set 5 conditions to support the speech from the throne. This speech from the throne is more than simply disappointing. It's particularly disappointing concerning the fight against climate change. May I remind you, Mr. Speaker, that when I came to the House 10 years ago, we had a Reform Party and the Canadian Alliance, which sat on this side of the House. And they did not believe in the actual existence of climate change. And they did their utmost to put a spanner in the works. They did their utmost to sabotage the Kyoto Protocol, which the other parties believed in as the best tool to fight climate change. These members of Parliament preferred to believe the studies by oil companies that considered that it was a natural occurrence and that had nothing to do with climate change, had nothing to do with human activity. Despite the fact that the big academics throughout the world had established that there was a direct link between our human activities, our industrial activities, and global warming. And yet these members, some of whom are still in the government, slowed down, delayed, and torpedoed the best tool we had at our disposal, and that is the Kyoto Protocol, Mr. Speaker. Today, we would like to see we are proud, rather, to see that the government finally recognises in this speech from the throne that climate change actually exists. But this party is comprised of members that did not believe this earlier, and had they believed in the realities of climate change, we may have moved further on this file, and there might have been a greater reduction in greenhouse gases, a better reduction than the minister presented at the Nairobi conference recently. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I read the speech from the throne, and in particular page 15, where it states that the government believes in a firm commitment to fighting greenhouse gases, for example, including mandatory targets which would bring to bear upon all major emitters in Canada. But these mandatory targets are nothing more, nothing less than targets based on an increase in our production and not on a genuine, real reduction in greenhouse gases. And so this means at the end of the day that the more oil barrels that we churn out, the more we will be polluting. And through the speech from the throne, the government is trying to make the public believe that there are mandatory targets and targets that will serve to improve our greenhouse gas record. But let me repeat it here today. The intensity targets that the government favours to reduce greenhouse gases are just a smokescreen. And all they'll do is benefit the oil industry that is making colossal and astronomical profits that are at odds with the world consensus in terms of climate change. And this world leadership that the government wants to display, which is clearly outlined in the speech from the throne, is clearly lacking. They talked about the G8 meetings, for example. But there were meetings between the Prime Minister and George Bush in Washington. Also meetings in Australia with Prime Minister Howard, the purpose of which was simply to ensure that there would be no real, genuine targets in the short and medium term and no timeline, no real timeline. Now, the government, through this speech from the throne, is clearly doing away with its commitment to the Kyoto Protocol. And what I want to do is to denounce this state of affairs. The government has misled the public. In Nairobi, I was with a parliamentary delegation, and the environmental minister at the time swore solemnly before the international community that Canada undertook to respect and to honour its Kyoto commitments. And yet, over a year later, we're learning that the government is throwing this Kyoto Protocol in the trash. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot accept this type of attitude. 90% of Quebecers want to honour or want to see the Kyoto Protocol honoured. The Quebec government has implemented a plan for greenhouse gas reduction. Quite simply, the industry in Quebec has substantially reduced its emissions, and not on an intensity basis as the Conservative government is wanting. We were the first province in Canada to table a climate change plan, and this is why we want the federal government to honour the Kyoto Protocol. We're also disappointed to note that the government hasn't exactly specified where this carbon exchange will be located. The Montreal Exchange has developed a quite substantial expertise in the financial markets. No other Canadian market is comparable, and yet Toronto is also a potential candidate. Montreal has quite a substantial amount of expertise, has in fact signed an agreement with Chicago. So why today, Mr. Speaker, 10 years after the agreement between Montreal and Toronto, Toronto is trying to get its hands on what has actually enabled the Montreal Exchange to consolidate. And all the financial markets can't understand this. Now, if this government is going to support Bay Street, well, we're going to support Saint-Jean Street, Mr. Speaker. Saint-Jacques, rather. Now, we're going to support Saint-Jacques Street, and I met a number of business leaders from industry and the manufacturing sector, which have reduced their greenhouse gas emissions by 25 to 30%. They've decided to invest and change industrial processes, and they are ready to take part in a carbon exchange. And this is thanks to structural changes within their industries. And today we're being told that these industries should pay for the efforts that are lacking in other provinces. And this is totally egregious and unacceptable. And to my great dismay, the Liberal Party of Canada has basically supported the speech from the throne. And it's disappointing. I believe that there was a strong consensus in the House of Commons among the opposition parties with regards to our Kyoto Protocol commitments. Today, there's Quebec and the Bloc Québécois that continue to back the Kyoto Protocol, while support elsewhere in Canada is cracking. And the Conservatives, on the world stage, they're going out and saying that they're ready to throw the Kyoto Protocol in the trash. But I can tell you that as long as Quebecers are represented in this House, and there'll be more and more of us over the years, as long as we're here and present in this House, we will continue to support the Kyoto Protocol, because we believe that fighting climate change is an economical and environmental imperative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Seating plan has changed, obviously. Lac Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I recognise his expertise in the area, having sat with him on the Environment Committee, and I hope that this will be the case during this new parliamentary session. I'd like to assure my colleague that the Liberal Party strongly supports the Kyoto Protocol. We have to, he has to understand that. It's the carbon budget proposed by our government, which was included in Bill C-30. The committee that we sat on together adopted this. Now, I have a slightly technical question to ask of the member. We've been told ad nauseum that the federal government wants to ensure that there's no rise in greenhouse gas emissions and that they want to create a carbon exchange. But in order that a carbon exchange really takes root, there has to be limits on greenhouse gas emissions, doesn't there? That's my first question. I also read in the Globe and Mail last week that directors, managers of CEOs of Canada's biggest companies and businesses want the government to implement absolute limits in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. But the government is clearly not listening to Canadians or the CEOs of major Canadian companies. So who is the government listening to? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, yes, indeed. Not only does public support the Kyoto Protocol, but many businesses, over 150 big businesses, major companies, have stated outright that an effective climate change plan is necessary. And all they're asking for is clarity in the federal government's approach, and that is currently lacking. Now, if businesses are able to, deal with clear rules, they'd be able to adjust. Now, as far as intensity targets are concerned, implementing a carbon exchange with absolute targets would be ideal. It's always possible with intensity targets, but what we've always said and what Europe reminded us a couple of years ago, we're talking about a very big market, a $70 billion market with major economic opportunities for Quebec and Canadian companies. And they've stated that if we don't adopt absolute targets, if we favour intensity targets, it's going to be very tough at the end of the day to have compatibility between the Canadian system and the European system of carbon exchanges. So unfortunately, this intensity system has complicated the whole idea of a carbon exchange system in Canada, and that's why the government needs to immediately implement not only mandatory targets, but it also needs absolute targets.
Resuming debate. Les prises du débat. The Honourable
Resuming debate.
Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to you again on your reappointment. Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Gentleman Member for West Nova. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday evening we had the opportunity to listen to the government's vision for Canada. It was a speech from the throne that was vague, offering little new hope for Canadians, indeed offering little new, claiming success of failed programs and often rebranding of old policies and programs. But I want to speak tonight about a number of things in the very short time I have. I want to touch on some of the issues that impact on my community, and I want to talk on matters that are related to First Nations, Inuit and Métis. Mr. Speaker, what can Manitobans really take away from this throne speech? The government says it has given real choice for families through the taxable childcare benefit, but has forgotten to speak on the reality of childcare in Canada. On September 27th, the headline in the Winnipeg Free Press read, and I quote, "Tories say they made a childcare boo-boo," end of quote. The Minister of Human Resources admitted his government could not live up to its commitment to deliver 125,000 childcare spaces. Millions of dollars were cut from childcare in Manitoba, from $176 million under the previous Liberal government to only a $9 million annual direct payment to the province. In Winnipeg, there are more children's names on wait lists than there are children who receive childcare in the city. How, I repeat again, can this government say that a choice when indeed there's really no choice for them? No places for children, no opportunities for their mothers to go back to school or to enter the workforce, or often indeed to remain in the workforce. Yesterday in a speech in Winnipeg, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Fraser Mustard linked the outcomes of early childhood education to the reduction of criminal activities and positive mental health during adolescence. He said the annual cost to individuals and Canadian society of poor early childhood development is estimated at $120 billion for crime and $100 billion annually in mental health and behaviour. What will this also mean for the federal spending power? We know that great national cost-shared programs brought us together as citizens regardless of where we lived. Medicare, Canada Pension Plan, The list is long, the list goes on. In the last session of Parliament, the members opposite introduced 13 crime and justice bills. The official opposition supported a majority of these bills and offered to fast-track 8 of them. Despite their mantra that their government is getting tough on crime, they decided to delay their own legislation. There was no obstruction by the opposition. Indeed, on March 21st, an Opposition Day motion would have immediately resulted in the passage of all stages of 4 of the bills. Again, no cooperation. This government has also failed to act on their campaign commitment to hire more police officers. Now we see this commitment re-announced once more. This time, we hope the government will follow through. Over the past months, I've met with many community groups to discuss community safety. Over and over and over again, we've heard the need for more community policing, but a lack of resources, not enough policemen to assign there. Also, Mr. Speaker, from the young people at McDonald Youth Services, I heard about the importance of programs to rehabilitate, programs to support, programs to keep young people out of the justice system. And last month, Mr. Speaker, I attended here in Ottawa when a Manitoba delegation led by the Premier to discuss issues of crime and safety. And I want to assure them that I want to see their concerns met, most particularly making auto theft an indictable offence. Mr. Speaker, the throne speech says a new water strategy will be implemented to help clean up our major lakes and ocean. What about Devil's Lake? Between June and August, North Dakota turned the Devil's Lake outlet on and off 3 times, breaching the agreement the previous government negotiated with the White House. Again, silence from the government. Where is a realistic plan, and where are realistic resources to act on the cleanup of Lake Winnipeg? Mr. Speaker, there was nothing about education in this speech, nothing about the alleviation of the debt load for post-secondary students, nothing about increasing access to post-secondary education for students who have less. A $13 billion surplus, Mr. Speaker, and no investment in young people. Mr. Speaker, we know they've silenced the Court Challenges program, but this government has silenced those who cannot speak for themselves. Yesterday, we celebrated the accomplishments of 6 women who received the Governor-General's Award for the commemoration of the Persons Day. These women made a difference in their communities by working for the advancement of women in significant ways. This government has taken away the tools for advocacy dollars for women. Equality seeking is not acceptable. And, Mr. Speaker, in my riding, individuals and organizations are calling on this government to take action on Darfur. In my own riding, not far from where I live, the Charizedic Synagogue is next week having a large gathering calling on congregants to mobilize and speak out on the genocide in Darfur. And from this government, not a word. It's not in their neighbourhood. Mr. Speaker, I want to now just touch on the issues of Aboriginal peoples. We know that with Aboriginal peoples, relations were at an all-time high under the previous Liberal government with the signing of the Kelowna Accord. And then they reached an all-time low on June 29th of this year with the National Day of Action provoked by the inaction of the current government. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge the Prime Minister's indication that he will apologize on behalf of Canadians for the legacy of residential schools. I support that. I salute that. As the Leader of the Opposition said, we all support this decision, but it's long overdue. Members on this side have been asking for this apology for over a year. There is still much to do to repair the damage that has been put upon the Aboriginal peoples. But, Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that this government treat Aboriginal peoples with respect, that members of this government speak about Aboriginal peoples with respect today and in the future, and that they treat their concerns about legislation and the legislative process with respect. Mr. Speaker, this government brought shame to Canada with their actions on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Not only were they one of 4 countries voting against this declaration, but their active lobbying against it, against the advice of the officials of 3 departments, was a blemish on Canada's international reputation. The declaration, fortunately, was adopted by 144 countries. Indeed, an embarrassment for Canada. Mr. Speaker, Aboriginal people want respect. The throne speech indicated it would be reintroducing legislation that would repeal Section 67 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. I have said it many times in this House, Mr. Speaker, and in committee, and I will put it on the record once more. The official opposition supports the intent of Bill C-44, but what we do not support is the process, the lack of consultation, the lack of consideration, and the lack of respect shown to Aboriginal peoples. And I want to add, Mr. Speaker, that human rights also means clean water, safe communities, a house to live in, and an opportunity for education. We look forward, Mr. Speaker, to the introduction of legislation to deal with the outstanding specific claims. We look forward to it with optimism. We are hopeful that in this case, with consultation and cooperation, there will be a positive result. We acknowledge the intent to take action on behalf of the Inuit, but the speech was silent, Mr. Speaker, on the Métis and no mention of an urban Aboriginal strategy. Mr. Speaker, closing the gap between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Canadians remains a #1 priority for Canadians. First Nations people face a horrible injustice when the level of poverty in their communities is staggering. The future for Aboriginal Canadians, Mr. Speaker, is Canada's future, for more than half of First Nations people in this country are under the age of 23. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that education is critical for Aboriginal people. First Nations, Aboriginal children in the cities, Métis children. It is this government's responsibility to act, and to act now to stop First Nations poverty for perpetuating into future generations. As I said, the speech offered little new for Canadians. It continues to bring forward old news, and I will continue to speak up for the interests of my constituents and for Aboriginal, Métis and Inuit Canadians.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaire. The Honourable Secretary of State for Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to correct the member opposite on several points. Firstly, she claimed that the Prime Minister hasn't, quotes, uttered a word about the ongoing crisis in Darfur. This is simply objectively and factually incorrect. In fact, during his speech yesterday in this place, in reply to the speech from the throne, he spoke about the terrible ongoing humanitarian disaster in Darfur. And, Mr. Speaker, in fact, our government's response to that disaster has been more robust than that of the government to which that member belonged, as has our response to the legacy, the shameful legacy of the sad legacy, I should say, of the Aboriginal school situation. Now, she's criticizing this government for not having made an apology with respect to the Aboriginal school situation. She sat on the other side for several of the 13 years that her party was in power. Do my colleagues recall having heard any apology in any of those 13 years? Did she ever ask for such an apology when she was in the government caucus? If so, why did she fail? And then why would she so unfairly criticize this government for doing precisely what her government failed to do? Why further would she criticize this government for the terrible conditions under which too many Aboriginal people live, when in fact her party and government had 13 years to address issues of water quality on reserves and living standards and housing, issues on which this government is taking and will take further concrete actions? Can she explain to us this total lack of logic?
Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member's opposite's posturing and high drama indicates a real lack of understanding of the issues related to the residential schools agreement. If the member had done his homework, he would know that the residential schools agreement was negotiated with by the previous government. He will note that the picture was on the front page of the Globe and Mail identifying and completing it. He will note that an apology was committed. He will also know that there was no response when this question was asked in this House time and time and time again that the deal was completed, and where was the apology? He will know that. And this posturing and fluffing won't make a bit of difference to the Aboriginal peoples of this country who know the truth.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Earlier in this year, most of the members of this House received delegations from the police associations of Canada, and they reminded all members that one of the promises of the Conservative Party was that immediately upon taking office they would address the question of the 2,500 officers. And they were very disappointed when they came to see me because after 2 budgets they still had not produced one officer. So I will ask the honourable member if she recalls that promise and gives it any credence as to whether they are simply misleading, being hypocritical, or slightly taking this House to its advantage. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. I too met with the police here in Ottawa, and I met with the police on several occasions in Winnipeg. We are now in the process of choosing a new chief police, and there have been public meetings on that, and I have had a number of roundtables with both youth and community members and police present to discuss the issues of crime. We know that community policing is being cried out for in Manitoba, in the city of Winnipeg and in the cities of the other small cities in the province. We know that there is a human resource shortage. We know that they don't have the staff to allocate for community policing. So yes, Mr. Speaker, we know that there is a need for it. It was introduced last year, nothing was done. They're reintroducing it again this year. Let's hope something comes of it.
Enough time for a very brief question or comment from the honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question pertains to the issue of hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to ask the honourable member, she's well aware that we've made very significant commitments in the areas of affordable housing. We've increased funding directly to families. We've provided a much better support to families than her government ever did. However, she stands in place and criticizes a government that's made a real effort to make the lives of Canadians better. And I'd like to know why she stands in her place and makes these kind of comments when she knows full well that her government did not.
There's 15 to 20 seconds left for the honourable member for Winnipeg South.
I would say to the member that his government has made an effort to address the issues of only those members of Canada who he believes or who they believe will vote for them. There are vast numbers of Canadians who are being overlooked by this government.
It being 5:15 p.m. Order. It being 5:15 p.m., it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the sub-amendment now before the House. La question est la suivante.
Question is as follows. Mr. Manning, seconded by Mr. Lemieux, moves that the following address be presented to Her Excellency, the Governor-General.
Companion of the Order of Canada, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Military Merit, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Merit of the Police Forces, Governor-General and Commander-in-Chief of Canada, may it please Your Excellency. We, Her Majesty's most loyal and dutiful subjects, the House of Commons of Canada, in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to Your Excellency for the gracious speech which Your Excellency has addressed to both Houses of Parliament. Monsieur Dion.
Mr. Dion, seconded by Mr. Ignatieff, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following, and this House calls upon the government to recognize that any shortfall in meeting our 2012 Kyoto commitments would be a result of their decision to kill the previous government's innovative Project Green Plan, followed by 18 months of inaction, and the government must replace its weak approach with real action to create the momentum required for Canada to catch up in the second phase of Kyoto.
combat mission in Kandahar will end in February 2009 in order to facilitate a replacement and begin discussions with NATO and the government of Afghanistan on what non-combat role Canada can play afterwards to aid in the reconstruction of Afghanistan. To end 18 months of inaction in the fight against poverty in Canada by building on the good work of the previous Liberal government that funded such initiatives as the Canada Child Tax Benefit, affordable housing, literacy, the Supporting Communities Partnership Initiative, and the Working Income Tax Benefit, and to stop taking for granted the unprecedented strong economy and fiscal success inherited by this government from its predecessor, and bring forward proposals to reduce corporate taxes and other measures that will improve the economy of Canada, especially in sectors such as manufacturing and agriculture, and lessen the impact of the government's egregious mistakes on income trusts and interest deductibility. Mr. Duceppe, appuyé par Mr. Paquette, propose.
Mr. Duceppe, seconded by Mr. Paquette, moves the following sub-amendment. Dispense.
The question is on the sub-amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the sub-amendment? No. All those in favor will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
En ordre.
Order, please. The question is as follows. Mr. Manning, seconded by Mr. Lemieux, moves that the following address be presented to Her Excellency the Governor. May I dispense?
Following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. May I dispense? Yes? Monsieur Duceppe, appuyé par...
Mr. Duceppe, seconded by Mr. Capet, moved the following sub-amendment. That the amendment be amended in paragraph 1 by replacing the words "of their decision to kill the previous government's innovative Project Green Plan followed by 18 months of inaction" with the following: "of the inaction of the Liberal and Conservative governments," and by replacing paragraphs 3 and 4 with the following: "and to put forward tangible measures to help the workers, businesses, and regions affected by the crisis in the forestry and manufacturing sectors, and to eliminate the federal spending power in areas that fall under the jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces by ensuring the right to opt out with full financial compensation and with no strings attached from any federal program that encroaches on the jurisdictions of Quebec and the provinces." The question is on the sub-amendment. Is it all those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Pratt. Monsieur Paquette. Monsieur Paquette.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Menard Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard Hochelaga.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Madame Picard.
Madame Picard.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Guimont.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Menard Marcorel Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard Marcorel Fortin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Barbeau.
Madame Barbeau.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Madame Bonson.
Madame Bonson.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Malot.
Monsieur Malot.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Parker.
Mr. Comuzzi.
Mr. Comuzzi.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mrs. Skelton.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Pallister.
Mr. Pallister.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Madame Bernaire.
Madame Bernaire.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Ms. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightbright.
Mr. Brightbright.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Thompson Wild Rose.
Mr. Thompson Wild Rose.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Gourd.
Mr. Gould.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Arve.
Mr. Alvey.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Brown-Berry. Mr. Polk. Cannon, Colonial Lake. Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. Guarnieri.
Madame Robillard.
Madame Robillard.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Madame Marlowe.
Madame Marlowe.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Godfrey.
Mr. Godfrey.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Belanger.
Mr. Belanger.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Cockler.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Thibault Westnova.
Mr. Thibault Westnova.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mr. Prue.
Mr. Prue.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dosange.
Mrs. Barnes.
Mrs. Barnes.
Ms. Brown Oakville.
Ms. Brown Oakville.
Mr. Bonin.
Mr. Bonet.
Mr. Wappel.
Mr. Wappel.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Mrs. Chamberlain.
Mrs. Chamberlain.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Saint-Denis.
Mr. Saint Denis.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Ms. Beaumier.
Ms. Beaumier.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Cullen Etobicoke North.
Mr. Cullen Etobicoke North.
Ms. Caratic Lindell.
Ms. Caratic Lindell.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. St. Amand.
Mr. St. Amand.
Mr. Temelkovsky.
Mr. Temelkovsky.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Jevsnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Dallywall.
Mr. Dallywall.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Ms. Keeper.
Ms. Keeper.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. Washley Salias.
Ms. Wasalicia Lease.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christofferson.
Christofferson.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Pretty.
Ms. Pretty.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mrs. Matheson.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North. Oh, excuse me, Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Artur.
Monsieur Arthur.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Yeas pour 48, 48. Nays contre 240, 240.
Je déclare le sous-amendement
I declare the sub-amendment defeated.
5:50 p.m. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Prise en considération du projet de loi C-411,
Bill C-411, an act to amend the Special Import Measures Act, second reading.
À l'ordre.
Order, please. Order. Ms. Bourgeois, seconded by Mr. Cardin, moves that Bill C-411, an act to amend the Special Import Measures Act, domestic prices, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. Debate. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Order. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-411, that I am moving at second reading today, enumerates a number of criteria that we hope will help avoid dumping to better protect our Canadian businesses. The competition has changed a lot over the recent years, and that has greatly affected the manufacturing sector. The rising Canadian dollar is an aggravating factor which has hit the Quebec economy hard. And yet, it is the increasing Asian competition which has had an even greater effect on our companies. Canadian imports have tripled over the recent years, from $12 to $32 billion. Our trade deficit with China is $26 billion. In Quebec, the traditional industries are suffering the greatest from Asian competition. Imports of textiles and garments have multiplied by 8, and furniture by 6. Bicycle imports by 5-fold. Need I tell you that our traditional sectors are paying the price, and that there's an increasing number of jobs lost. The current government is doing nothing to help these businesses, and it is a catastrophe. In 2003 to 2006, over 100 manufacturing jobs were lost in Quebec. Just in 2006 alone, the year this government came into power, 35,000 jobs were lost in Quebec in the manufacturing sector. And 2007 looks like it'll be even worse. Quebec has 29,000 manufacturing jobs that have gone by the wayside in this past year. These are the traditional sectors that have been hit hardest, and the major victim has been the garment and clothing sector, which has had its jobs halved over the last year. The textile industry has lost since 2000 a quarter of its employees, as has the furniture sector, which lost 26%, and the forestry sector, which lost 10,000 jobs since April 2006. So the industry is left up to its own devices, and this is the Conservative government's policy. Just at the time when the industry is facing the greatest difficulties. The garment and textiles industry had its budget cut back in 2006. The major support program for research and development, called Partnership Technology Canada, came to an end on the 31st of December last year. The Conservatives said that there are administrative problems with it, despite the fact that by all reports these programs were extremely effective. As for the Trade Act, it wasn't applied in order to temporarily protect our businesses, to give them the time to adapt to the new context and to modernise. The members of the Industry Committee in February 2007 have stated that commercial legislation must protect Canadian businesses against dumping. The Bloc Québécois has decided to put forward a string of measures to help Quebec businesses that are facing the greatest challenges. We have the furniture industry, textiles, clothing and garment sectors, aeronautics sector, high-tech sectors, and so on and so forth. Now, let's go back in time to explain a little bit what dumping is. It is an unfair commercial practice. It's illegal. Companies export products at below their normal price, and sometimes they sell them in their own domestic market. When a business uses such practices, it should expect that countries impose anti-dumping levies on them in order to level the playing field, as it were. So what does dumping look like exactly, and how do you calculate it? How do you determine whether a foreign business actually indulges in dumping? You look at its price in its own domestic market, and if it sells this product at a lower price in Canada, well, that means that there is dumping. Now, dumping. Now, of course, we need fair prices in Canada. We can sometimes ask companies to open up their books and just determine whether the sales prices reflect the production prices. But this only helps if the production prices haven't been artificially increased or skewed by the government intervention, for example, where the government may decide to subsidize electricity in the production of a product. So when the overnight rate is affected, when the currency is deflated or devaluated, such as the Chinese currency, which is 40% less than its real value, and the purpose of this is to help Chinese companies to export. When the books don't factor in all the normal costs, well then of course it becomes useless. Consulting them becomes useless.
Also, when government practices skew the situation, for example, the devaluation of the currency or some type of indirect aid, or perhaps aid given to subcontractors, when all of that takes place, then you can't determine the fair price. You have to seek that information elsewhere, and this is what we are putting forward in this bill. The United States and the EU don't simply look to see whether or not the Chinese government is involved in price fixing, as is what Canada does. These two countries have set out a number of criteria to determine whether or not the prices and costs have been skewed. They look at the value of the currency, and as I said earlier, it has been recognized that the yuan has been devaluated in order to artificially help the exports from China. They will look at the production costs in China, but they will know that these are universally accepted practices. The Americans, the Europeans go much further and take a much closer look at what is taking place in terms of production. The costs related to the suppliers or the raw materials that are used in the production of the commodity. Canada imposes anti-dumping charges on only 17 Chinese products, whereas in the United States, anti-dumping is imposed on 53 products, and the EU has targeted 49 products, whereas here in Canada, we've only targeted or imposed anti-dumping duties on 17 products, when we know that a number of products are coming in Europe and the United States. There are criteria that must be taken into account to evaluate whether or not dumping has taken place. We hope that if we were to do this, it would protect our Quebec and our Canadian companies against this illegal practice, which is known as dumping. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member opposite for her comments. I just wanted to just clarify, if I could. I mean, the manufacturing sector is very important to our government. As the member would pay attention to the last budget, she'll know that specifically the Industry Committee had number one recommendation was to accelerate the capital cost for depreciation for the acquisition of equipment to 2 years to help manufacturers deal with the competitive global markets, also the rising dollar, so they can take advantage of investing in other equipment in other countries. And I know manufacturers in my own riding have taken advantage of that specific budget policy and very appreciative of it. I'd just like to say at this time when our economy is as strong as it is, unemployment at a 33-year low, and this member is proposing to put forward an amendment to a single provision of the legislation without taking into account broad considerations. This has never happened before, and I'm just wondering, my honourable colleague, if she could answer the question. If she's not concerned that her new approach may result in a law that does not reflect an appropriate balance of interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Well, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Investments have been made in research and development, but that isn't enough. And that isn't what the companies need. These Canadian manufacturers and Quebec manufacturers, because the manufacturing sector is concentrated in Quebec, need safeguards. They need something to protect them from this huge influx of products from China and emerging economies. And we must have some means to determine if these emerging markets are not exporting products that they produce at a lower cost, or that they sell at a lower cost than they would in their own country. The Auditor General of Canada said that the Competition Tribunal doesn't have the necessary means to go to get to the very bottom of these situations, and in having this bill, we would be qualified to do that. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for Terrebonne-Blainville for this bill that will be particularly important for a number of manufacturers in Shefford, including the Raleigh Bicycle Company. Raleigh spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in defending its dumping complaint to the Trade Tribunal. It related to bicycles that were dumped by China, but the Minister of Finance did not flinch. What is C411 going to do to help a company like Raleigh? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. My colleague for Repentigny has asked a very important question. I'd like to thank him for it because it involves two things. First, the Minister's discretionary power to agree to set in place anti-dumping measures, and secondly, the entire issue of costs to a company when a complaint is made to Revenue Canada or to the Canadian Trade Tribunal. And if a company feels that dumping is taking place on the Canadian market, then that company must file a complaint with Revenue Canada, and this can cost up to $200,000. And if Revenue Canada and the Customs Agency feel that dumping has taken place.
From the Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question very briefly. Quebec has a number of industries which do business with Asian countries like China, which this bill would certainly target. I'm just wondering, specifically with the aerospace industry in Quebec that benefits from trade, places like China, don't you feel the retroactive action that would be taken through measures like this would propose very significant negative potential factors on Quebec? And I'm just wondering if you considered them at all.
A very brief response from the Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question put by my colleague, and I'm not sure if I'll have time to respond because I'd like to come back to what he said. His question is related to the answer that I wanted to give to my colleague for Repentigny. It involves the Canadian Trade Tribunal, which has to ensure that when it comes to aeronautics, for example, these people will have a market free from any problems, and this would cost between $50,000 and $150,000. And there are companies that, after having gone through the normal channels with Revenue Canada and the CBA, in the case of Raleigh, for example, they could end up spending $400,000 just to avail themselves of their rights, and the minister then can use his veto and say no dumping has taken place, even though, resuming debate.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to comment on the private member's bill tabled by the member from Terrebonne-Blainville, calling on the government to amend the Special Import Measures Act. This bill proposes an amendment to Section 20 of the Special Import Measures Act. The amendment would set out the conditions required for deeming whether domestic prices in a country are substantially determined by the government of that country and whether there is sufficient reason to believe that they are not substantially the same as they would be if they were determined in a competitive market. Mr. Speaker, the Special Import Measures Act, or CIMA as it is referred to, is Canada's principal legal instrument that governs the application of anti-dumping and countervailing duties to imports of dumped or subsidized goods that are found to cause injury to domestic producers. Under CIMA, a Canadian industry is entitled to trade remedy protection if it is established through a formal investigation that the imports are being dumped or subsidized and that the dumping or subsidizing has caused or threatens to cause injury to that industry. In such a case, definitive anti-dumping or countervailing duties are normally levied on all imported subject goods for a period of 5 years, with the possibility of an extension if Canada's administrating authorities, that being the Canadian Border Services Agency and the Canadian International Trade Tribunal, determine that there is likely to be a continuation or a recurrence of dumping or subsidization and injury if the duties are removed. The CIMA implements Canada's rights and obligations under 2 WTO agreements, anti-dumping and an agreement on subsidies and countervailing measures. Key provisions of these agreements include methods for determining the existence of dumping and countervailable subsidies, requirements for the initiation of investigations, obligations respecting procedural fairness, the duration of orders, and the transparency in the decision-making. In addition, these agreements set out the economic factors to be considered in determining whether injury exists and whether or not such injury is caused by dumped or subsidized imports. Mr. Speaker, as originally drafted in 1984, CIMA represents a balance of interests between those parties requiring protection from injuriously dumped or subsidized imports and those requiring secure access to imports to ensure profitability to their economic activities. The importance of this balance between imports and production concerns continues to be relevant as the dependence of Canadian manufacturers on imported inputs has increased substantially since 1984. Today, imported inputs make up to 34% of the contents of goods manufactured in Canada. When CIMA was reviewed by the subcommittees of the Standing Committees on Finance and Foreign Affairs and International Trade in 1996, the subcommittee's conclusion was that the basic circumstances that motivated Canada to establish CIMA continued to exist. That is to say, the law provides basic protection to Canadian producers while limiting unnecessary collateral damage to downstream users of the products in question. Mr. Speaker, during the 1996 review of CIMA, a large number of interested parties representing a wide cross-section of the Canadian economy appeared before the subcommittee to present their views. The witnesses commented on whether the legislation continued to adequately serve Canada's national economic interests, including industries that benefit from trade remedy protection, and industry associations that must import goods as a normal course of business. Following the completion of this review, Mr. Speaker, Canadian industries also took advantage of the opportunity to make their views on these issues known to the government in the context of the Doha round of the trade negotiations at WTO. As part of the extensive consultation process related to the WTO, the government received 23 submissions from industry and provincial governments that provided input for developing Canada's position on the negotiations, which aimed to clarify and improve disciplines related to the WTO anti-dumping and subsidy agreements. Mr. Speaker, the government takes the consultation process very seriously and regularly updates industry on the status of negotiations. Extensive consultations are critical for developing and maintaining an effective multilateral negotiating position and are equally important in the consideration of unilateral changes to Canada's domestic trade laws. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the government has recently received recommendations from 2 parliamentary standing committees that call for the government to conduct a review of Canada's trade remedy system. The first recommendation came from February 2007's report of the Standing Committee of Industry, Science and Technology entitled Manufacturing Moving Forward, Rising to the Challenge. Of the recommendations, 2 were trade policy related, one of which recommended that the government conduct an internal review of Canadian anti-dumping, countervail and safeguard policies, practices, and their applications to ensure that Canada's trade remedy laws and practices remain current and effective. This review would also include comparisons with other WTO members such as the EU and the US. This recommendation was based on the Standing Committee's observation that the growing economies of countries such as China and India represent a challenge for Canadian producers in both their domestic and American export markets. As well, the Standing Committee noted the concern expressed by some industries regarding an apparent divergence between Canadian trade law and its application, and it believed more information was required. This led to the recommendation for a review of Canada's trade remedy system. Following this report, Mr. Speaker, came an April 2007 report of the Standing Committee on International Trade entitled 10 Steps to a Better Trade Policy. Among the recommendations in the report was a call for the government to immediately review its trade remedy system to ensure that critically valued imports needed as inputs by companies who subsequently export products out of the country are not unnecessarily blocked. The Standing Committee was told that Canada's trade remedy system needs a different mindset. That is, not to assume that all imports from China are bad, because for some manufacturers, such imports are critical. In fact, one witness noted that, and I quote, it's the only way that we're going to remain in the game. Mr. Speaker, the government intends to table responses to these recommendations shortly. It is interesting that these standing committees made identical recommendations within 2 months of each other, namely that the government conduct a review of Canada's trade remedy system. However, these recommendations were made for quite different reasons. The Industry Committee recommends a review to ensure that Canada's trade remedy system remains effective to deal with dumped or subsidized imports. The International Trade Committee recommends a review to ensure that Canadian manufacturers have stable and predictable access to global supply chains. Mr. Speaker, although these 2 standing committees had opposing views on the role and impact of Canada's trade remedy system on Canadian manufacturers, they made identical recommendations. This is because they agree that the government must consider the trade remedy system as a whole and to take into account the view of all stakeholders before considering changes to the system. The government supports the view of the standing committees that all stakeholders must have an opportunity to put forth their views on the legislation as a whole. CIMA has been amended several times to reflect changes in international agreements and to implement the recommendations of the 1996 Parliamentary Review. However, there has never been an amendment to a single provision of the legislation without broader consideration being taken into account. Bill C-411 would have us take a piecemeal approach to the Special Import Measures Act that would be contrary to ensuring this law reflects a proper balance of interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to participate in the debate on Bill C-411, which is an act to amend the Special Import Measures Act. It's referred to commonly as CIMA. Mr. Speaker, the mover of the bill raised some very, I believe, important questions which parliamentarians have to deal with from time to time, just to give some indication that the implications to Quebec has been very serious in some areas, particularly, as you mentioned, textiles, garments, furniture, bicycles, forestry, tens of thousands of jobs being lost as a consequence of, Mr. Speaker, activity with regard to the importation of goods and the competition. And she talked, I think, very well about the whole concept of what is dumping, certainly an illegal activity where a country will actually export to Canada goods at a price which is less, in fact, than their own production costs, which obviously puts our own producers at a significant disadvantage. Mr. Speaker, clearly that kind of activity could be extremely damaging to Canada if we didn't have rules and regulations and legislation to guide us in determining whether or not that kind of activity exists. And, Mr. Speaker, we in fact do have it, and the Special Import Measures Act is the instrument. Now, Mr. Speaker, the particular section which the member wants to deal with, and I think it's important simply for the information of members and those who are watching, is Section 20.1 in the Special Import Measures Act. And, Mr. Speaker, when let me just review a couple of the things, and you'll see how this is a very, very complicated area. It says here that where goods are sold to an importer in Canada are shipped directly to Canada and from a prescribed country where, in the opinion of the President, and the President, Mr. Speaker, refers to the President of the Canada Border Services Agency, domestic prices are substantially determined by the government of that country, and there is sufficient reason to believe that they are not substantially the same as they would be if they were determined in a competitive market. So as a principle, Mr. Speaker, are we having dumping at a price lower than production would be an example. Also, it covers where coming from another country where, in the opinion of the President, the government of that country has a monopoly or substantial monopoly in its export trade, and domestic prices are substantially determined by the government of that country, and there is sufficient reason to believe that they are not substantially the same as they would be if they were determined in a competitive market. Mr. Speaker, those are the principles which have to guide the President of these. Now, I asked for some information, Mr. Speaker, about the specifics. Now, I should maybe elaborate about the Special Import Measures Act. SEMA, Mr. Speaker, provides for the rules and the procedures for anti-dumping and countervailing duty actions under Canadian domestic law. Now, the Act is designed to provide protection to Canadian producers who are being harmed or injured by dumping or subsidizing goods imported into Canada, and the member has raised a number of examples affecting Quebec industries. And I should also mention, Mr. Speaker, I've had the same situation in my own riding, where back in 2004 there was an investigation with regard to the importation of bicycles from China, which were hurting the bicycle industry, and we have a thriving bicycle industry in my area. Now, Mr. Speaker, the SEMA is administered by the Canada Border Services Agency and the Canadian International Trade Tribunal. Now, the Border Services Agency conducts investigations into dumping and subsidies and implements duties on dumped or subsidized goods. That's their job, Mr. Speaker. Now, the CITT, the Canadian International Trade Tribunal, conducts inquiries on the harm to Canadian businesses and industry from dumping and subsidies on imported goods. And the investigations are initiated after a formal complaint by a Canadian producer or group of producers. Inquiries are initiated after the formal complaint by a Canadian producer or group of producers, and the recommendation of the President comes from the President of the Canada Border Services Agency. Now, Mr. Speaker, the determination of dumping or subsidies is based on a baseline price for similar goods. The baseline is called normal value, and that is defined in some detail in the legislation, Mr. Speaker. That is in the Special Import Measures Act. And it's used by both the CBSA and the CITT during their investigations and inquiries. Now, CIMA, Mr. Speaker, contains extensive rules for determining normal value, which are found in sections 15 to 23.1 and sections 29 and 30 of the Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-411, introduced by the member to amend the Special Import Measures Act, changes the rules for determining normal value, Mr. Speaker, where an export monopoly exists in the exporting country for the good. Specifically, the bill deems foreign countries to have an export monopoly if certain criteria are not met. And this bill, in fact, changes the criteria and is proposing certain conditions that, in fact, change the definition of normal value. The bill states in Clause 2 that the lack of any of the factors listed will result in the country being deemed to be an export monopoly. This amendment would prevent these countries from being used as a reference in determining normal value, and it allows the CBSA and the CITT to utilize the formula under Section 2120.1.c for determining normal value. So, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, and I think I probably could put into the record some of the other details, but it suffices to say that this is not a simple matter. We're not talking about a linear industry. We're not talking about just one sector of the economy. We're talking about the vast trade relationship that we have with countries around the world. Canada is a very active trader, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let me simply summarize by saying that this bill seeks to codify conditions used to determine if an export monopoly exists in a given country. It does this by outlining 5 conditions that, if were not met, would automatically result in a country being deemed to be an export monopoly. This bill, in fact, is not necessary. Unfortunately, it is not necessary, and I know the member has heard this before. But this act that she has put forward is redundant because it seeks to tell the President of the Canada Border Services Agency, the CBSA, how to do their job. The President of the CBSA is the one who currently makes these determinations under the existing legislation called CIMA. The categories are broad and could conceivably result in almost any country, Mr. Speaker, almost any country to be designated as having an export monopoly. This includes the United States and the European Union, which the CBCA already relies on to determine normal value and normal market prices. This, again, impairs the ability of the CBSA and the Canadian International Trade Tribunal to do their jobs. Mr. Speaker, the legislation lays out, and their authorities are clearly laid out, to protect the interests of businesses. But it is up to the businesses and groups of producers to make their case, to have the prescribed investigations and inquiries made to determine under the legislation whether or not there is a matter of dumping to be addressed. Now, the concerns that this bill purports to address can already be addressed through a variety of mechanisms, including existing trade agreements and in trade tribunals. These issues are better addressed, Mr. Speaker, during trade negotiations. Therefore, the Liberal Party is not going to be able to support this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. We've always advocated that trade agreements are the way to seek a fair balance. We understand the importance of real free trade, which is why we're advocating that the government ensure that the proposed South Korea free trade deal effectively eliminates non-tariff and regulatory barriers that keep Canadian manufacturers, specifically in the automotive sector, from having open market access. So, Mr. Speaker, although we will not be supporting the bill, I want to congratulate the member for bringing forward to the House yet another important matter, which is the responsibility of parliamentarians to inform themselves about, to assure their constituents and their businesses that there are rules in place and that we will respond where there is an investigation inquiry which identifies areas where there is anti-dumping activity, which in fact hurts Canadian business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, may please the débat. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise to discuss Bill C-411, put forward by the member for Terrebonne-Blainville. The bill is extremely important if we are to deal with what's happening, what is really happening across major areas of the country. We cannot set aside the reality in the manufacturing sector at present. When we hear what we are hearing from the Conservative Party and from the Liberal Party, who seem to be implying that there is no serious problem, that seems to ignore the genuine problems that workers are having across Canada.
NDP will be supporting this bill because we understand that there is a crisis, a manufacturing crisis that is going on in this country right now. And I'd like to preface my comments in English, Mr. Speaker, by quoting somebody who just spoke in this House in regards to this very issue of dumping of cheap imports and the loss of Canadian jobs that result. I'll read it verbatim, Mr. Speaker. A Conservative government would stand up for Canadian workers and work proactively through international trade policies to ensure Canada competes on a level playing field, Mr. Speaker. That was said just before the last election in regards exactly to protection against the dumping of cheap imports and the loss of Canadian jobs that resulted. And, Mr. Speaker, who is it that said that? Well, it was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the same individual who just a few minutes ago stood up in this House and said, no, we don't need to do this. My goodness, we have to review CEMA, and it's so difficult and complicated. Well, Mr. Speaker, he wasn't saying that before the last election. He was saying exactly the contrary. He was saying that there is a crisis in manufacturing jobs, that there is a problem, and he said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, because it's important for the Canadian public to understand what the Conservatives said before and what they're doing now. He said a Conservative government would stand up for Canadian workers, Mr. Speaker. My goodness, I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker, with the comment from the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of International Trade, except now this new government acts exactly like the old government and does exactly the same thing as the Liberals did, while jobs are hemorrhaging out of this country. Mr. Speaker, in the textile and clothing industry alone, 50,000 jobs lost in the last 5 years. That's why the Conservatives made that commitment. And of course, the situation is no better. In fact, it's worse, Mr. Speaker. So for the Conservatives now to say, it's very, very complicated, like the Liberals said before, just shows that there isn't a whole lot of difference between the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party when it comes to governing, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps that's why so many people, including in Outremont and Quebec, more and more people are looking to the NDP, because we're actually in favor of taking action to protect Canadian jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, 50,000 jobs in the textile and clothing industry. I wear proudly my Canadian-made suit. I wonder how many members from the Conservative Party are wearing Canadian-made suits. 50,000 jobs lost in the textile and clothing industry, but let's look right across the country. From 2002 to 2007, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the loss of nearly 300,000 manufacturing jobs, Mr. Speaker. 300,000 manufacturing jobs, 300,000 families in Canada that have lost a breadwinner, Mr. Speaker. And the Conservatives say, well, it's complicated, it's difficult, we can't take action. That's 300,000 families who've lost a breadwinner because of the inaction of the Liberals and the inaction of the Conservatives. So we disagree, Mr. Speaker, that you can't take action, you can't stop dumping of imports, that there has to be a framework put into place, that the government has to take action. A Liberal member rose and said, well, you know, don't tell government agencies how to do their job. They're not doing their job, Mr. Speaker. That's the problem. That's why we've lost hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs. So what's been the result, Mr. Speaker? Well, we've seen from Statistics Canada just 2 weeks ago, and the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of International Trade knows these figures very well. In fact, because I've told them, mentioned them at the International Trade Committee. Not with effect yet, Mr. Speaker, but I'm hoping to convince Conservatives that they can't just keep doing things the way the Liberals did. So since 1989, Mr. Speaker, with the loss of those hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs, we've actually seen for two-thirds of Canadian families, 66% Canadian families have actually seen their real incomes go down, Mr. Speaker. Not up. They're actually earning less. This is when we've seen overtime go up over a third. So they're working longer and longer weeks. We've seen the debt load of the average Canadian family almost double. And since 1989, since the signing of the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, we've seen for middle-class families, they've actually lost a week's salary on average across the country. The lower middle-class families have lost 2 weeks of salary, and the poorest of Canadian families have seen their incomes collapse. They've lost 6 weeks of salary. So Canadian families are struggling more and more with less and less money in their pocket because their real incomes have fallen for the exact reason, Mr. Speaker, that the good quality jobs are being washed away. They're hemorrhaging out of this country. And, Mr. Speaker, neither the Liberals nor the Conservatives have been willing to do even one thing to try to take an action to actually address this crucial issue. We're talking about Quebec, we're talking about Ontario, we're talking about British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, and other provinces across the country where this hemorrhaging of good jobs has led to a fall in real incomes for most Canadian families. Now, why wouldn't a government then say, we have an incomes crisis, very clearly, we have a jobs crisis when it comes to quality jobs. People are working part-time and temporary jobs, are trying to make ends meet that way. But we have a prosperity gulf, a prosperity crisis, an income crisis in this country, and yet the Conservatives continue to say, we simply can't take action. We simply can't do anything to address this issue. And that's why I come back to C411, Mr. Speaker, because essentially what C411 does is put into place some additional mechanisms to assure that we have protection against the dumping of cheap imports. And if you look at the criteria, Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear that these are market-driven definitions. Now, Mr. Speaker, the NDP is very clear that there are some areas that should not be in the market at all. We believe in public health care and reinforcing our public health care system. We believe very strongly in that. That is why we have the quality of public health care that we have today in Canada. It's because of Tommy Douglas and because of the work of the NDP. Without the NDP, we would have no public health care in this country, and like the U.S., we'd be spending twice as much per capita for a system that would leave millions of Canadians with absolutely no health care protection whatsoever. So we believe there are areas that need to be protected by the public sector. But we also believe that there is a role for the private sector, and when there are market-driven mechanisms for certain private sector instruments, we support the market. And yet you have here the Conservatives and Liberals saying they don't support those market mechanisms, that somehow they can't provide market-based definitions for the dumping of cheap imports. Mr. Speaker, we have here this anomaly, if you like. There, the NDP is standing up defending the market and defending Canadian jobs, and the Conservatives and Liberals are saying, no, we can't have market-based definitions to protect Canada against dumping. They seem to be, they're of one mind. We've seen this with the throne speech. Conservatives and Liberals sound alike, they think alike, they do the same things. And essentially, in both cases, they're refusing to apply market-based mechanisms to assure that we're protecting Canadian jobs against the dumping that is taking place. So here's the paradox, Mr. Speaker. We have a manufacturing job crisis, hundreds of thousands of jobs lost. We have an incomes crisis. Most Canadian families, two-thirds of those that are watching us tonight, have actually seen their real income fall since 1989, since the signing of the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement. Now, CanWest Global may disagree, Mr. Speaker, but that is the reality that StatsCan tells us about. Most Canadian families have seen their incomes fall, and yet Conservatives and Liberals want to do, well, what is their favourite action, their favourite remedy? Do nothing, Mr. Speaker. We, in this corner of the House, in the NDP, with our growing caucus, we believe we have to do something. And we have to apply these market-based mechanisms as defined in C411 to protect Canadian jobs, Canadian workers, Canadian communities, and that's why we're supporting this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please do débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-411, introduced by the Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. I'm going to be speaking against the backdrop of particular circumstances. The debate on the speech for the throne, when the Conservative Party is putting itself on a pedestal and where the Liberal Party is kneeling. This is, or are, I should say, very particular circumstances, but that shouldn't prevent us from working for Quebec and Canada to ensure that jobs are saved in Canada and Quebec. In view of the fact that we've just had a speech from the throne, I would like to say a few words about that. We know that the government says it is concerned about the crisis, but it doesn't suggest any tangible measures to regenerate the industry or to assist older workers who've been laid off. Our government, states the speech from the throne, will continue to defend Canada's traditional industries and will be aware of the challenges that key sectors such as forestry, the fisheries and manufacturing and tourism face. It has taken measures to support workers while those industries adapt to world circumstances. The government is continuing its efforts and will continue to make efforts during the session. But what does the Conservative government take us for when it puts such statements in its speech? No effort has been made, particularly if we look at the crisis in the forest industry. We've seen what the government's done.
The courts found that Canada was right when it came to the forest industry. Nevertheless, they paid the penalties to the U.S., and now, with respect to the International Trade Committee report that was tabled a few months ago, there was a request that the government remove all obstacles to free trade with China, even if Quebec imports 10 times more than it exports. And there was a request to make things easier for importers without taking into account the fact that the producers are suffering from this unfair and ferocious competition. The government wanted to open the door to abandoning supply management in the agricultural sector, even though the system allows, without subsidies, without any cost to consumers, allows, as I said, a decent income for the farmers. And with respect to supply management, when we further debate the speech from the throne, I will deal with the government's hidden intentions. Mr. Speaker, in the manufacturing industry, this is something of great importance to Quebec, and you know that manufacturing deliveries in Quebec represent 60% of the GDP, represent 85% of Quebec's exports, whereas in Alberta, among other provinces, the manufacturing sector represents only 6.7%. So some members of the Conservative Party, of course, don't want to see any type of special import measures laws amended. They don't want to do anything that would allow our manufacturers to succeed in an environment that is very difficult, and it's difficult globally, I agree, but we must not let people act so unfairly and even so illegally. I heard the Secretary of State earlier say that the main concern was with importers, and he's prepared to have Canada's importers pay the lowest price possible, even if that price is unfair and illegal. And this is what happens when products are dumped by emerging countries. We want to ensure that the rules of the game are clear and honest and transparent. There are companies, there are countries engaging in dumping. We want that to be clearly identified, and we want the steps taken to ensure that there will be a countervail applied to some of these products. When it comes to the softwood lumber issue, we were accused of dumping on the United States market, and we explained that it was not the case. But when it comes to Canada and Quebec, unfortunately, we are victims of dumping. And the Secretary of State said that, and the Liberal Party member also said that we simply need to take what we have, and it's up to the companies to defend themselves. And we have a wonderful example given by our colleague for Shefford, who spoke about Raleigh bicycles. And the International Trade Tribunal said that there was indeed dumping. The Minister of Industry of the day, and I won't name him, but just before becoming Minister of Foreign Affairs, he was the industry minister, and he simply said, well, there's no problem, doesn't matter when it comes to the jobs or the companies, people will be paying less for their bicycles. And these are practices that are unfair and illegal, and I repeat that. The government is becoming an accomplice to those practices, and perhaps they would be prepared to apply these if the reverse were to occur, and we would be against that, of course. But we have to acknowledge that this doesn't only involve Canada. It would seem that the government doesn't want to play on the same playing field with other countries. We need simply take the example of the United States. They have similar criteria, or the European Union, which also has similar criteria. And both of those countries, instead of having 17 products that are considered to have been dumped, the EU and the United States have identified 3 times more products. And I don't know how many products there are in China or how many products are exported from China, but I would assume that there are more than 17. And it seems to me that they should want to identify these dumping practices. It is only common sense. There are jobs that have to be protected, not on a permanent basis, but in any case, this government must allow these industries to develop and grow and compete with other countries to increase their productivity level. So there are policies that we need, and these dumping duties could apply for a certain period of time. But it would seem that the government really doesn't want to act in that area. The low estimate of the real value of products has to stop. There are a series of criteria that allow us to determine whether or not a company is moving properly within a market economy. In China, the market was controlled at one time, but China joined the WTO, and there was a transition period. Canada recognized that it is now a market economy, and they seem to be letting things slide. The government doesn't really seem to want to apply all of the criteria that would allow us to identify these products as being the subject of dumping. Now, there's commercial or trade dumping, and this can be proved if we have solid criteria, such as the criteria that we are putting forward here. But what is even worse, imagine where we are starting with the Liberal government at the time, or now with a Conservative government, when they started to think about social dumping, when human rights are thwarted, where the environment is thwarted. That would take us a long way down the road, and I would tell the government to be aware of social dumping and recognize that commercial or trade dumping does exist, and we should adopt C411 so as to give a solid foundation to Canada's economy and Quebec's manufacturers.
For Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to rise to speak to this private member's bill tabled by the member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, this bill, C411, proposes an amendment to Section 20 of the Special Import Measures Act that would set out the conditions required for deeming whether domestic prices in a country are substantially determined by the government of that country and whether there is sufficient reason to believe that they are not substantially the same as they would be if they were determined in a competitive market. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to briefly outline the key aspects of Canada's trade remedy system, of which the Special Import Measures Act, or CIMA, is the principal legal instrument. CIMA governs the application of anti-dumping and countervailing duties to imports of dumped or subsidized goods that are found to cause injury to domestic producers. Just a quick primer, anti-dumping duties are additional duties designed to offset an exporter's underpricing in an importing country's market, whereas countervailing duties are designed to offset the effects of foreign subsidies on imported products. Mr. Speaker, under CIMA, a Canadian industry is entitled to trade remedy protection if it is established through a formal investigation that the imports are being dumped or subsidized and that such has caused or threatens to cause injury. In such a case, definitive anti-dumping or countervailing duties are normally levied on all imported goods for a period of 5 years, with the possibility of an extension if Canada's administrating authorities, the Canadian Border Services Agency, and the Canadian International Trade Tribunal determine that there is likely to be a continuation or recurrence of dumping or subsidization, and if injury of the duties are removed. Canada operates in a bifurcated trade remedy system under CIMA. The Canada Border Services Agency is responsible for initiating investigations and making preliminary and final determinations respecting dumping and or subsidizing of the goods in question. The Canadian International Trade Tribunal, a quasi-judicial body, is responsible for determining whether the dumped or subsidized goods have caused or threatened to cause injury to a Canadian industry. The CIMA implements Canada's rights and obligations under 2 World Trade Organization agreements, the WTO Anti-Dumping Agreement and the WTO Agreement on Subsidies and Countervailing Measures. Key provisions of these agreements include methods for determining the existence of dumping and countervailing subsidies, requirements for the initiation of investigations, obligations respecting the procedural fairness, the duration of orders, and transparency in decision-making. In addition, these agreements set out the economic factors to be considered in determining whether injury exists and whether or not such injury is caused by dumping or subsidized imports. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to describe another important component of Canada's trade remedy system, safeguard measures. Canada, like many trading nations, has legislation that allows the application of important safeguard measures to protect domestic producers that have suffered or are threatened by serious injury from increased levels of fairly traded imports. This legislation implements Canada's rights and obligations under the World Trade Organization Agreement on Safeguards, which establishes the conditions for applying important safeguard measures, as well as notification and consultation procedures for safeguard inquiries and measures. The CITT conducts important safeguard inquiries under the authority of the Act. While the CITT may initiate import safeguard inquiries following a complaint by domestic producers, the government may also direct the tribunal to conduct important safeguard inquiries. In a global safeguard inquiry, the CITT considers the effects of imports from all sources on domestic producers. The object of the inquiry is to determine whether or not a product is being imported into Canada in such increased quantities and under such conditions as to cause or threaten to cause serious injury to domestic producers of like or directly competitive goods. If the CITT makes an injury determination, the government may apply important safeguard measures in the form of surtaxes under the customs tariff or in the form of quantitative restrictions under the Export and Import Permits Act. Mr. Speaker, there is another type of safeguard mechanism available to Canadian industry that applies only to goods imported from China. This safeguard came into effect on September 30th, 2002, to implement the safeguard provisions of the 2001 Protocol on the accession of China to the World Trade Organization.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes left to finish his remarks the next time this bill comes before the House. But it being 7:54, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.